Good morning and welcome to the board's business meeting on this day, November the 12th, 2019. If I can get approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. So we will begin our meeting today with a very special presentation by the Gaithersburg High School Navy Junior ROTC in honor of Veterans Day. The members of the Gaithersburg High School NJROTC Color Guard joining us today are Cadet Ensign Christian Palacios, Commanding, Cadet Ensign Jefferson Granados, Cadet Ensign Ganiva Shantamurthy, and Cadet Chief Petty Officer Henry Gonzalez. I would like to ask everyone to please stand for the presentation of the colors and then join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Color attention! Outward! March! Left! Left! Right! 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 Left! Color! Halt! Left! Face! Reset! Colors! Ready! Cut! Ladies and gentlemen, please recite the Pledge of Allegiance with the color guard. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard, order! Colors! Ready! Cut!
If the color guard could remain in the room until after we read the resolution in honor of Veterans Day. Yeah, everyone can be seated. I'm sorry.
So as everyone knows, yesterday we celebrated Veterans Day on November 11th, and that is a celebration each year to recognize the men and women across the country who are in service to the nation and have been in service in the past decades. So today we offer this resolution. Whereas soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and members of the Coast Guard are part of an unbroken chain of brave patriots who have served this country with honor and made tremendous sacrifices so we may live free, the brave men and women of our Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard demonstrate a resolute spirit and unmatched selflessness. We reflect on the immeasurable burdens borne by so few in the name of so many, and we rededicate ourselves to supporting those who have worn America's uniform and the families who stand alongside them. We remember these heroes for their valor, their loyalty, and their dedication. Their selfless sacrifices continue to inspire us today. Our country is forever indebted to our veterans for their quiet courage and exemplary service. We also remember and honor those who laid down their lives in freedom's defense. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Montgomery County Public Schools students, staff, parents, guardians, and the entire community salute the sacrifices of the men and women of the United States Armed Forces and hereby proclaim Monday, November 11, 2019 as Veterans Day celebration in Montgomery County Public Schools.
So moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you so much to our color guards.
Color! Left! Please! Outward! March! Left! Left! Right! 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 Left!
Ms. Evans, we also have two other resolutions to bring forward for your consideration. The first one is Montgomery County Public Schools Mental Health and Wellness Month, November 2019. Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to the mental health and wellness of all students, families, staff members through the promotion, prevention, and awareness. Montgomery County Public Schools has designated November as Montgomery County Public Schools Mental Health and Wellness Month. Montgomery County Public Schools has designated November 11th through the 15th as Mental Health Awareness Week. Montgomery County Public Schools co-sponsored a mental health awareness fair with the Montgomery County School Psychologists Association on November 9, 2019, which provided information and resources on mental health and wellness to the community. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention stressed the importance of mental as well as physical health as significant contributors to one's overall health. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimate that 1 in 5 Americans experience mental health illness in any given year. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that learning about mental illness prevention and positive mental health promotion are critical to allow individuals to develop skills and strategies to lead productive lives. Therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby proclaim November 2019 as Montgomery County Schools Mental Health and Wellness Month and November 11th through the 15th, 2019 as Montgomery County Public Schools Mental Health Awareness Week and recommend observance to all school communities.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous.
We also want to pause today and recognize National Inclusive Schools Week. The Inclusive Schools Network and Stetson Associates have designated the week of December 2nd through 6th, 2019 as National Inclusive Schools Week, celebrating the theme, Charting the Course for Inclusive Schools. Montgomery County Public School educators recognize the diversity and learning styles among learners. The administrators, educators, and families of Montgomery County Public Schools have been working collaboratively to foster a classroom environment that embraces all students in providing an effective instructional program that incorporates inclusive practices in all schools. Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to prioritizing access to the least restrictive environment by providing rigorous instruction and rich curriculum to meet the needs of diverse learners. Therefore, be it resolved that Montgomery County Public Schools joins with the Inclusive Schools Network and Stetson Associates in declaring the week of December 2nd through the 6th, 2019 as National Inclusive Schools Week in Montgomery County Public Schools and supports appropriate activities for educators, students, and parents and guardians to discuss actions that should be taken to ensure that schools continue to improve their ability to successfully educate all students.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous.
We also present to you a monthly human resources report.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? That's unanimous.
And we also want to pause today and remember one of our staff members that has passed away. The death on September 18, 2019 of Mrs. Lori A. Ye, interpreter for the Hearing Impaired Deaf and Hard of Hearing Vision Program, deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 8 years Ms. Ye worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she always communicated with students and team members in a positive and respectful manner. Ms. Ye was a highly dependable team member who consistently prioritized students' needs prior to taking any action. She provided an indispensable service to our deaf and hearing impaired students. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Ye and extend deepest sympathy to her family, and that a copy of this resolution will be forwarded to the family of Mrs. Lori Ye.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Again, that is unanimous.
Thank you.
So the next item on our agenda is the monthly financial report. Ms. Diamond?
Good morning. Today we're presenting our first financial report. We present these to the Board of Education monthly, and we wanted to just highlight a couple of areas and then certainly are available to answer any questions. As you know, you approved a $2.68 billion budget. $25 million of that budget comes from the prior year's fund balance, and part of that is in recognition of the fact that we may not have been fully funded by our funders. As we look into next year, we continue to want to monitor and see where we are in terms of our fund balance as we begin and continue the process of creating next year's budget. So the reason we look at where we are is to see how our spending is going, but also to help us in terms of developing next year's budget. So if you look to page 2 of the document of the memorandum, you will see a small chart that we put on top of the page there that shows you the rundown and the summary of where we are with respect to the overall budget. We ended last fiscal year with $30 million $25 million of that was set towards this year's budget and approved by the county executive and the county council, which left us with $5.4 million in our fund balance to contribute to future years. Certainly, we cannot spend that money based on the law until it has been appropriated. So it sits in our overall fund balance, but is not available to us for spending. The $25 million is. If you add to that $1 million, we're projecting we'll have $1 million. This is a continuation of the work we've been doing, and very proud of the team for working with our banks and where we keep the money from month to month, that we will be achieving an additional $1 million of interest. And so that contributes to our ability to fund next year's budget as well. So when you put together the $5.4 million and the $1 million, we are sitting with $6 million to contribute to next year's budget. In addition to that, we've worked through our spending for this year, and we are projecting approximately $18 million in fund balance year over year. If you think about the budget as being $2.68 billion, that is somewhere between 0.5% and a 1%. 1% of our budget would be $25 million. So it's between 0.5% and 1% of our budget. I'll just point you to a couple of the attachments. I'll run through how to read those so everyone is aware. What we try to do is provide you detail on where those dollars sit, how much was funded and budgeted by you, and how the spending is going in terms of encumbrances and where we projected spending to be. So if you look at attachment 1, that provides you where we are with revenue. That's where you'll see the additional $1 million we're projecting in terms of interest from our banks. If you look at attachment 2, this breaks down the spending in the organization by category. Those are state categories and objects. So objects of expenditure within each category are salaries, contractual services, supplies and material, category called other, which is where we keep and fund most of our benefits, and then equipment. And so category by category, you see how much we've currently spent, and then you see our projected balances. In about the fourth to the last column, you can see where the projection of the $18 million comes. Most of that is coming out of our category 3, which is where most of our funds sit, and there's approximately $13 million in that account that we're projecting. If you move to attachment 3, it provides you a little more detail and compares where we are in terms of our projected expenditures and what we've spent up until this point. And if you look at attachment 4, you're provided a breakdown of where we were in the past years in each of the months and how we compare. Lastly, attachment 5 is a breakdown we do. Obviously, because we're in September, you can only see one column here. But what we try to do is show you where we are in terms of spending category by category, in terms of the percent of the amount we've spent and where our projections sit. And so you can see that broken down in terms of the category, how much we spent for each month, where we're projecting spending, and what percentage of that has either been encumbered or spent at this point. I can take any questions on the data in front of you. I know there's quite a bit of it. You'll see an update from us on a monthly basis, and certainly when the superintendent presents the school system's budget next month, you will see a projection about how much money we anticipate having to contribute to next year's budget.
I don't see any lights. So, Dr. Smith?
I'd just like to make a comment.
Sure.
We have, each year since I arrived in Montgomery County, we have had a situation where we've carried over an amount of money to fund the next year's budget. And this is not the year to try and change that. As we think about the budget ask, and I've been saying this at the county council and with the county executive for the last 6 or 7 months or longer, that the ask that I present in December will be pretty significant. We have contracts open with all of our associations, and we have ongoing work we're going to hear about today in the English for Speakers of Other Languages program, the ESOL program, and for many, many different groups of students. And so as we think about this, we are, as Ms. Diamond just laid out very carefully for you, we are on track to conserve the $25 million that then we'll add to next year's budget, about 1%, just under 1% of our overall budget. And then we will need to ask the county government for a significant amount of money to meet the needs in the FY 2021 school year, FY 21 school year. And so just want to call that to everyone's attention. I know the board members know this well, but I think it's important that I say it out loud in the board meetings and in other public places on an ongoing basis. So,
Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much, Ms. Diamond. So at this time, we are at item 6 of our agenda, which is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes for comments. Please speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the button on the microphone to begin speaking and push it once more at the sound of the buzzer. We ask speakers to be respectful to all who have signed up to testify by adhering to the time limits and stopping your testimony when the buzzer sounds. If possible, we ask you to remain in the room in case board members have comments to make or questions to ask. If you have not done so already, please give our staff copies of your testimony. At this time, we ask to come to the table Fariha Haku, Arif Ramadan, Yasmin Ramadan, and Lena Ramadan. We will go in the order in which I called you, so we can begin with Fariha.
Good morning. My name is Fariha Haq, and I'm the mother of 2 current MCPS students. I have a kindergartner at Burning Tree Elementary School, and I have an 8th grader at Tacoma Park Middle School. I'm also on the board of the PTA of Burning Tree Elementary School. I would like to first begin by thank you for expeditiously sending the letter to the college board last couple days ago. Having worked in the central office of DC Public Schools and now at a university, I understand how challenging it can be to turn around something so quickly, so I very much appreciate it. Just this past week, I received an email from the university's provost about Eid al-Fitr, my provost. It just so happens that Eid al-Fitr falls on our commencement this year. My provost announced to our college community, without any prodding, that the Middlebury College in Vermont will adjust its schedule so that Muslims can observe the services and enjoy commencement as well. We in this room are creating a formal coalition, and on behalf of that coalition, I request that in the future, please do include us in the summertime discussions about the academic calendar. I know the Board of Education did not intend it, but we feel that the removal of the professional day associated with Eid from the academic calendar was a breakdown in community outreach. It has completely blindsided the Muslim community. Because of this communication breakdown, I would echo County Executive Elrich's request to delay the December 3rd vote on the academic calendar to give the College Board sufficient time to respond. Thirdly, I would like to know what the Board of Education's contingency plan is if the College Board is unable to move forward with the testing day off. Our community has worked extremely hard at raising awareness of this issue and the importance of writing to the board regarding this matter. In particular, I would like to thank the many public servants that have expressed support with the Muslim community, including Senators Van Hollen, Congressman Trone, County Executive Elrich, County Council members Reamer, Hucker, Navarro, Jawando, and Albornoz, for their support to ensure that this board continues to recognize the Islamic holiday of Eid. Thank you again for affording me the privilege of speaking today.
Thank you. Aref Ramadan
Yasmin or
or Yasmin, whichever who wants to go first. Two are together.
Good morning. My name is Yasmin Ramadan. I'm in 5th grade at Monsonaga Elementary School. I'm here today with my family to talk about the importance of having the day of Eid off, to be able to celebrate this special day with my friends and family. I hope that you allow me to spend this day with happiness without having to choose between my education and my childhood. It is in your hands to say yes to Eid, so that all children and their families can unite and celebrate together. You are who we are going to look at in the future and say, well done for making history and driving the community toward a promising and happy future. We are the children of today, but we are also the future of tomorrow. I encourage you to add your names to the people who made a difference in directing our community in Montgomery County towards the right path. Finally, I am a child who wants to be happy with my friends and family in this special day. Please don't forget about us. We are your children. Thank you, and I hope to see your name on the right side of history.
Thank you.
I'm sharing the time. Hello, my name is Arif Ramadan, and I am not only the father of 7, but the grandfather of 3. All my children attended or currently attend school in Montgomery County. It brings any father great joy to see your children together. Celebrating after a month of fasting, my children will not be able to celebrate together if they are separated by great standing room walls. My children deserve to celebrate their holiday with their family just like any other child in Montgomery County. Putting kids through school on a holiday is not a step toward education, but rather a step away from it. It is unfair to expect our children to prepare for a test or go to school on the day of Eid. We are respectively asking the board to stop what could be a step in the wrong direction and save us all from having to come back here next year. We are behind surrounding counties in metropolitan area, including counties in Virginia, who have already recognized Muslim holiday. MCBS takes pride in the advancement of education and health system, but by preventing the traditional Eid celebration, you are spreading a message of ignorance and disregard for such an important day. During such controversial time, I know that MCBS wants to encourage its students to learn about different culture and religions, not ignore them. Let us all cherish this holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will hear from Lena Ramadan.
Hello, my name is Lena Ramadan, and I'm a Muslim Palestinian American. I am currently a sophomore at Northwest High School and wanted to be part of our mission to spread the significance of Eid during one of the most controversial times in our religion. Now, I want you to picture a family of 9 sitting around a table enjoying a home-cooked meal, a reward for the fast we had the month before. That is Eid for me, a day when I can rejoice with my family, a day where I can be proud of my beliefs. In a society where my religion is already shamed by all of those who are ignorant to its true meaning, I couldn't imagine living in a county that takes away the biggest celebration of the year. It takes days and sometimes even weeks to prepare for Eid. For a month before our joyous holiday, we fast, and for that month we have to wake up earlier and stay up later to eat and pray. Eid, the day to celebrate our month of fasting, Ramadan, should be a day that we get to enjoy. No one could enjoy this beautiful day in an AP testing room. No one could enjoy this day properly while worrying about the thousands of things students and teachers have to think about on a daily basis. Eid should be and is a day that deserves to be celebrated through the county in our homes, not inside of a school building. A holiday that is based on family and community traditions cannot be disregarded because of a single day of school. Eid cannot be postponed. Eid cannot be simply rescheduled. We need this day, and now, knowing all that goes into preparing and celebrating this day, I do not think the school board would want to take it away from us. Please let us enjoy your Eid. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon. Thank you.
I wanted to just thank you all for your testimony, and to Ms. Hawk Fariha. Yeah. So, what would you advise the board? You know, you mentioned you'd like to see the board have a plan if, you know, the College Board does not, you know, do something about the date. What would you do if they didn't do anything?
Well, we are aware that Baltimore County Public Schools and Howard County Public Schools are off for Eid, so we encourage you to have a conversation with your counterparts at the other Board of Educations to see how they have been able to make that happen.
Okay. You don't have a specific?
I just know that Baltimore County Public Schools last week established Eid for the 2021 school year. So they must have taken that into account.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Silvestre?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Dr. Smith to help us understand the testing windows that the College Board offers. So it's not on a set day, there's a series of days where the testing can happen?
Typically, the College Board sets aside the first 2 full weeks of May for advanced placement testing. And they do actually prescribe morning and afternoon sessions for each of the tests. So if a school system, for any reason, doesn't give a test on that day, then it has to be done on one of the designated makeup days later in the month of May. That's the system for how it's done.
Okay, so it doesn't give you options within,
No, you can't move them around.
but the testing window is 2 weeks, you said,
Right, it's typically 2 weeks.
and then the makeup is later at the end of the
Right,
month.
it's after the official testing window.
So schools, if we were to close on, or have a professional day on May 23rd. May 13th. There would be some tests that would be designated for that day?
Yes,
Yes.
there are multiple tests on each of the days that are administered, and the makeup days are offered because individual students miss, or events happen in schools, you know, for whatever reason. So, Ms. McGuire, is there anything else to add to what I've shared? Is that?
Thank you. So no, I mean, that is correct, that the issue is that each section is designated for each particular day, and the makeup days are also designated by section. And so that is the question that we've asked. And I just wanted to note also that we have spoken with our neighboring counties, and I think they are also seeking the same guidance and clarity that we are from the College Board. And so I think that probably counties will have to consider their backup plans together once we get that guidance from the College Board.
So we don't have anything specific from them?
Cut your light on. Cut your light on, Ms. Dixon.
We don't have anything specific from, that we know that Howard or Baltimore County are doing right now?
My conversations with them have indicated that they also are seeking that clarity and
Okay.
guidance. And as has been noted, they did take those actions, but again, they are continuing to ask the questions that we're asking as well.
Okay.
I did have a follow-up. So if December 3rd comes and we're supposed to vote on our calendar, we can always amend the calendar later on in the school year?
We can, that's certainly, and we had an occasion recently when conditions did change in the course of the year. Certainly the earlier the calendar is set, the better, but that is always an option to come back to. I think we could work through sort of what different scenarios would look like to accomplish what the board needed to do.
Thank you.
Ms. Modrowski?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing for sure. So if they were off on the 13th and there's already programmed, and the board says they're not going, the College Boards, or whoever it is says they're not going to change it, could we designate one of the makeup days as like the overall?
They would designate it. The College Board would designate that day. They would designate which day the tests on that day needed to be made up.
Okay. Because I know, like, if it was during the regular, not during the testing time, you know, we tried very hard to make sure as a board that there's, you know, it's an excused absence, it doesn't affect the perfect attendance record, and that the expectation is that tests would not be given and homework wouldn't need to be made up. But I think if we could switch the days if it's at all possible. And
One of the questions we would want to clarify with the College Board would be if we wholesale don't give tests on the 13th, then what happens for a student who is ill on the day of the makeup? Because you've used up that makeup. So that's just something you should keep in mind as you consider all of these issues.
yeah, I don't think of that.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yeah, so typically they have, how many makeup days does the College Board offer, do you know?
So the College Board does typically schedule the makeup days, as Dr. Smith indicated. If, for example, you were sick for your German test, there's only one time to take the German test. And they do that, I believe, in part for test security, because it's actually a different test that they issue on that alternate makeup day. And so their policy, as stated in their handbook that we've received and gone through, is that there are a number of reasons that students can have as an excused absence. And then, because if with an excused absence, then you're able to take the makeup day without an additional fee and without some of those other cost incurrences. So that's their policy and approach. But again, it is actually, each makeup day is assigned by subject and by test, and that test is only issued either on the original day or on the makeup day. There's not a range of options. And that's also true, but that is true across the country. And again, I believe they do it for test security.
And our teachers proctor the tests.
Yes, that's correct.
So, someone had suggested to me if we made it a professional day to have it optional for the kids to come in and take the AP exam, but that presents some contractual problems and, if it's a professional day and we're closed for students, we're not running transportation.
Dr. Smith?
I don't think you could have kids choose which day they're going to take it on if you closed school on the 13th. I think that would be very problematic. In fact, I think the College Board would probably tell us they don't want us to do that in that way. When I worked in Asia, we administered the AP tests in both countries I worked in Asia. And because of the time difference, they're very set test security systems for that, because you're actually taking it in Japan the day before kids in the US take it. So it's a very, very complicated system. And I'm not saying it can't be done, I'm just saying that you can't go too far outside the lines of what they say about this, because students are taking it in every time zone around the world on whatever that day is that's been designated in their location, not in my location. So all these things we'd have to talk about.
Historically, the AP exams, what's designated on one day, typically that May 13th would be English composition, which is grade 11, and microeconomics and music theory. That's what we see as typical on that day, in that window. So there are quite a number of kids that would be impacted, correct?
Yeah, the number of students who take each test varies tremendously based on the discipline. It just, many, many fewer students are going to take the German language AP than the 11th grade English language and composition test. So that variation is profound. We have many, many thousands of students who take all of these tests across the system.
Okay. So thank you to my colleagues for asking questions, and thank you to you all for coming today to provide your testimony. Yes. And at this time, we will call to the table Iman Sanavas, Safiula, Rifa, Alaya Vinay, and Nora Morales. Okay. So I don't know I know, excuse me? Okay, so we'll come back. I'm not certain with who you are.
Nora Morales.
I know Nora.
Iman.
Okay, Iman, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Iman Shanavas. I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak here today. I'm a senior in Poulsville High School, and I'm the co-founder of our Muslim Student Association, and I've also served as our treasurer and president. Last year, our school held our college admissions information meeting on the same day as Eid. And I was already extremely stressed and overwhelmed with the college process, and when I found out this information, I was even more panicked. And so when I told my teacher the situation, she essentially didn't know what to say. And this was the first Eid where I truly could not detach from what was happening at school. Despite the joyous family celebration and the food and the coming together of my family, these thoughts kept ping-ponging around in my head. What am I missing? How am I going to apply to college? Where am I going to apply? Is this going to affect my future? And there was no makeup date for a college information meeting for the Muslims who missed it. To make things worse, after we came back to school, my friend and I discovered that we missed an extremely important review day for one of our classes. And we had many questions, but we were told that we could either take the test that day despite being unprepared, or we could take a more difficult test the following day. And I was frustrated because I felt like I was being punished for choosing my faith over my education. And while I was able to stand up for myself, a 7-year-old who missed a spelling quiz or a freshman who missed an essay due date, they might not be able to stand up for themselves. But frankly, it's not their job. It is the responsibility of Montgomery County to protect the rights of all its students, especially the right to practice your religion without any concerns. And I know it may not seem like there are many Muslims in MCPS, but I know for a fact that there are at least 14 active Muslim student associations across Montgomery County high schools, not to mention the hundreds of middle schoolers and elementary schoolers I see running through my mosque on Sundays. While making the day of Eid simply an excused absence seems like it would be sufficient, unfortunately it's not. I can tell you from firsthand experience that more students, especially those in high school where even missing one day can set you back tremendously, these people are starting to have to decide between their faith and their education. And in a county as diverse and inclusive as Montgomery County, we really should be forcing our students to make that decision. So I really urge you, please make Eid a professional day so that students aren't forced to make that decision between their faith and their education.
Thank you. Ms. Morales.
Good morning, Dr. Smith, board members, and district leaders. My name is Nora Morales, and I'm a member of the MSDE ELL Advisory Committee, a member of the Black and Brown Coalition, and a participant in the MCPS ESOL Secondary Work Group. I come before you today to thank you for taking the courageous stance to disaggregate ESOL data and reevaluate instructional practice for one of our lowest performing student groups within MCPS. As leaders, you carry a moral responsibility to change the status quo, even in the face of political pressure. As 232 ESOL students achieving English 10 proficiency and 261 ESOL students achieving Algebra 1 proficiency per year is not enough. If you do not act now to remedy and accelerate instructional change, you will effectively be choosing which 200 students will receive the golden ticket of achieving minimal proficiency outcomes for English and math. I applaud Dr. Smith, OCIP, and this board for taking the steps to remedy this dire situation for our ESOL students. I ask that you re-examine the implementation timeline and consider the urgency of this situation and accelerating its implementation by doing the following for fiscal year 2021. Increase funding and staffing for ESOL teachers and bilingual certified teachers. Select and purchase ELD-aligned curriculum with built-in lessons to address the unique needs of English learners. Evaluate the METS program and create an effective instructional model to support ELD and content mastery through a combined digital learning, summer learning, and evening learning opportunities so that these students can meet our rigorous standards in an expedited way. And identify current MCPS staff already holding bilingual ESOL certificates but who are not teaching in this content area and create incentives to attract them to fill the upcoming ELD and co-teaching classrooms that will be needed to align with MSDE requirements. On October 15th, the community stood with you as you pledged to address inequities for our Black and Brown students. We stand ready to continue our support and ask that you do your part to assure accountability and progress so all ESOL students can reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So at this time, thank you for your comments as well. We will ask the next group of speakers to the table. That would be Adile Sharif, Diba Jaffrey, Saqib Ali, and Farna N. Shah. for Hana and Shah. I'm sorry. And we'll go in the order in which I called you. You can begin. Adile.
Good morning, President Evans, Dr. Smith, and members of the board. This is my first time at a BOE testimony, so bear with me as I try to finish in 3 minutes. I'm a parent of 2 kids. One child is in college, and my son is in Kingsview Middle School. I have been living and working in Montgomery County for 20 plus years. I am proud to be a Montgomery County resident. I attended the October 28th meeting with the rest of my community. Outraged and disappointed that the calendar date had been changed after our past agreement without consultation with us. Thank you to the board for being so welcoming and so open to working with us. You not only offered to send the letter, you actually sent it within the same week. So thank you very much. Bullying and Islamophobia are a reality of our lives, even in our diverse county. Our kids struggle to maintain their religious identity and feel they are alone. I remember one time I chose to participate in an international night at school with my daughter. Then the media broke out with some story of some crazy thing going on. All the other parents decided to back out of participating. Why? Because the kids did not want to be seen as Muslim. As a parent, I sat and cried, and I asked my daughter, "Are you brave enough to be a visible Muslim?" Even if that makes you a target. Did we participate? Yes. Was I scared for her? Absolutely. We have a large Muslim population in Montgomery County. When we have our Eid prayer, we have 6,000 plus people that are there. Imagine for one moment what it is for the kids to feel part of such a huge service as they pray and feel themselves as part of a bigger community. Now imagine what happens if you take that school day away from them, where most kids will end up going to school and miss the event. Hate is increasing all around us. Please do not take away something that you had already given to them. MCPS already recognizes other religious holidays. Today, my ask is 2 things. 1, please make May 13th, 2021 a professional day off from school, which is not a snow makeup day, and add Eid as a holiday to the MCPS calendar going forward so we're not here again and again. Yes, we are going to the college board as well as a community and with interfaith organizations. So we will be working on that separately as well. But we hope that you, as the county, will give us this day as professional day. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Diba Jaffrey.
Members of the Board of Education and Superintendent, good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you. My name is Diba Jaffrey and I am here in my capacity as the Interfaith Chair at the Muslim Community Center in Silver Spring, Maryland. Close your eyes and take yourselves back to your childhood and the excitement of holidays you celebrated, the anticipation the night before, the tossing and turning because you could not go to sleep, just that warm and wonderful feeling of knowing the next day would bring fun and love with family and friends. This is all our children want, to be able to celebrate Eid in the same way that other families celebrate Christmas, Hanukkah, or Kwanzaa. Let me try and describe to you the magic and excitement of Eid al-Fitr. Islam has only 2 holidays, Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. Eid al-Fitr comes at the end of Ramadan when we have fasted from before dawn to dusk every day, when we have said prayers, read Quran, and done as much as we can to be good and do good in our communities and wider world through feeding people, giving money to alleviate poverty, and a host of other good works. It is a spiritual top-up to keep us going for another year, and Eid al-Fitr is the first day of the next 11 months until we see Ramadan again, God willing. It is our hope that each year we can take one good habit that we have developed over the previous 30 days to add to our practice going forward. The joy of the day starts with our congregational prayer. We have 4 services and approximately 10,000 people coming through our center. In my family, we like to go to the 7:30 prayer, the first one. We don't want to miss a second of this precious day. For so many years, there was always the shadow of missed school hovering over the day, tempering our children's joy. The holiday has felt free and perfect since it has been a professional day on the calendar. For high schoolers particularly, even missing one day can turn into such a huge issue. They know they will have to work twice as hard the day after Eid. It impacts their unencumbered joy. And for some teenagers, it is too much. They choose to go to school instead, and this is what they miss. The congregational prayer for Eid is the most joyous times. In these times, to have a mass of Muslim humanity standing shoulder to shoulder in prayer, in all our Eid finery, new clothes are a tradition, more than we see for our Friday prayer, is indescribable. You don't feel alone. You feel the power of community, the love of community, and the protection of community. With bullying of Muslim children at all-time highs, that feeling is so valuable, so precious for their self-esteem. It's a non-negotiable in our household, a must for their mental health. And so for our children who are dealing with so much in these times, I ask that you grant them this day of joy to feel the love of their families and communities, to exchange gifts, to enjoy family, friends, and extended family, and to eat all the traditional dishes we prepare for this happiest of days. Thank you.
Thank you. Saqib Ali.
Thank you. My name is Saqib Ali. I live in Gaithersburg, Maryland. I have a daughter in the French immersion program at Maryvale Elementary School, very great school, and middle school at Argyle technology program. So thank you for giving us these excellent schools for free. As many of you may remember, I've been in conversation with this board for many years over this very topic of the Muslim holidays in MCPS. And I'm supportive of. I request that you give the professional day on May 13th, 2021. Ms. Dixon asked a good question. What if we don't hear from the College Board? What should we do? What should you do? What do we suggest that you do? And I would suggest that you keep asking them, and for now, schedule that professional day. And as you schedule that professional day, it will remind them, and it will send them a message to, hey guys, you really shouldn't have this day scheduled as a testing day, because they're going to start hearing from communities all across this country, in Detroit, in New York, in New Jersey, Philadelphia, everywhere, right? And they're going to realize that, hey, maybe this isn't a great idea to have a test scheduled that day. And they haven't yet scheduled 2021. I mean, it's their tradition, as you said, to do the first 2 weeks, but that hasn't been, there's no official schedule that they've put out as of this moment. So I would ask humbly that you do that. And I think they're starting already to hear from national organizations and from school boards across the country. And I think it'll add to that weight. And then, if they don't, eventually, then, later next year, you can go back and revisit this issue if necessary. So that's my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we will hear from Farhana N. Shah.
Good morning, President Evans, Superintendent Smith, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Farhana Shah, and I'm the ESOL content specialist at White Oak Middle School. English learners are a growing student group, and their academic needs vary. Therefore, it is vital to have an explicit and rigorous plan for instructional programs while ensuring they continue to develop their language skills and close the academic language gap. Furthermore, we know our students can acquire and engage in complex materials. For this, teachers need to collaborate and to plan effectively. They will need to have ample time to plan lessons based on standards. For teachers, planning with a team or a partner offers opportunities to tailor instruction that meet the students' needs. An added benefit is having someone to reflect with after a lesson about planning, delivery, and assessments. However, it isn't enough to just put 2 teachers in a content course. Co-teacher model needs to be clear and outlined with best interest of ESOL students in mind. It does not just happen. It is a commitment and understanding that we are in this together to benefit all students, but with a focused lens on our ESOL students. It is shared responsibilities, a sense of teamwork, and an open exchange of ideas. I am grateful to be in a building right now under the direction of a principal who has implemented collaboration and co-teaching model for the ELA courses at White Oak for over 10 years. This year, she has implemented an ESOL teacher support in some of the social studies and math academic language courses. While no model is perfect, this practice continues to benefit new and veteran teachers because of the shared expertise and responsibility. Of course, students benefit from the co-teaching model because they are encouraged to use academic English because of authentic opportunities to interact with their English proficient peers. Not only that, the opportunity to socialize with diverse groups of people can be limiting in self-contained courses for upper level Ls. Sort of the old adage, you can't get better at basketball unless you play with someone more experienced than you. This inclusive model addresses both the academic and the social emotional aspects of learning at a deeper level, which is building a positive school culture and climate for L's confidence and advocacy skills, which we know they need. Ls feel they are seen as students who come in not knowing anything. I did want to share a story, but I'm going to put that aside for now. I do want to share what we should have in place to make sure that our co-teaching and collaboration models are in effect. Purposeful scheduling of planning time for co-teachers and English and ESOL PC communities, co-creating scheduling for school year 2021 with ESOL and content teacher direct input. Okay, I had 2 more.
Thank you. We have your testimony.
But you have that,
Yes, we appreciate you all for coming today and giving comments, and we thank you. So at this time, I will call up, I'm going to go back up in the agenda for 2 people that I called that were not here to see if Safula Raifa is here, and then Alaya Vinay. Okay, just want to check and make certain. So now we will go on to the next speakers. If we could have come to the table, Zanab Chaudhry, Melissa Porter Parks, Elena Dos Reyes, and Chad Earl. We will begin with Zanab Chaudhry. You're fine. When the light is red, it's on. So push it again. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Zainab Chaudhry. She's not here. Dear Superintendent Dr. Jack Smith and member of the Montgomery County Public School Board of Education, in behalf of Council of American Islamic Relations CARE, the nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization, I thank you for this opportunity to offer our testimony and Eid equality in the Montgomery County Public School System. I am Director of CARE Office in Maryland and also serve on Maryland State Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. You may recall several years ago, CARE was part of the Equality of Eid coalition comprised of local leaders building on the decade-long effort of local parents seeking Eid equality. We were proud to applaud the school board in 2015 for then making the right decision to acknowledge a significant community concern and close school for Eid when it lands on the school day. However, it is with much dismay that we learned recently that none of the proposal 2020 and 21 school calendar being considered by the MCPS Board of Education Calendar Committee, including a day of for Eid May 13 and 21. Tens of thousands of Muslim students attend MCPS, and unfortunately our communities are wondering once again whether they will have to make a difficult decision of choosing between their commitment to excellence in education and their faith. I understand that a potential conflict with the 2021 AB exam schedule is a concern and would like to recognize the Board of President, Mrs. Shibra Evans, and Superintendent Dr. Jack Smith letter dated November 5th, 2019 to the College Board requesting that May 13, 21 be excluded as an AB exam administration date. Numerous intra and interfaith allies have also contacted this body with the same request or are in the process of doing so. In our written and verbal communication with the College Board, CARE proposed a compromise solution requesting a consideration for exam administrator to offer the dozen or so school system which close for Eid the flexibility to move the exam date to the following week, 2021, if necessary. We are sympathetic and that a resolution will be reached. However, based on the College Board schedule, a decision may not be made before you vote on the 2021 academic calendar. To that end, CARE specifically argued you to follow the example of school system in Baltimore and our other counties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now hear from Melissa Porter Parks.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Porter Parks, and I am the co-chair of the ESOL Collaboration Committee with MCPS and MCEA, and the resource teacher at the largest ESOL program in the county, Gaithersburg High School. I know that there are county-level decision makers and even a national expert here to speak to you today about upcoming instructional decisions and their recommendations for programming for next year. While I understand and deeply appreciate the effort that Montgomery County is taking to ensure that our language learners have access to a quality, standard-aligned curriculum, I want to ensure that we are truly considering the whole child when determining next steps for some of our neediest learners. Since the first day of school this year, September 3rd, Gaithersburg High School has received almost 200 newly arrived language learners. I'm going to repeat that. 200 students since September 3rd. That's approximately 4 new students a day. Only ESOL students is who I'm speaking about. The vast majority of these students are newcomer level 1 students, and a large portion of them are students who have experienced significant interrupted education, some not having attended school since their early elementary years in their country. Given the graduation expectations for these students, most have between 1 and 2 years in the METS program to make up all of the learning that their English-speaking peers have had between 5 and 10 years to master. Given the intensity of programming that our students with interrupted education need, I must draw your attention to the extreme lack of appropriate course materials that METS programs throughout the county are currently facing. Although teachers were trained in the state-approved Common Core State Standard Aligned Intervention programs, such as Systems 44 and Math 180 in the summer, we are going on to our second quarter with no access for teachers or students. Once again, I must reiterate that our students with interrupted education simply do not have time to lose. In addition to the impact that a lack of prior schooling has had on our students, I must draw your attention to the inequitable staffing practices affecting schools with large influxes of newcomers. Although we appreciate the 0.8 long-term substitute staffing that MCPS has offered us at Gaithersburg High School, I must point out that 0.8 staffing does not cover the multitude of content classes that approximately 200 ESOL newcomers should be accessing. According to our current MCPS proficiency-based staffing models, 0.5 full-time staff members are tied to every 10 ESOL 1 students. This means that given our current number, 165 as of last week, we should have gained an additional 8 staff members to ensure that our ESOL students have access to class sizes that they need and quality certified teachers that will help them succeed. I must reiterate that while I appreciate the fervor with which MSCPS is engaging in discussing programmatic changes, I must ask where this fervor is with regard to the students currently sitting in our classrooms eager to learn. In addition to the classroom teacher staffing and the instructional materials that we desperately need, I must mention the lack of social-emotional resources for our ESOL students. Just last week, I had a student discuss with me the connection between his increasingly challenging... I'll stop.
Okay.
You have it. Thanks.
Yes, we do. Thank you. We do. We have her testimony. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. It's not online. It's in your packet. It's not online. It's in your packet. Yes. Okay.
She just handed it to me.
And that's what I said. It's not in your. It's not online. It's in your packet. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Pass it out, and we'll be able to read it later. So at this time, we will hear from Elena Dos Reyes.
Hi, my name's Elena. I'm with the YMCA Youth and Family Services and the parent co-chair of the LSAC group. The Multidisciplinary Educational Training and Support, the METS program in MCPS, was established as a transitional academic program designed to meet the specific and complex needs of ESOL students with interrupted formal education. Since its establishment, the METS program has grown in size to meet the increasing needs of these students, but has not received the level of intensive curricular support necessary from central office, leaving teachers feeling isolated within a program where students' academic and social emotional needs are often overwhelming. There is little to no structural uniformity between the METS sites, even though there are only 3 elementary school METS sites across the county: Joanne Lielick at Broad Acres, Sergeant Shriver, and South Lake Elementary School. As of September of this school year, the elementary METS program is under evaluation for effectiveness. As a result, the enrollment of METS-identified students into these 3 current METS sites have been halted. This means that elementary students, though identified as having significant gaps in their educational history and qualify for METS, are being sent to their home school. So if they do not live in the Joanne Lielick, Sergeant Shriver, or South Lake Elementary School neighborhoods, they are not receiving the METS service they so desperately need. The services they receive in each of their home schools, it will be different, and it depends entirely on the staffing and structure in place for each school, causing great variability in terms of level of service and intervention to provide to these students. While students currently receive social, emotional, and transitional support from their ESOL transition counselor, it's unclear as to how this support will be effective, as caseloads will increase as METS students get dispersed across the county. As a program, we are requesting that more support be given to these 3 elementary METS sites in order to foster procedural and structural uniformity and accountability from central office down to the sites. We are requesting more funding for curriculum development. We need more highly qualified staffing. More highly qualified staffing is needed to support the students in our programs. And we also need to continue to receive these METS-identified students at one of these 3 locations while this evaluation process is going on, so that they can receive the support they need. Recently, 2 METS students that were attending Joanne Lielick Elementary School, they were attending the school, but once the program was halted, they were removed and sent back to their home school. There is an urgency to our request. Children who have interrupted education have so because of traumatic events in their lives and cannot be placed with ESOL Level 1 students. They need qualified and highly trained educators to provide them the support they need. We cannot wait until next school year. We cannot wait until next month. These children need this support now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from Chad Earl.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. My name is Chad Earl. I'm the religious director of the Islamic Center of Maryland, the 2nd largest Islamic center in the state of Maryland. Our Eid al-Fitr prayer this year saw around 6,000 to 7,000 Muslims from all around Montgomery County who came together to pray and worship and celebrate together as one community, as one family. I'm here today to represent this community and the remainder of Muslims in the county, most of whom send their children to the public school system. I wanted to thank the Board of Education for the opportunities to sit down together and to express to you the grave concern the Muslim community has today that Eid Day will possibly be a regular school day in the 2021 calendar year, not a holiday or a professional day as in years past. I won't be able to spend this time going into the importance of Eid as a religious obligation or from the religious aspect, since my time is limited and others have talked about that to some degree today. I would say, however, that observing Eid as a holiday is absolutely necessary for us to keep our religion and our religious identity in a time and place where we are only 2 or 3% of the national population. We've heard and seen countless stories of Muslim children afraid to tell others that they are Muslims, afraid to pray in public, afraid to say or to do anything that might out them as Muslims. We see them still hiding their names behind nicknames such as Sammy and Mo. Bullying and Islamophobic attacks against Muslim youth are on the rise nationwide, with known cases of violence against them that were so extreme that they took their own lives to escape the pain. The role of representation and acknowledgement in helping to combat the rise of bullying and Islamophobia cannot be overstated here. My generation saw this firsthand in 2001 when the United States Postal Service issued a new stamp which read Eid Mubarak, a blessed Eid. It is hard to put into words the deep feeling of belonging we felt seeing the government officially acknowledge our place in and our contribution to the fabric of America. It was such a small yet powerful act, which helped solidify for so many first-generation Muslim Americans the idea that yes, this is our country. Yes, America knows we are here and is happy that we're here. Yes, we too are happy to be Americans. Being able to take off Eid Day not only allows our children to relax and not worry about missing vital class time, but it allows them to live in the moment, celebrating the day without shame or fear, knowing that their fellow Americans respect and honor them, not in spite of their differences, but because of them. Thank you.
Thank you. So we appreciate you all coming today as well. And I will go back to the two that did not show up. Safila Raifa and Alaya Vinay, if you are here, if you can come to the table before we conclude this portion on our agenda. Okay, you can begin whenever you're ready. Right in front of you is a button to push for the microphone so we can hear you. Got it.
Alrighty. So essentially, sorry, I ran here from school, kind
That's
of
okay.
flustered. Very pressing issue, so I wanted to make sure I'm here. And thank you so much for everyone who's here to give us the opportunity to speak about an issue that's so pressing to us students. I want to start off with an observation, more like a historical trend. And it's a trend that I noticed throughout the history classes that I'm taking. And the trend is that society fears what they do not understand. Example, the Chinese in the late 1870s and the early 1880s. They came in immigrating to California in droves. They took over jobs. They took over storefronts. And they took everything by blast because they were coming in so fast. And Americans were scared of them. They fear that our economy is going to tank because of the Chinese. That was in the early 1880s. And then now we look at the 1940s. 1942, it was repealed. Now you might ask, why is that? And the reason is because of the Chinese Exclusion Act, right? And how it was repealed. But the reason is because the Chinese essentially got involved into our popular culture and they integrated into society. That is how the Chinese Exclusion Act was repealed. Now, another example is the Jews during World War II. Now, essentially, the Jews were persecuted in Germany because they had such a high economic status compared to everyone else that there was envy between the Germans and the Jews. And that is why storefronts were being broken down and so on and so forth. But after World War II broke out and completed, the Jews integrated themselves into society. And they got Rosh Hashanah on the calendar, they got Hanukkah on the calendar, they got kosher foods in the market. And with that integration came their acceptability in society. As of right now, Muslims are the people that society doesn't understand. Muslims are the people that are being feared in society today. We live in a society that is scared of 1.7 billion Muslims. And the only step we can take to fix that problem is to integrate. How? Put Eid on the calendar. Understand Islamic history. Understand the context of Islam so everyone doesn't have to fear Islam. And the first step is to put Eid on the calendar. This is not an issue of high schoolers not being able to, just having the AP exams on a certain day. This is way beyond that. This is a precedent that will be set today. And the precedent is that we will incorporate and integrate Islam and other religions, such as Judaism and Christianity and so on and so forth, into our calendar and recognize it, because this is an integral component of integration so that Islam will once and for all be recognized in our calendars. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Could you state your name for us, just for the record?
Yeah, sure.
What's your name?
Safila Rafai.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
I did
said
speak
two
to you
names.
earlier
Yes.
at the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Ms. Silvestre.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Dr. Smith to consider for the next time we do the calendar, just for ways to keep the community informed about potential challenges to the calendar because of religious holidays.
Sure, we have, as one of the speakers referenced, we have a group that comes together each summer and begins working with the policy committee. And we will, Dr. McKnight and I will ensure the representation of that committee in the future is broad across all of the different stakeholders of our community.
And is there a written document that explains how those decisions are made in terms of days off on the holiday that could be shared with our speakers today?
There is written documents that we can share with all of the speakers today and with our whole community. So we
It's
will do
a
that.
little complicated, so
Mhm.
yeah, I think it.
There are days that are required by law to be off in the state of Maryland, and up until this calendar that we're discussing right now, we were under the governor's executive order to begin the Tuesday after Labor Day and end no later than June 15th. And so this calendar we're discussing right now is out from under that restriction, and so we'll share all of that with our entire community.
Finally, I just wanted to thank our speakers that came to talk about the ESOL program. We don't often get a lot of parents come to talk to us about that because they are also newcomers to this country. And so I appreciate the different perspectives. And I just wanted to ask Dr. Smith if he could look into the Aligned Intervention Program, System 44, and Math 180. The testimony was that they've been trained on it, but here they're entering the second quarter with no access
I
to
did
teachers.
note that, and we will absolutely look into that. And in terms of the as I shared with the board at a recent meeting, the influx of students, of our 2,750 students that we gained this school year, almost 2,300 of them came in during August and September. And so staff is working right now with all of our sites and all of our schools to try and add additional staff. One of the challenges is that the number of applicants right now for ESOL positions in September, October, November of the school year is basically empty. There are no applicants at this point, and so we will continue to identify individuals who could fulfill those roles, even though they may not have the full credentials that we would typically expect and want of our teachers. But I agree with the speaker. This is not an issue for next semester or next month. It's an issue that we're working on right now.
Thank you. Mrs. Spandrowski.
Yes, so thank you. I too want to thank all of our speakers today, everybody who came out, especially our ESOL. You covered that whole topic. As far as the Eid holiday goes, when you are putting that information together for that Ms. Silvestri asked about, could you also talk about any legal implications in terms of holidays? Religious closings.
Absolutely.
Because I know that's something that we as a board have, had to work through. Over the years, I've attended several of the Eid services, and I have to say they are incredible. The power in that room and the warmth, and someone mentioned in the testimony, and I was like, yep, it's a very incredible feeling to be in those rooms with all those thousands of people. So I appreciate where you're all coming from. But one of the things that I wanted to speak on, I already kind of mentioned it, the testimony from our senior at Poolesville High School. Now this isn't about Eid, but this goes back to, we celebrate a lot of different countries and their cultures here in MCPS, and I was unhappy about hearing that what they were going through when they missed a day due to a religious observance, even if it wasn't the official day of observance, because we have a lot of students that celebrate different holidays and they need to be able to stay home. And like I said, I thought it was our understanding that we'd worked kind of multiple years, extended amounts of time, to ensure that anyone who did stay home doesn't get penalized with either harder tests or having to make up homework that really has no necessity in terms of furthering their grades or anything like that, and trying to make sure that we weren't giving tests on major days when we know that there's a significant number of kids that might come out. So I just am bringing it up again because, you know, I don't like hearing that kids feel like they have to choose. It shouldn't be an either or, and I know that it is for so many of our students, but we need to make that as less of a obstacle as possible, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And so I will just thank our speakers, in particular our students that came today to give testimony. We appreciate your comments and we will take it all into consideration. And at this time, it concludes this portion on our agenda of public comments. The next item on our agenda is item 7, action on board policies. I will hand it over to Dr. Daca.
Thank you. We are going to be talking about policies the Policy Management Committee has worked on since we worked on them on October 22nd, and the committee discussed and considered revisions to Policy IGS Educational Technology, Policy BOA Legal Services, and Policy JEE Student Transfers. And those policies are being presented to the board today. And we've received updates on Policy IDA, the school year calendar, October 22nd. Policy IDA will also be presented for discussion today. So we'll start with Policy IGS, and I see Ms. Williams is already here.
If you could give me just one moment, I'm trying to find it here on the laptop. It's usually right here, and I'm not seeing it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, good morning and thank you. As Dr. Daca said, we are here today to talk about taking tentative action on Policy IGS Educational Technology. We want to share with you that we have been working on, the Policy Management Committee has been working on this policy for quite some time. A framework was presented and agreed upon by the Policy Management Committee in May of 2018. Staff continued to work on the topics that were addressed and in that framework. And our work was supplemented and augmented in May of 2019 when MSDE proposed digital learning standards to the Board of Education. And those standards were based on standards that were developed by the International Society for Technology on Education. And all of those standards, the standards that were developed at the national level and then undertaken by at the state level, have formed a good bit of our foundation of the policy that you'll be reviewing today. The work on this policy has been done in collaboration with multiple community stakeholders. We have a digital screen time work group, which has been convened by our chief academic officer, and we have representatives that meet with this work group on an ongoing basis. We also work with the Montgomery County Council of Parent-Teacher Associations. There's a Safe Technology Committee, and members of the Office of the Chief Technology Office participate with that group on an ongoing basis. As I mentioned before, there are several sets of standards that were reviewed in preparation of this document that you have before you. Starting at the state level, we have the digital learning standards for educators and the digital learning standards for students. These are the two sets of standards that two of the standards that were put forth by the International Society for Technology and Education, those two sets were adopted by MSDE. At the international level, they also have the standards for administrators and standards for education leaders. So we've had the opportunity to review all of those standards, as well as those put forth by the U.S. Department of Education. So you see that what you will hear today is research-based. The highlights of key points of this policy that we're bringing forward is not only to incorporate the digital learning standards, but we've also benchmarked with jurisdictions across the country. As does MCPS, have multiple regulations that govern various aspects of our technology work. Most jurisdictions across the country that we reviewed operate that way. We did not find any examples of an overarching vision for educational technology, which is what we are attempting to do in this policy, for the board to set forth its vision for educational technology. And there will continue to be regulations and guidelines and so forth that support specific aspects of our work. So the refocus of our existing policy is intended to focus on the board's vision, as I mentioned, for the MCPS technology infrastructure. Also, identifying key principles to guide the integration of technology into the daily teaching, learning, and operations of our system, and to fully embed technology into our curriculum. Ms. Hazel and Mr. Sevanini will now speak to you about their aspects of the policy.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
So one of the key upgrades to the policy is, one of the key upgrades to the policy is really focusing on the instructional components. And there are three key principles that we want to focus on today. And they are the technology supporting the curricular goals, that staff and students use technology responsibly, and that technology meets the diverse needs of students. And so focusing first on the curricular goals, we always want to ask ourselves first, what do we want students to know and be able to do? And then focus on how the technology can support the goals of our students. And instructional practices and the use of technology should always be evidence-based and purposeful. And the selection of instructional resources should enhance the teaching and learning and offer our students multiple paths. And we want to include the direct instruction for our students. We want to offer blended learning opportunities. And I think we're also at that point where we are looking at the possibility of distance learning and those types of opportunities for our students who may need different types of course offerings. And so we've been talking a lot about those opportunities for our students. In terms of responsible use of technology, in order for our teachers to effectively support our students, we want them to have the professional learning that's required for our teachers, and we want our students to, particularly our students who have special needs, to be able to access technology, that they have the assistive technology that they need. We want our students who are language learners to make sure that they have and can access, particularly with literacy and those types of things, technology. So we need our teachers to be able to have the professional development that they need, and oftentimes they have the resources in the classroom but don't necessarily know how to access it. And so it's very important for us to be able to train our teachers and provide them that professional development. It's also our responsibility to balance technology with other modalities. The policy reinforces this idea that there should be an appropriate balance between how much technology students receive and are exposed to with other modalities. So we want to make sure they have the face-to-face instruction, that they have print, text, and that they also have that teachers are also monitoring how much technology students are exposed to at one time. And so we want to make sure that that's being monitored for our students. And then finally, equity and access is also an important feature that we need to consider, particularly when we are assigning students assignments outside of the home. We want, for homework and other outside tasks, we want to make sure that we are considering our students and their connectivity at home, and making sure, again, that they have access to other types of prints and other modalities, so that students are able to be successful at home and use other devices. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith.
Hey, just one second, Mr. Chivney. Sure. I think I just want to really emphasize what Ms. Hazel just said to you, that the variation for students when we talk about equity and access is tremendous in terms of their access and their opportunity to use different kinds of technologies. We often think that the 182 school days for 6.5 hours a day is the whole universe of a student's life. It's not. It's actually that they're in school much less than they're out of school. And we hear from lots of different families across Montgomery County about their perspectives on screen time and the use of technology. And the fact is that many of the families we hear from are able to provide almost unlimited technological access and opportunity to all sorts of learning experiences, camps, special programs, Saturdays, and whatever the newest and best thing is. And so as we think about any of these issues, we have to think about the entire universe of students, from those who have almost no access except when they're in school or through a school-based program like the folks in front of you have been putting in place at Argyle Middle School and at many of our high schools and at Forest Oak and at Neelsville. If we're not able to do that. So I think we can't say it too often or state it too much, that this is a huge issue. Because when you walk into a 9th grade computer class and you look around and everyone in the room has been playing with technology since they were 2 or 3 years old, and you've had very little access, most people, and I know I certainly would have as a 9th grader, said, I don't know anything about this. These guys obviously know a ton about it. I'll just step out. And yet when you look at the number of living wage jobs in our society that go unfilled, the vast majority of them are in this sector right here. So I just think we got to think about the whole spectrum of students when we have these conversations around the use of technology and the real opportunities for career advancement, for higher education, for opportunity in our society. And I worry about it all the time for our students.
So, good morning. So there are 2 sections that relate to technology infrastructure. The first is that we are committed to data privacy and data security. There's no such thing as a system that is completely secure and private, but we continue to be committed 100% to that issue, to making our system as secure and private as possible. Some examples of that include a very strong investment in technology, hardware, and software, and that continues today. Also, that includes the compliance module that all of our stakeholders took this summer that deals with safety in the digital age, using data wisely with respect to federal laws like FERPA and COPA and things like that. And then also listening to our stakeholders, so listening to our members of the Safe Tech Committee, to our parent advocacy groups, etc., to make sure that we are as safe and secure as possible. And that is a moving target, as we all know. However, our goal is to never rest until the day is done and make sure that we keep our information as secure and safe as possible. And then second, that we are responsive to evolving technology needs and promoting equitable and easy access to technology. Dr. Smith talked a little bit about the equitable and easy access, and I'll talk about that. But with respect to being responsive to evolving technology, we do make changes when changes are appropriate that better serve the needs of our stakeholders. For example, we have a new Chromebook this year that is more robust and secure, not more costly, but more robust and secure, that's harder to remove keys and that keeps the repairs down so that it keeps use in the classroom up. That's one example. Another example is our use of the new digital smart screens that replace the old Promethean boards that are better use, that have less downtime, that also have a 10-year bulb life. And if you have worked in a school, you know that bulbs go out on these Promethean boards every few years, and they're very expensive. So to not have that issue for 10 years plus is a really good cost of ownership issue, and also really good for classrooms because they remain up for long periods of time. Finally, when we think about equitable access to technology, Dr. Smith touched upon that. We have several programs that we want to make sure you all are aware of. The first is the Verizon program, where 3 middle schools get every student and every teacher get a connected iPad that they can use for 3 years that also is connected to the Verizon network so that they can go home, and even if they do not have internet at home, they can use the iPad for homework completion, etc. The second is a Sprint 1 Million program for high school kids that allows them to get a device or MiFi device as well and go home and provide internet access as well. And then third and fourth deal with students who are allowed to check out a MiFi device, which is a wireless access point that they can bring home from their media center, or they can check out a Chromebook, an older Chromebook, and bring that home as well and provide that homework gap issue and allow them to complete homework as well when they leave school for the day. So, thank you, and at this time I think we will entertain questions.
Okay, thank you. We will open it up to Ms. Dixon.
So thank you very much to the Policy Committee and to you, Pete and Nikki, for working on, the revision to the policy. I would just urge us to continue to listen to our parent advocacy groups about technology safety and technology overload as well. I think that that's, a huge piece in terms of the amount of time that students are spending on their devices. I imagine that the world will be happy when the baby boomers have departed and, preferences for books or, yesterday I was at lunch and there was something on the table where, you put your credit card in and you have to do all that yourself. And I just told the waiter, no, I don't know anything about that. You'll have to do it. So anyway, I think it's really important, and I appreciate, Pete, that you've been open to hearing from, those parents that, don't like that great use of the technology all the time and want to limit it. So thank you very much.
Ms. Modrowski.
No, I too will just say thank you. I know, we went through a lot of this stuff through Policy Committee, so, I appreciate your touching on the partnerships with the technology resources, and hopefully we can utilize this for things like virtual classrooms, as we talked about before. The smart boards, it's so funny to me because yesterday... Yeah, well, I think so. I mean, the Prometheans are called smart boards, and then the TVs, right?
Correct.
So yesterday...
I was just talking about that.
Well, I was just thinking because yesterday my husband bought a car and I had to go in and we were signing something, and the actual desk was a computer, a TV top essentially, and you just wrote on the desk. And he hands me this thing and I'm looking at him and I'm like, what do you want me to do with this? I'm waiting for the papers, but there were no papers. But anyways, so I too just want to say that I really appreciate you paying attention to the concerns of our parents and our communities about both safe use and the energy that comes off of electronics. I'm not sure what, you call it, like when they say don't put your phone by your bed when you're sleeping. That's probably.
The RF radiation, is that what you're saying?
All right. So anyways, I just want to say thank you for your work on this, and I look forward to moving forward with it.
Mrs. O'Neill.
Well, I think that the draft policy is a good policy. I think it's captured elements of the world we live in today. I do think we need to listen to our parents and our community, but sometimes I feel some people have a particular agenda that's not in reality with the world we live in. And I had a conversation yesterday with someone, they would like to ban phones in the high schools. And I think that horse is out of the barn. And I don't know, somehow I feel like some small group who may not have children in high school are driving the train on that issue. And I bring this because COGRA, which is the policy on portable communication devices, I think it's changed its name, is referenced in the related entries. And I don't know whether we've ever done a survey really of parents and staff and students about technology, but many people who don't have internet at home do have these devices carrying around. These are computers, and I think all of us at this table can't live without the info that's coming here. And I think it's just, technology, I'm one who picks up the phone and talks to people. I don't like texting as much as I like personal interaction, and I don't want us to ever lose the ability for our kids just not to have the human experience. But I think learning how to use all technology responsibly and with a skeptical eye to the information that's coming to you from that is really important in the policy aspect of what we have to do. But I don't know. I just think it's unrealistic to think that high schools are going to suddenly ban iPhones, or cell phones. I don't think it's realistic, and I really don't believe that's what our parents or our staff want.
So, Ms. O'Neill, I do want to tell you that we are reviewing that policy, that regulation now. Mr. Tinbite is on the committee. We are actually meeting tomorrow night as our second meeting, but we want to make sure we look at broadly what that policy is. We're looking at what technology has come up since, for example, digital watches were never thought 3 or 4 years ago, things like that. But we're also looking at what happens when a violation of that policy occurs, things like that. So, but our principals who are on that committee have been very vocal that the idea of playing whack-a-mole, of the horses left the barn, the idea of banning is not really realistic at this point.
Well, and as someone who sat here back in the day when cell phones and pagers were illegal in the state of Maryland, and the board, we had an appeal of a young lady who had a phone in her purse and it was found, and she received a 10-day suspension. It was an automatic 10-day suspension. I don't want to go back to those days. I don't think it's enforceable, and I think we have to make sure that everyone is using technology safely. I mean, I do realize that you carry around school bullies that you used to just interact on the playground, but they follow you. And anyway, when I heard this desire to ban cell phones in high schools, I was like, oh my gosh. I was there when we had no choice on this 10-day suspension for a girl.
Dr. Daka.
Yes, I just want to support what Ms. O'Neill is saying about schools or teachers or administrators having to take time away from instruction and curriculum in order to check on these phones. I won't tell you some of the things that happen with them and how much time it takes up if the phone is missing, so I won't tell you that. But I have to say I've been remiss again. I did not have you introduce yourselves, but Ms. Stephanie Williams is the Associate General Counsel for the school system, and Ms. Nikki Hazel is the Associate Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and Mr. Peter Chevanini is the Chief Technology Officer. So thank you for bringing this forward today and clarifying things for us. And I know that I asked a question of Mr. Chevanini when we had it in the committee about teachers. Do they explain or show something to students about how to use these? I mean, how they shouldn't use these things to insult anybody or to put information down that's incorrect or to invade people's privacy?
We're slowly starting to incorporate that into our curriculums, correct? So we do that. We also have some best practice lessons that we are trying to package up and disseminate to all of our teaching staff as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith,
All
do
right.
we?
Any other
Oh.
discussion?
I was going to ask Dr. Smith if on the first day of school we attended, was it Quince Orchard, and there was a teacher who had a little saying at the beginning of the class
Yes.
to get her students to put their cell phones away, and the kind of the spiel that she gave. Did we ever videotape her?
We actually sent the staff out to Quince Orchard because she did such a nice job.
did.
And cell phones are a part of the world we live in. Different school systems take different approaches. I haven't really seen any large schools that actually ban cell phones successfully. And oftentimes the mythology is that this school system or that, but when we check into it, it's not accurate. It's not an accurate picture. But we did send somebody because the teacher was so skillful at
She
setting
was.
expectations, explaining the use, explaining what wouldn't happen with them, and how they would be used not only that day but going forward. So we have captured that information
Very
as
good.
well as the other. We're looking for best practices across our entire staff, and I sometimes think, and I know it's not a perfect comparison, but when I was a teacher, the rampant passing of notes was a very big deal. Kids pass notes all over class. We didn't ban pencils. It's not a perfect example, but we have to learn to manage life, because then they're going to walk off the stage in a few months as a graduate and be able to manage that part of their life. And so that's our job as adults, to make sure that is part of how we teach and what we teach.
Okay. I didn't know if my other colleagues had any comments. Ms. Silvestre, we can move on with the vote.
Technology is just fascinating and it can be very useful for our students. And I also wanted to ask about the equity issue. So it's great that we have those programs like the ones you mentioned at Neelsville and so forth, but there's pockets of poverty in most of our schools throughout the county. So if I do not have a computer or internet access at home, how do I do my homework? Sometimes I ask my middle schooler, what do you have for homework? She says, I don't know. I have to go check Google something or other. So for starters, if I can't do that at home, how do I even know what the homework is? And then no Chromebook, no printer. How does that work?
Well, all of our secondary schools have the assignment books, the notebooks. So they should be writing it down. So they shouldn't have to access the Google. We call it the Google. They shouldn't have to access Google to check their assignments. They should be able to just look in their written notebook to get the assignment and print off whatever they need. But
Print off where?
I mean, if they should be able to take something physically home into their backpacks and be able to write on the assignment and bring it back to school. They shouldn't have to go into Google to check their assignments or do their assignments online.
Okay. I would just ask that we reiterate that point because I wonder if that's being implemented throughout the county. And then just, do we have any parent education around, the cell phones came so quickly and smartphones, and a lot of people purchase phones for their children. Maybe they don't have a plan, but if they can get Wi-Fi in hotspots, they have access to it. I make my child plug the phone in at a certain location and the child goes to sleep. But I'm amazed how many messages come in at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. just all night. And we're new to this as parents, and I just feel like we need some help in helping to monitor first of all, when should I have a cell phone? When should that be put away? What about homework with the cell phone out? I know I would be very distracted trying to do complicated math with the phone dinging every few seconds. So any kind of tips that we can give to parents in terms of what's recommended in order to manage the technology appropriately is helpful.
And we can certainly send, and I know that my school, my child's middle school, sent home tips during back to school night. And we can certainly send something like that from our office for all schools. But that would certainly be very helpful.
And finally, one thing that I never thought of before, but a parent came to me and said, all this technology in their schools is great, but can you please also teach our children about how it works and how they can be not just users, but makers or producers of technology in the future? Understand what's behind this. Understand what's behind a Promethean board. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf.
I just want to thank you for the work you did on the policy. It's excellent. But I just have one comment. It goes to equitable access. And mind you, I'm not making any value judgments here. But your programs are at the middle schools, high schools, for checking out Chromebooks. I was at an elementary school when I first came to the board. And the complaint that I was hearing from the teachers is, yes, we do have Chromebooks. We're supposed to be using them, but they don't work. And, whoever does the technology repair in the building is moving as fast as they can, but it's not fast enough. And we're supposed to be delivering something on these Chromebooks. So what do we do for that? Because this was a highly impacted school.
So I really can't speak for that school specifically because I'm not sure which one, but we are looking at several programs over the next year to further improve the response time to Chromebook repair. Because when there are as many Chromebooks as we have in this district, there are ones that are going to break, and they break at certain schools and more frequency than others. But we do want to make sure that if we hear about a particular area or pocket that where Chromebooks are breaking more often, if we don't know that, please let that person know to bring it to my attention, and we'll make sure we address that.
Thank you.
Dr. Daka. I'm sorry, Mr. Tinbite, because she keeps putting her light on.
Mr. Tinbite.
But I know, but she had her light on, so I wanted to make sure. Mr. Tinbite.
Sure, I have no questions about this. I know we had this in the policy committee, and you all definitely know I'm excited about this policy. But I know that, as Dr. Smith mentioned, technology, at least in my lifetime, is now a very major part of our lives and how we move forward. And as you all highlighted, a few of the big questions coming up is definitely equity and access, safety, and balancing this technology. And I hope that we all are cognizant of how we balance those things in the future, but also not lose sight of making sure that, for example, kids know how to find a word in a dictionary. I honestly haven't had that opportunity in a while, so Google's been good. But
Really?
so this is good. I appreciate the work on this.
Dr. Daka.
I just wanted to say, are there any other questions or comments before we present this? The committee would like to present this to the full board for a motion to accept this report. So, are we ready to accept it?
We're ready to have it presented. Ms. Williams.
Are we going to the next one?
No, we're going to this one. She's going to go through the policy.
Okay, so I would like to start by directing your attention on page 2 in the issue section that we've divided the policy into several categories, and they're broken down, which Ms. Hazel, Mr. Chevanidi have highlighted for us. The first is that technology is an integrated part of the teaching and learning process, supporting curricular goals. Staff and students use technology resources capably, actively, and responsibly. Technology supports students in meeting diverse learning needs and pursuing a range of interests. And MCPS provides a comprehensive and functional technology infrastructure to support instruction and operations, and MCPS will engage with multiple stakeholders to shape, advance, and accelerate the board's vision for empowered learning with educational content, educational technology, and digital content. So I'll just highlight a few sections for you of each of those sections of the policy. So on page 2, we speak about the standards that I referenced at the opening of our conversation, at the educational agencies at both the national and state levels having set forth standards that form a foundation of the policy that we're working on today. Also on page 3, I would draw your attention to the fact that we are emphasizing that MCPS will integrate technology into instruction and operations in alignment with our own policy, ACA, non-discrimination, equity, and cultural proficiency, as well as the accessibility requirements set forth in federal law and our standards of universal design. For category 2, regarding the board's expectation that staff and students use technology resources capably, actively, and responsibly, I'd like to highlight that MCPS will identify competencies required for capably integrating technologies into instruction and providing appropriate professional learning. As I continue that section on page 5, we talk about balancing and the use of educational technology with a variety of instructional methods and modalities in support of active, engaged, meaningful, and socially and interactive learning. In that same section, we also talk about, continuing on page 6, digital citizenship and responsible use. We promote models and guidelines for the safe, legal, and ethical use of digital information and technology. And we help students cultivate and manage their digital identities and reputations. They need to be informed of both the short and long term, as Ms. Silvestri is actually referencing implications of their use of the technology. On page 7, we talk about data privacy and data security. The board has provided significant guidance with respect to data privacy in the policy KBA, public information, the board policy KBA, which is regarding public information. And that sets forth the expectations that all of the state and federal laws regarding data collection, privacy, and security, while that's set forth in that policy, we expand upon it here because of its close correlation with the topic. The third area, and again, we emphasize providing staff ongoing professional learning regarding the use of personally identifiable information and other sensitive data. The third area that we address in the policy is supporting students, using technology to support students in meeting diverse learning needs and pursuing a range of interests. We know that emerging technologies offer the possibility of multi-tiered interventions to supplement our traditional instruction. So MCPS will assess, develop, and select the appropriate technology to support learner pathways beyond the classroom. And that may include distance learning, blended learning, and other technologies that address the diverse learning interest and needs of our students. To that end, on page 9, section D, we talk about textbooks, digital devices, and print and digital learning resources being selected, acquired, and distributed in a way that makes them usable across the widest range of individual variability. As Dr. Smith referenced, the need of considering the equity implications of students' access to technology and disparate challenges that students may face with the level of access they have in their homes. We address that at the bottom of page 9 in section E. The next, section 4, discusses providing a comprehensive and functional technology infrastructure which supports the instruction, operations, and communications within the community. And it's a policy here sets forth here that it's the board's expectation that MCPS take a systemic approach to the acquisition and use of effective, appropriate, sustainable, and fiscally responsible technology. And that we leverage the technology to develop and expand collaboration and communication in terms of connecting classrooms and cultivating collaborative relationships among students, teachers, staff, parents, and community partners. And our final section 5 discusses engaging with multiple stakeholders to shape, advance, and accelerate the board vision for empowered learning with educational technology. Our units throughout the district who are responsible for educational technology planning will work collaboratively with each other, as well as county, state, and government or government groups and other emerging commercial technologies to ascertain provide the necessary, efficient, and cost-effective applications. I direct you to the desired outcomes on page 12, where we talk about that educational technology will be appropriately, effectively, sustainably, and equitably integrated into MCPS instruction and operations. And this is all done in support of student performance and achievement, staff productivity, and efficiency of the day-to-day operations. And as we pursue the development or selection of emerging educational technology, we'll consider the implications of these investments on equity, access, and the appropriate integration into sound pedagogical practice.
Okay. So Dr. Yep, that's it.
Now, are there any other questions or concerns? Okay, hearing none, then we'll vote to accept this or not accept this. All in favor of accepting the policy as it has been stated?
That is unanimous.
Thank you, that's unanimous. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing. Appreciate it. Okay, now we're going to the next policy, which is Legal Services Policy, BOA. You go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so next we are looking at policy BOA, legal services. This policy was last revised in 2009. And I will share with you, as we state in the purpose section, starting on page 1, that the main purpose of this policy is to emphasize the importance of proactive legal problem solving, promoting collaborative dispute resolution, and to engage in strategic decision-making to promote equity and academic excellence for all students. So this policy sets forth the emphasis on managing legal services in that regard. And on page 2, we reflect on the fact that the legal services are provided in consultation with the Board of Education, superintendent, and other administration through the General Counsel, who is responsible for overall management of legal services. And the policy, and starting there, sets forth the expectations for the scope of the legal services that are managed primarily through the General Counsel, and those continue on until through page 4. And at page 4, I will bring your attention to section B, which references that the General Counsel coordinates the management of all legal services for the board, for the superintendent of schools, and the district as a whole, except in those limited circumstances where the board may require legal support in fulfillment of its quasi-judicial responsibilities to adjudicate appeals and hearings, challenging actions by the superintendent of schools. Or also the second exception is regarding matters regarding the employment of the superintendent of schools. In the lower part of page 4, we move to the section regarding the selection, retention, and oversight of outside counsel. This outside counsel is often required to be retained when we have highly specialized areas in which highly specialized legal expertise is required. And on page 8, I will bring to your attention that it references that the superintendent and the general counsel will consult with the board regarding settlement of legal claims with significant budgetary or programmatic implications.
Okay. So I can go around the table, or if you want to make comments. So I'll start with Mrs. O'Neill. You have no comments? Ms. Silvestri?
No comments.
Okay. Ms. Dixon?
So I wanted to ask the question, on page 5, it says the board will contract with attorneys or firms selected to serve as outside counsel, subject to renewal. So the amount that we spend on outside counsel, how does that work? Does the counsel, our counsel, Mr. Sivan, have unlimited access to funds? Or, so for example, in order to get $25,000 and over in terms of contracts, that has to come before the board. But I'm not sure that we take a vote, before the contract has been done. And I will say that, that happened with the last money that we spent, which was $250,000. How does that work? Do you have, the authority to just do that with, how does that work? Do you have, funds there? It's not, doesn't seem to be as rigorous as
Sure. So there's a budgeted amount that the board allocates each year for legal expenditures.
How much is that?
I don't have it on the top, but we can follow up with the exact amount. And then every month there is a item in the monthly reports that lists the actual expenditures by firms, by topic area, and the like. And additional expenditures, including any cases that require settlements and expenditures of significant funds, we come before the board typically in closed session, giving the sensitivity and the confidentiality of those measures. And actually, there's some clarifying language about that process in this regulation.
Okay.
And then all contracts go before the renewal of contracts. Most of our outside legal counsel have been longstanding, go to the board through the board office and through the chair of the board to review and sign off on. And then finally, any new attorneys, besides the ones that we've had for a while, go to the board with either a item of information if it's a small amount for a specific specialized area, or if it's a large amount, go before the board in closed session to discuss.
Right. So do you think it's reasonable that, let's say, if you're going to spend $100,000 on or more on outside counsel, that, the board be, on board with that? If you got 5 of 8 votes, then it's okay to do. Do you think that's some, or?
I was gonna make a comment. So typically, when we discuss as a board, we discuss what we want to do in a certain situation, and we're usually given a range, and we make a decision to move forward, and then we vote at the table, and it's usually in consent items. So I don't know if there's a situation that you're talking to in particular, but since I've been on the board, we've had the discussion. There's never like any blindsiding, and we're given a range. We may not know.
Well,
and we vote on. We make a decision if we want to move forward based on the information that has been disclosed. When we come to the table with the detail.
And what I'm referring to specifically, is what we decided.
Or maybe we don't need to be specific.
To spend on the extracurricular piece, the $250,000. the letter to contract was signed before we decided that. And that's what I want to prevent, I guess, is I think that the board should be consulted about that before we sign that letter.
So I would be happy I think it's detailed administration piece. I'd be happy to work on a follow-up to just make it clear what we do on particular pieces and work with the superintendent to make sure that we have processes that everybody knows what the processes are.
I understand that, outside counsel is expensive, but, I do think, when we're spending great sums of money, that, we should have discussed it before, the letter is signed to contract the people.
So I think there was extensive discussion, but we will work to clarify going forward.
Okay. Thank you.
That's helpful, thank you. So Ms. O'Neill said, Ms. Wolf, did you have any comments? Okay, you were here. And so now we can have Ms. Williams go through the, oh, you just did. You did, you're right, okay. And so now what we can do is vote. Yep.
Yes, now, shall we take tentative action on this? Well, you have another comment?
No, I was just clarifying then, so you're saying this would be tentative action and give you time to come back with? I didn't know if we were supposed to.
And I was saying that I think is a nature of procedure, not specific policy
No, not
language.
specifically because of this. and
Yes.
then Yeah, sorry about that. Okay.
I'll let you.
Are we okay with tentative action on this going forward? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sivan. He is our general counsel.
We're going to move to policy JEE.
And I hand this over to Ms. Williams again.
Thank you. Yes, we are now moving forward with policy JEE regarding student transfers. So as we are all aware, the Board Policy Management Committee has been reviewing policy JEE student transfers in response to Ms. Dixon's new business item of June 2018, pardon me. After review by the Policy Management Committee in November of 2018, the Policy Management Committee brought forth comments and recommendations for discussion in January of 2019. At that time, the board reviewed extensive data and framing questions by the Policy Management Committee and directed further review of 4 specific areas. And those areas include unique hardship, particularly those that involve students' medical, emotional, or social needs, children of staff members, transfers for children of staff members, academic transfers, middle school, and the 4th area is middle school articulation to high schools in the same feeder pattern as a student may attend on a COSA. The Board Policy Management Committee met 3 times since the January of 2019 discussion at the board table, and today we're bringing forward feedback from the Policy Management Committee, and we will focus this discussion because there's a lot of work that's been done in this policy, so we will try to focus our discussion on the areas, the 4 areas that I just referenced in the Policy Management Committee's recommendations in regard to those areas. You'll notice technical edits in addition throughout the document, and we also have some additional questions that arose during the context of the last policy committee meeting, and we can certainly come back and have those discussions, but I'd like to start by focusing on the 4 areas that the board directed the Policy Management Committee to focus on. So starting with unique hardships, I'll direct you to please look at page 2 of the policy. The first thing we did was to expand the definition of unique hardship, provided some more clarification, if you will, to the language that was there in the past, and I'm looking at lines 36 through 41. So the language added includes students may apply for a COSA when extenuating circumstances related to their specific physical, mental, or emotional well-being or their family's individual or personal situation that could be mitigated by a change of school environment. So that language is intended to clarify a bit the term unique hardship. We've gone on, the Policy Management Committee has gone on to provide some specific examples of hardships in response to requests for student transfers that we've had over time. So we've provided definitions, information rather, regarding childcare, which you see at the bottom of page 2 and continues on to page 3, explains the circumstances in which childcare may be considered a unique hardship. At the middle of page 3 at line 66, it discusses when there a type of hardship could be when there are extenuating circumstances involving the physical, mental, or emotional well-being of the student. We talk about the documentation that should be provided in those circumstances. And on page 4 at lines 87 through 90, we provide clarification for what can be done if there, in the absence of such documentation. So if a family has, in the this category, if the family has feedback from a healthcare provider, they may provide that documentation and that's fairly typical. And it's practice that if a family presents information about a physical emotional hardship but doesn't have the access to that type of documentation from a healthcare provider, our staff reaches out to the school. So we've added that language to the policy so that all families know about that possibility. The next category that the board directed our attention to is regarding children of staff members, and that language is addressed on page 5. Here, starting on page 5, in this section, we've provided language that addresses the fact that school-based staff who work in Title I schools, innovative school year calendar schools, or focus schools may request a transfer for their own children to attend the school in which they work. The language in that section that continues on to pages 6 and 7 describe the eligibility requirements, if you will, for a staff member to access this opportunity. There is a requirement that the request be accompanied by a plan for childcare and other supervision during all times during the staff member's duty day. If the student's enrollment in the school becomes an impediment to the staff member's ability to carry out their duty satisfactorily, the student's transfer may be rescinded. Number 3, it sets forth that the superintendent of schools may establish a process and a timeline for consideration of such requests, as well as limit eligibility based on staff performance or conduct concerns. And then also it clarifies, this is not new, it's just put there at the request of Mr. Tinbite, actually clarifies the fact that all MCPS staff who do not work in one of the categories of schools that's been identified may apply for a COSA for their children in accordance with the terms set forth in the policy. I next address your attention to page 9. For the third category that the board asked us to focus on, and that is the middle school automatic articulation from middle school which the student is attending based on a COSA to automatically articulate to the high school that is in the feeder pattern for the middle school that they have been attending. So the new language sets forth that starting with students who enter 6th grade during the school year 2021, a student attending middle school in a COSA seeking to attend the high school in that middle school's feeder pattern will have to reapply for a COSA. I will note that the sentence that precedes what I read regarding elementary school is nothing new. It was just added for clarification because when we were modifying the middle school requirement, kind of left the elementary hanging. So we thought it would be helpful to add that clarifying language of the practice and policy that's already in place. And the final section that was added in response to the direction of the board is regarding academic transfers. And this starts at the bottom of page 9. It states that the MCPS shall implement a process which is separate from the COSA process, which is described in the policy, for the purpose of considering certain academic transfer requests for high school students. So this is limited to high school students, and it enables them to participate in a multi-year sequence of related courses, which is defined in the district course catalog, that is not available at the student's home school, or a multi-year single course sequence, again, as defined in the district school course catalog, that is not available at the student's home school. And then we set forth some process requirements. Specifically, there will be deadlines and a process that aligns for such requests, that aligns with our timelines for course registration and staffing needs. Such transfers will be permitted only if space is available after local students enroll. And consistent with the district's strategic priorities, MCPS may also consider adjustments to academic programming at the student's home school in lieu of granting the academic transfer request. And MCPS reserves the right to require the students to return to their home schools if they withdraw from the course sequence for which the academic transfer request was granted. So at this time, Dr. Daca, I would pause, see if there's discussion on any of the 4 areas that we were directed by the board, and then we have other areas in which we will continue.
Let's begin with Mrs. O'Neill. That's where we. Yep.
Well, there is a lot in here, and I want to just comment that, as the policy committee worked through these many months, we started with the key areas, the key questions, and then we also benchmarked with other districts. One thing, the not granting the automatic transfer from middle to high school, many districts require COSA reapproval on a yearly basis.
Correct.
It's not granted for all of elementary, all of middle, all of high school, and to the best of my knowledge, nobody had an automatic from level to level.
That's correct.
We started, there have been concerns about what is a unique hardship, and looking at other districts, particularly on the social and emotional piece. Both Howard, benchmarking with Howard and Fairfax were 2 that jump out. There were common pieces in the policies that spoke to those elements in particular. I will say almost every one of the policies that we benchmarked had a mitigating factor of enrollment, of capacity. We didn't include that generally, but I think that a lot of the elements in this draft policy, we've heard through our quasi-judicial role in appeals over the years. So it is a representation, although it may not speak to everyone, of elements that the board has worried about, carefully considered in the past. And we did a lot of research, staff did a lot of research, and benchmarking with other districts.
Ms. Silvestre.
Yes, I wanted to ask the question about capacity. You said that all of these situations are based on whether there is capacity at the school, or is it regardless of capacity?
What I said is, when you look in the binder that we've all been given, most of the policies say have a limiting factor of capacity. I mean, certainly it's one that is of concern to us, but they all said, you know, you can't get this COSA or grant this transfer. This is in other districts if we're overcrowded.
What's in this recommendation?
So on page 8, we discuss the elements of consideration for approval and denial of COSAs, and we set forth, and this is, as Mrs. O'Neill says, as distinguished from the majority of the other districts, which just have sort of a threshold capacity or no capacity as to whether the request even goes further. Here on page 9, we will take a look at the reasons for the request. If the student that's making the request has special education services, we look at whether the IEP can be implemented at the requesting school. Consider applicable staffing and services generally available at the requested school. And then number 4 in this section, school capacity, including grade level and cluster capacity, and other issues that implicate the ability of the school to admit the new student. So it is among the factors as opposed to just a threshold halt on the consideration as it is in many other districts.
Another question is around athletics. I understand that if you apply for a COSA, you have to wait a year in order to be able to participate in athletics. But that applies to middle school as well, and I just wondered, it does not apply to middle school?
I think that's just in high school.
Could we check into that?
School. Okay.
Just because I don't think it makes sense to keep kids from participating in athletics in middle school if they're on a COSA.
I'm pretty sure it's just.
No, I'm pretty
just
sure
in
that it's high school
Yes,
only.
just in high school.
Because coaches were poaching other schools to get their players, so they had to.
Again, I
put
would just
some kind
ask
of
that we check
regulation
on
in.
that.
High school.
You can request a waiver also at the high school level.
Okay.
Yeah, you can request, we actually looked into this when we considered the high school athletic piece at the JE several years ago, and you can request a waiver to the 1 year, and in many instances, it is granted, but I don't recall that it applied to middle school. It just seemed that it was
Maybe
high
it's on the form. Maybe it's on, there's some language on the COSA form that talks about this, and if you don't know that it doesn't apply to middle school, you might think, oh, my kid's not going to be able to participate in athletics.
Okay, we will confirm that.
How will parents know that there is a multi-year sequence of related courses at a particular school in order to even apply for a COSA?
So there is a process that will be, that is in development, that will provide information to schools, to families about this application process. I think.
Will it be part of the new high school program selection menu?
Good afternoon. So yes, part of what we need to do is develop a process that is able to pinpoint the sequence of opportunities that would be delineated through this particular action from the board. And as you heard before us talk about the one-stop shop that the 8th graders go through in terms of determining what options and opportunities are for high school for them, we would have to make sure that it is there as well for the particular students.
So in the same menu?
Yes. So if every 8th grader right now will log in to see what programs and options do I have for high schools, that would have to be embedded in there.
So this would only be for high school level? I
Yes.
can't choose a sequence in middle school?
Yes, the high school programming sequence, yes.
Yes.
There is a place in the report that describes the multi-year sequence, the single course sequence, and it gives examples of the courses that are involved. So I thought that was helpful.
Could I, if I'm interested in a dual language program and I'm not in that catchment area, could I apply to be a part of that because it's a unique sequence of? something.
If we had those kind of programs, we are looking to see how the guidance from the board reads so that we can go back and look at specifically which programs based on the guidance from the multi-year sequencing. The dual language or the two-way immersion programs are only at the elementary level at this time.
I just think it's something to consider since
Yeah.
that's a very unique program that you can't be in unless you live in that area.
I'll just point out on page 9, where we start this section, it does specifically state that this process is available for high school students at this time.
And then the high schools, the middle schools that are currently articulate automatically to high school without the COSA are which middle schools?
So under the current language, if a student is attending a high school, any middle school on a COSA, the ability to continue in that feeder pattern, it applies throughout the district.
Okay. Okay.
So if they were granted a COSA based on, any of the reasons the policy permits in middle school, until now, the policy has permitted them to continue to the high school in the feeder pattern.
But we also have 2 language immersion middle schools that have this as well. The Spanish immersion and the Chinese immersion programs, correct?
And
French. They're automatically articulating to the high schools?
Currently.
Dr. Smith?
Currently, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And this would change that.
But I also think that there are programming discussions about how students go to high school for continuation of programs.
So can you ask the question again?
The conversation is around the articulation from elementary schools to middle schools in language in the one-way immersion programs, essentially in French, Spanish, and Chinese, and what happens with the continuation on the high school. And
Currently, I think it was stated they continue. Currently, that is the case. The language here would change that because there would be a required step for people to reapply for that continuation.
this is going to be an evolving world, though, as we build out more and more language programs. So that'll have to be
And I know part of the
a
choice
part of that consideration.
study was to build out more language opportunities in the high schools, and I think that needs, I don't know where you are with that.
Well, currently, we started building specifically at the elementary level with the two-way immersions. We just last year added Lee as the additional middle school to do the articulation component. But I will also say that with the articulation component and the seal of biliteracy, we are both building at the middle school and at the high school the sequence of courses that students can take, because now it's a larger population than simply students that were in immersion programs. So all of those considerations we'll need to take a look at because we can build different programs. We'll need to build more programming both at the middle and the high schools. The students at the middle school right now are able to take and have more access to world language classes, which will by default mean they're taking it earlier, those high school credits, and will be ready to take sort of upper level language classes in the high schools.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith? Oh, okay. Ms. Wolf?
I want to thank you for your work on this. I know it's been a long time coming. And there's some components that I really, really like. In particular, the COSA for middle school to high school, the staffing provisions that allow the teachers to move their kids. And I had the same question that my colleague had on the academic transfers. But I do think that the section on unique hardship, where you describe unique hardship, is better served without the examples because we already have discretion. And I think examples make people think that if they say their financial situation is significant, it's automatically significant. And I just foresee a lot of issues coming with that. Thank you.
I agree as well. Mr. Tinbite? Ms. Dixon?
Great. So first, I want to just thank the policy committee, Judy, Pat, Rebecca, and Nate. You know, when I start talking about this, something would go down the wrong pipe because I have a lot to say, so it may be limited because of that. But in any case, I want to thank you all for your leadership on this. I think you worked very hard along with Stephanie and Josh on this, and that this was nicely presented as well in the binder with all of the notes from the sessions that you had. So it was very easy to understand and go through and, you know, find the information. So if I could just take this by each of the four issues, I would appreciate that. The other thing that I wanted to just say as well that I appreciate is that we're going to send this out for comment for 30 days, and then it will come back. And so hopefully this can be in place, whatever we decide, for the 2020 to 2021 school year. This is the first, what I would call substantive modification of this policy, and really an effort to bring it into the 21st century, because it's really the first substantive modification we've done, and the committee listed them as non-substantive November 2006 and 2017, but since I would say 1995. So I think that that's really significant. And while, you know, you can't always get everything that you want, I'm really pleased with, you know, what we have put forward. But I did want to say something about the unique hardship. To me, and I did Google this because you can look these up on Google too. Unique means the only one of its kind, unlike anything else. And I don't think of situations as being unique. I think of individuals being unique, that there's no one else like, let's say, you, Stephanie, or you, Maria, or, you know, members of the board. You know, I would have preferred that we, instead of using maybe unique, maybe do what I think it's Fairfax County and Baltimore County use the word exceptional hardship as opposed to unique. So hardship is, you know, if you Google it, severe suffering or privation, a condition that is difficult to endure, lack of comfort, constant toil, or danger. Whereas if you put that together with, where's my definition here? Exceptional. I know I had that here. I want to be precise with it. Exceptional, which means unusual or not typical, you know, is what that word means, exceptional. So, you know, and we'll send it out, we'll see what we get back, but I think that, you know, the pieces that we've put in place in terms of the academics where students can, you know, take a sequence of courses at another school is definitely a positive. The middle school to high school, requiring a COSA again, I don't know, but I guess I can live with that, but, you know, I might have left that, you know, alone. I'm really pleased with the piece in terms of the staff. I think it's a first step. I think we do have to treat our teachers and our staff like professionals, and that, where we can be family friendly as well. Because I think when teachers feel comfortable and understand and feel that their children are well taken care of and that they don't have to worry about them, I think then they're able to give their best to the children that they teach. And I think that that is a really, really important piece. But, I think, going down the road, we may do some more things with that. And I would, venture to say, because one of the questions that the committee had was, well, is that fair, to other families and so forth? I would say that I think it is, because, within any, organization or profession, people do that. I would imagine, if you looked at, NIH and, doctors and, their children needing medical care and things like that, they make sure that that sort of thing, is taken care of. So, I would just say that I had a couple of things that I just really wanted to point out that, I might add with 5 of 13 on page 5 of 13 up at the top there. Number 2, where it says a COSA may be approved by the regular school program for younger siblings on a case-by-case basis. I think, it might not hurt to add and in consultation with the principal of the school. I mean, these are the folks, that run the school, and I think, that probably have some pretty good judgment about that. I'm not saying, we have to do that. I'm just saying, where I might want to do something a little different. And then on section 4, it says, and above, the above do not apply if a boundary change has occurred. I think that needs maybe a little bit of clarity in terms of maybe the first year of a boundary change, because after that, what does that mean? Could you request that, COSA, after, the first year? And then, as I said, I think that, we've done really well with the staff member. But the question that I had before is, have we really taken a look at how many staff members actually already now have their children at their school where they teach? I think you would find that it's pretty significant.
You mean based on a COSA, Ms. Dixon?
Based on a COSA, yes. So, or they might live in that area also, which is another piece. I'm on page 8, D, and I'm just looking here. Reassignment from one consortium school to another after lottery assignments are finalized for that year are handled through the Division of Consortia Choice and Application Program Services based on a unique hardship. So is this a change? Because my thinking or understanding was that when you went through that choice process in the consortium and you didn't get your first choice, then if you stayed there for the year, that you could automatically transfer. But this is saying now that you have to do it on the basis of a unique hardship you have to apply. So is that a change, or?
This is not new language.
That's not?
Yeah.
It's not new language.
It's not new language. If you, most of our students in the consortiums get their first, and definitely very few get their second, and hardly anybody gets their third. And so the language there reflects current practice, that if you get your first choice and then you want to choose another school, there is a process for hardship for that year the following year, they can automatically go to that other school.
Right.
And that is current practice.
Yeah. Do we need to clarify that, though?
We can take a
Yeah.
look at it. If it's not reading to you, and thank you
Right.
for the previous comment also, staff looks at it, and sometimes we need to step away and take a look. So we'll look at the language to make
Right.
sure it makes sense.
Yeah, I think that would be great. Okay, the multi-year single course, that's great, yeah. So, as I said, thank you guys, ladies, and Nate, for your leadership on this. I'm prepared to vote for it. I hope you all are as well. And as I said, you can't get everything that you want necessarily at the beginning, but I think, moving forward, be looking at this again. Not necessarily during my time or your time on the board, but in the future, hopefully, we won't take so long, to take a look at it. So, thank you.
Mrs. Smodrowski.
Yep, thank you. So let me preface by saying that I did not get the revised copy, so when I give you the number, I have it in here, but it didn't come with my materials. So I may be referencing things that aren't accurate in terms of the specific things. But under what I have on page 5 of, under D with the MCPS employees, one of the things that we had talked about at the policy committee meeting was taking into consideration that, so the verbiage at the bottom of D, well, I think it's D.
Tells the page number.
Page 5. So MCPS employees, it reads, the superintendent of schools may establish timelines for consideration of COSAs, as well as limit eligibility based on employee performance or conduct concerns. And we had talked about with, any kind of review of, so in other words, if a principal says it's fine, but then they realize it's become disruptive, are we looking at anything like that, or?
Can I just say that this copy is page... This copy is page 6. The language that Ms. Mendrosky is referring to is at page 6, line 161. I just wanted to bring people to
Thank
the
you. Yeah.
section you were referring to.
Page.
Page 6.
Yeah. You want, no? Anybody? No?
It's 161. What was your question, Rebecca?
My question was, are we taking into consideration any kind of review in terms of giving the principal flexibility to say this has been disruptive, and we're...
Oh, that language was in fact added at, above it, at line 155. If the student's enrollment in the school in which the staff member works becomes an impediment to the staff member's ability to perform their duties satisfactorily, the student transfer may be rescinded.
Excellent, thank you. And then a couple of things that we're going to catch up on in a little bit, but when we talk about the, I'm happy that we're having them do the reapplying for the COSA. I think it's important that families understand that what might qualify for a COSA at one grade level, whether elementary, middle, or whatever, may not qualify as a hardship at every level or qualify for a COSA at every level. I think that we should take into consideration having a document of understanding, or whatever we want to call it, that parents have to sign when they are given a COSA, that indicates that they understand that just because their child has a COSA for elementary school, for example, doesn't mean that they're going to automatically get it for middle school. Because a lot of people think that then their kids have made friends and they want to continue on with their friends, and I think that we need to make sure that they have a full understanding of this is a choice you're making as part of the
So in addition to the policy and the supporting regulation, staff has a COSA booklet that actually going to make sure timing of the printing and the production and so forth with final action on this, and that is addressed. That is a specific question that is addressed in the COSA booklet, which includes the application. I honestly don't recall, but somebody here might, whether it says that in the signature line of the form, but it is definitely in the Q&A that's associated with the application process.
And depending on how the board finalizes the language, we will have to go through that manual and the communications that we do and the notifications to families to align how the board finally puts the policy language moving forward.
Okay. I just think it's important that we make them acknowledge that they understand that.
I just wanted to check and make sure I understood what you were suggesting. You're suggesting that once a COSA's been approved, that there would be some sort of acceptance document that would reaffirm the process
Right.
and the parameters around which the COSA is accepted.
Exactly.
I think it's a very good idea. We can do that.
Okay, right.
It's a very good idea, and that's on file then.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly, and that's my,
Yeah.
because then they can't be like, well, we didn't know.
We've
and-
all made an agreement.
Right, exactly. Did you have something you wanted to add about that? Okay. I want to associate myself with the comments of Ms. Wolf in reference to my concerns with the spelling out what a unique hardship is. I think that we as a board have that authority to make those determinations, and I think there will be a misunderstanding of both what Ms. Wolf mentioned in terms of they'll think with that because this is what we wrote, that that's okay. I also, not to sound skeptical, but think, some people might use that language to put down specifically what they think they need to write in terms to get the COSA. So I'm just putting that out there for consideration. I also wanted to comment on Ms. Silvestri's comments about, I know that this, generally, our programming stuff goes from, as a high school issue. However, with us having elementary schools, especially as we're looking at space capacity issues in some schools, and some of the schools might have, so if a parent wanted to apply for a COSA for their child to go to, let's say, Brown Station, where they've got the dual language program, we're not allowing for that?
She wants to know, can they automatically go to the school?
Not automatically, but can they apply for a COSA to go to that school so that they can participate in the dual language program?
They have
So, but no, there's a process for applying.
No,
there's
that's a
process for
separate
applying
thing.
dual language, because that's not what's covered here. That's not covered in the policy.
No, the dual language, I think the question that is being asked is whether there can be an academic transfer process considered to go to a two-way immersion school. If I understand that correctly, the two-way immersion schools right now are based on the local feeder. And my understanding from having read JEE is that the language is specifically to the programs at the high school level.
Right.
And so the board would have to provide some language if it looks to do something different beyond high school.
Well, I know where my colleagues are on it, but I'd like to suggest that we consider that, especially as we're looking at capacity issues across the county, because, some schools might have a program that isn't full, and then we could, and for no reason we would say no, just because they're not in that catchment area.
I will just add that there's been significant conversation at the Policy Management Committee about these academic transfers at the high school level, and there's data here and other research that we've done. I just don't want to represent that we haven't yet done that work for that group.
Oh, no, I know you have, and I think you've done a great job, and I know you all have put a lot of work into this whole thing. As that wasn't something that I think was necessarily prevalent until last 2 years or whatever, that might just be something we want to consider. But
Ms. Silvestri's had her light on quite a bit. Can you wait just 1 second?
Yeah,
Ms.
I was
Silvestri?
just gonna
Okay.
Has everyone gone?
Everyone has gone.
Well,
everyone has gone. So did you want to wait and let Ms. O'Neill respond to Ms.
I just-
Rodowski, or did you want to go ahead?
The issue, we actually had someone who wanted to transfer out of Kent Mill because of the dual language. People can apply, for COSAs and whether it's an exceptional hardship or a documented hardship, but someone who did not want their child in the dual language because of some language issues. And so, I think this is a big step, and I think I personally think we ought to just leave it as is with the high school programs. That's where the bulk of the COSA requests have come on academic issues or course sequence. So I think we ought to give this a go. And, you know, the issue in an elementary school is also not just, it's grade level, you know, how you know, you're tipping the number over. So anyway, I just think we ought to leave it alone for now.
Okay.
I'll
Ms.
touch on the
Silvestri.
other things, I guess, when it comes back.
Ms. Silvestri.
I would also support that you begin to study the COSA process for dual language elementary programs. It's not just a program for some people, it's really part of promoting their culture and heritage, and people would be willing to drive all over the county to have their children in these programs. I did want to understand a little better what problem we are fixing by taking away the middle school to high school articulation by making students apply for a COSA for the high school level. I know it's been like that, but what problem are we fixing by taking that away?
So I think the conversation started with parity for each level, because if you get a COSA, and so this was the starting of the conversation. The conversation actually on this topic has predated our work in response to Ms. Dixon's new business item for quite some time. So the initial discussion was that there were that's not the process at the elementary level. So you're granted a COSA at elementary level, you have to apply for another COSA, because COSAs, the circumstances upon which the COSA was based may or may not exist again at the time they go to articulate to the next level. As Ms. O'Neill mentioned, most districts that we benchmarked required reapplying every year, so that you're evaluating, since the COSA was based on a hardship as we defined it in the policy, they evaluate whether the COSA, the reason for the COSA remains in place. And so MCPS has taken the perspective and put in the policy that once the COSA is granted, a child goes to a school, they're allowed to complete that school for continuity at the school level and so forth. There really just isn't, that argument doesn't hold up, taking them from high school to middle school. I can refer you to data specific to this topic in your materials. Under tab Exhibit 3, you can see that the number of such requests and the schools to which such requests are most frequently made. So all of that information. And at one point in time, there was, as I said, this conversation has been going on for many years. At one point in time, I think board members received inquiries about, because of capacity of their school and the number of students that were articulating from a middle school, but having the option to automatically articulate because they participated in a program or otherwise got a COSA at a middle school, and there really wasn't another basis for them attending their school. So there's been a lot of conversation about it over the many years that we've been talking about policy JEE.
Ms. Dixon.
Yeah, I'm very sympathetic to what you said, Carla, about that. Having been a high school principal, I know that that transition to high school in the 9th grade year can be very difficult for some students. And, certainly middle school students, I think they live and breathe their friends that they've made. And so anything that we can do, to prevent angst as they're making that transition to high school, I think, is important. So, I think that could also be work that could, board could take up again in the future and take a look at that issue specifically, and, whether it makes a big difference in terms of, students transitioning well. I think it would be worth taking a look at. The other thing I wanted to just say as well is I do appreciate the benchmarking that the committee did with, Howard County, Fairfax, Baltimore, Prince George's as well. And, we do have a chart that, checks off, the things that, they did that we didn't do. And so I really do think this is a significant, upgrade in the policy, and, the committee should be pleased, but, recognizing that, there's probably still some more that we can do. We do have some information at the end of our binder. One thing that does, concern me still, I guess, and I think that's future work. But if you look at the data on, from to requests out of schools back and forth, it is more difficult for you to get a transfer if you go to a high poverty or high farm school as opposed to a lower farm school. But once again, I think that, that's work for the policy committee to look at in the future. Right now, I'd like just to take what we can get and just thank the policy committee for its work on this.
Ms. Dixon touched on something I think is really important about the kind of work that staff did to present all these materials to us and to show us what other counties are doing and to do the framing questions, which made us think about what would happen if such and such a thing happened, and we decided to go with that. So we really appreciate all the work that you've done for us on this issue. Are there any other comments that people need to make before?
So I didn't make any comments. I wanted to associate myself with Ms. Wolf's comments about laying out under the unique hardships, all the specifics. I think we're definitely opening up a can of worms in terms of, well, we get it in the appeals in terms of what people believe or deem to be a hardship. So I just caution us, and I would really like to send it back to the committee to take that out. I'm in support of this is what I don't want to do. I don't want to send it out for public comments, having an issue with that piece, and then we come back and then I vote it down just because of that. We could do that quick
Well,
fix
what is
now.
in there specifically that's objectionable?
I'd like to make a motion
So
about
you know
it.
what, I think you need to make the motion.
I'd like to make a motion
And we
about
either
it.
up or down that, each piece of the policy today, because we are on a short turn around to get it, because we're gonna have a special meeting of the policy committee, to come back to the full board so we can make the publishing deadline. And I think that if this is an issue, a problem for the board, then, Brenda or somebody needs to make a motion to go back to the original language of the unique hardship, or not.
Well, I would like to make a motion that we send it back to the committee to work on this, because I don't think that we need any language. I like the first paragraph, A, with the exception of the examples. It's the
Right.
examples that I would
Exactly.
like to strike
Absolutely.
before it goes out for public comment.
Could you state what the examples are that you don't like?
They've got child care, they have physical, mental, and emotional health. They got family moves.
Financial.
Yes, financial, absolutely, but that was under child care.
I think, just as a point of clarification, family moves has been in the policy for a while. That's a different
Well,
piece.
I actually have an okay by that, so whatever you had it, however you had it before, it's fine with me.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, if I might just provide clarification.
Go ahead.
So the examples that are specific to unique hardship, that language would be starting at line 47, where it says examples of such unique hardships include but are not limited to the following, and it's 1, child care, 2, the extenuating circumstances, physical, emotional, and continues down through line 91. The others, the family move, the siblings, and so forth, are separate reasons, standalone
Okay,
reasons.
but I was just gonna say, I wanted to keep the sibling
Okay.
one anyway, so.
Okay.
That's-
So it's just that really 1 and 2, which run from 50 through 90. I read that without my glasses on, is that right?
Yeah, well,
50 through 90.
Can I say something about that?
You can.
I think we want to provide as much clarity to parents as possible. Some people know how to, write the letters to the board, to get, what they need for their child. Some don't necessarily know that. And I don't really see any harm in, listing those. I think going forward, the board will do some more work, with this policy. And maybe let's see how it goes. And then if that's an issue, then you can strike it. But Brenda, you're big on communicating with parents and having them understand what it is we're trying to do. And I don't know, I don't think that this is something we want them to have to guess about.
I absolutely want them to understand, but I also don't want them to think just because they think it's a significant financial constraint that it is. And a lot of this language, they're gonna take the language, put it into a letter, and think it's gonna automatically be approved. If I understand it, the way we've been doing, we already have the ability to make these adjustments. It's within our discretion.
But we haven't.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Dr. Smith.
I wouldn't say that, but I stand by my motion, and it was lines, what did you say again?
47 and 91.
50, no, she started at 47 through 91, was it? I'd like to strike those.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I have a
You can't turn on your, we need a light off in order for you to be able to speak. Ms. Dixon, could you turn your light off
Oh,
for a
yeah,
second?
sure.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, so, because I agree with you about the examples, but if you look at on line 66, number 2, that's like kind of I would suggest keeping that in, and maybe line 87 through 90, or something along that.
Ms. Wolf.
If you would like to amend the motion, I would accept that as an amendment, and I'd like to send it back to the committee to sort of finalize how that looks.
I'll second that.
And so moved and seconded. Dr. Smith.
I was just going to say that we just need to be really clear, and I'm not speaking obviously for or against the motion because that's not my job or my role, but the role of the board in this policy is its quasi-judicial role. In other words, the policy actually directs staff on how to grant change of school assignments. That's what the policy does. The conversation here is about appeals, which are quasi-judicial, and which I didn't go to law school, but I'll put the lawyer on the spot. I think you have to look at every case individually for the specific facts of that case, and I think that's what I hear Ms. Wolf saying. And so I just want to make that distinction about what the policy is doing, is directing staff's work, and then the board, how you think about those quasi-judicial roles is obviously very important, but it's not, the policy doesn't determine that.
So, with a slate amendment, so if the board were to violate the policy, that would be an arbitrary and capricious decision. So the policy actually, and the policy is what we rely upon when we defend the board's decision. And we say the board has a policy, the board is adhering to its policy, and usually we get upheld if that's a legitimate policy. But I do think to the point that the hardship criteria, and we were trying to make sure these were just examples, to Dr. Smith's point, is going to, on a case-by-case basis, what is a hardship, and these were just examples to guide that analysis, not to prescribe it. On one other point, just in terms of sequencing, I understand that there was an interest on the policy committee to have these changes in place for this coming COSA season, which starts at really at the end of January. So just as the committee factors sending back to the policy committee, that may impact the ability of these changes to go into place for the next year because of the 30-day, coming back to the board, 30-day comment period, and then putting in place. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, and that's
Mrs.
why I
O'Neill.
turned on my light, because it's not, whatever action we take today well, we can send it back to the policy committee, but then we will not be meeting the deadline for enacting these changes for this upcoming COSA season. My belief is we should make changes so that it is what the board believes and send it out for public comment. But if we don't make the change, if we send it back to the policy committee, then it has to come back to the full board and then go out. So it needs, if there is an expectation to meet this upcoming COSA season, we need to send it out today with the changes that the board believes they can live with.
Okay, Ms. Dixon.
Yeah, no, and I would just say that, my interest as well is that, we take these cases one by one and individually. So how we get there, I'm not sure, but one of the reasons that I offered this resolution was that, I thought that, we were just blanketing, some of this. And you call the question and,
Sure.
we'll vote it up or down,
Yep,
That's
So-
right.
It's,
So it's been,
I don't know what the procedure is. Somebody help me out here. But I like what Mrs. O'Neill said. I understood it. If we could modify it with the changes, if we agree on that, then it could go out for public comment.
so, Ms. Webb.
So you would have to offer a motion, rescind your previous motion, offer a motion to strike the language identified, and then have a vote, a second and a vote on that.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to do that. Okay.
So
Do we know it?
so you're
Okay,
striking
I'd
your-
like to rescind the original motion to send it back to committee, and I'd like instead to offer a motion that would strike the language in lines 47 through,
91.
through 65, and keep the language in 66. Was it just 66 through?
69.
Rebecca, help me out.
Oh,
Which?
through, 66, you would keep 66 through 68, so it
Yes.
would be 70
Right.
through 90, I think it was.
We were striking 70
Actually, no,
through?
70 through 86, right?
So we're just taking out childcare?
No, we're talking about childcare and financial,
Based on childcare.
yeah.
And we're taking out. And it takes out the explanation for providing documentation for physical, mental, or emotional well-being of a student.
So would it be helpful to just read, so if I understand the motion, that section starting on, it would say examples of such unique hardship include but are not limited to the following when there are extenuating circumstances involving the physical, mental, or social or emotional well-being of the student. In the absence of such documentation, evidence of such extenuating circumstances may be obtained through consultation with school staff. That would be how that section would read.
I'm okay with that, actually, because I had even circled that and wrote that you could leave that in, so be part of the absence of that documentation. So it really would just be removing the example part.
Well,
Strike the whole thing.
in all
Emotional is in
honesty,
there.
I would think that if we took 66 through 68 and deleted the rest, then we're exercising judgment on appeals as to whether or not they're meeting the extenuating circumstances for mental, emotional, and well-being, and I would strike the rest of it.
Ms. Dixon.
Yeah, so a parent and their child could still request a COSA based on childcare.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And financial
Yes.
hardship.
Yes.
But we just don't want to tell them that they can. That's ridiculous.
In the first.
Yes, captured in.
Where does it say, where does it mention childcare?
Yeah.
51. Right, but if we take that out, then we don't know that that's.
So
is that not okay and the other examples are okay? What other examples? The physical.
The mental and emotional.
That's,
So I'd like to refer us back up to lines 30, starting on line 36, where it does reference, it says, extenuating circumstances related to their specific physical, mental, or emotional well-being, or their family's individual or personal situation that could be mitigated by a change of school environment. So it looks like that language would
Yes, it's
stand.
there. It's
And
in A.
so personal, so we specifically reference physical, mental, or emotional, and personal situation encompasses the child care situation, so it's all referenced. With due respect, Ms. Mandrosky, I think that the 66 to 69 would be repetitive of what we already have here at 38 to 41. And then perhaps we could just lift the language about documentation.
right.
Provide, and, we could craft a sentence that says provide documentation of the need, and, or in absence of such documentation, extenuations could be done through consultation of the school. We could.
I absolutely agree with that.
Mrs. Mandrosky, with your 66, it's in the A, so you're okay if it's not in there.
Well, yeah, because it is in there, it's in the.
That's what we're saying. Yep, so we're gonna strike. So can you, Ms. Wolf, offer? Because I'm sure people watching are probably confused, so we just wanted to bring some clarity to all this.
Okay. I'd like to rescind the previous motion and offer a new one that strikes the language from 47 through line 91.
Probably through 86, because we're going to,
Oh,
I don't know what you're going to do with that last little
Yes.
paragraph, but
Okay.
staff would put it back up with the above language.
Okay. Back it up. It would be line 47 through 87.
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a motion, is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded, all in favor? And that is Ms. Wolf, Mrs. Evans, Mrs. Mandrosky, Mr. Tenbite, all opposed? Ms. Silvestre, Dr. Daka, Ms. Dixon. She's not here at the table.
Let's wait till she comes back.
Shall we talk about some other things while we wait for her return? Okay.
Yeah, it would.
Is that
I don't know.
procedurally okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was suggesting maybe we could talk about a few
You
more
can move
things in
forward.
this
You can go to
policy
the
and come
school
back
year
to that.
calendar. Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't mean school year calendar.
okay.
We still have more on this policy.
Okay. Dr. Smith.
So I believe procedurally that motion failed. So that you just need to end that one and start over. And I would just offer, as someone who gets paid to offer you advice, that it's always better to do policy writing in policy committee than at the table, or call a meeting of the committee, the board of the whole, to actually hash these things out, because you end up with unintended consequences when we do it this way. I'm just telling you, I'm very nervous about it, having been in these jobs for a long time.
Okay, so I think that completes discussion on the 4 areas that the board directed us specifically to review. Okay, so at the Policy Management Committee meeting, we had 2 additional questions on this policy that were presented by Ms. Mandrosky, and we said we would bring them back to talk about today. And you have these this document in administrative content or in your materials. And so the first question, and other questions have come up at the table regarding this section of the policy, so this would be a good time to talk about it, I suppose. Starting on page 4 regarding siblings, and the language currently permits a COSA when a younger, as a category of COSA. So this does not require a hardship. This is a category upon which a family can request a COSA. When a younger sibling seeks to attend the school where an older sibling will be enrolled, and it breaks it down for just this general education and as well as magnet programs, but I'm just summarizing here. Ms. Mendrosky requested the staff consider and address the option of permitting COSAs when an older sibling seeks to attend the school where a younger sibling will be enrolled as well. So basically eliminating the distinction of the sibling being older or younger. And in your materials is language that modifies this section of the policy to the best of our knowledge, reflecting Ms. Mendrosky's request. So I offer that for your consideration at this time. That would read, when a sibling, does everybody have it? I'm not sure. It's an additional attachment in your materials. It has a cover sheet with 2 questions. Response to questions from board member at the October 22nd, 19 Policy Management Committee meeting.
It's 3 pages in the second
All right,
page.
So, Ms. Mendrosky, at your request, we provided this language, so if you would like to move it for consideration, this is just staff's response to your question.
Right, okay, I appreciate that. I had a couple of things. Just, well, at first, I wasn't sure why we added for elementary students only. If you could just speak to that, because that wasn't part of the original, what we had at the policy committee meeting.
I believe it was. I mean, it's in this draft here.
Well, my notes from the policy committee meeting on October 22nd, it doesn't include that. So I was just curious how that got put in. Or what that even means in terms of.
Okay, so, I have to tell you that we must have talked about it at Policy Management Committee for us to have added it. If it wasn't there, I have to dig through my notes to see. But I don't consider it new to the table now. But if you would like to discuss it,
Yeah, I
but
just
what's
was
new
curious.
is what's new on this document that responds to your comment is that I noted that the language as written should have said and requires, and that was left out, and then I just had to fix the sentence structure. But the language, as you can see on page 5 of the document, is just a awkwardly phrased sentence, and I realized that and was there, and then that necessitated the other. This language. So that's why this sentence here is different from what you see on lines 118 to 19 of the committee recommended draft.
Okay, yeah, again, I would just like to understand the thought process behind only making it for elementary schools. I'm assuming that's just because that's only where the programs are? Is that-
Well, if you, so I think there were 2 things. One is that the discussion of a few things. A discussion of the reason behind having the language to permit the older, younger sibling to get a COSA without having to demonstrate a hardship, rather, is to, support families and make it easier for families to have all of their children together.
Right.
And that seems to be a greater need at the elementary school level. And again, I can refer you to the data. It's the same data at Exhibit 3. You will see where the requests are coming from. There are Exhibit 3 in your binder. If you look at the sibling requests across the levels, we have about between 50 and 60 at both the middle school and the high school level, whereas at the elementary level, we have 266 for this. So
Okay, we can start with that then, that's fine.
Okay.
Unless any of my colleagues have questions or concerns about it. And I was just going to speak briefly to it, just in reference to, I know that there have been discussions about this, and the argument or against that I've heard in the past has been about, well, if you've got an older child at a school and you apply for your younger child applies for something that's a choice that you're making, so you know that there's going to be two different schools. My concern with that is that just using the foreign language programs as an example, it's a lottery process. So if I were to put my older child in the lottery process and they don't get picked, well, the way I feel like it's been limited is to say that, well, now I have to choose between making things more difficult for my family or not letting my child go to my younger child be part of the program. And I know that there are families that have kids in elementary, middle, and high school, and those are all different schools. But my point to that was just that, those schools have they have staggered things. Like, so for example, their back to school nights aren't necessarily the same. Even the PTA meetings or whatever are held on different Tuesdays throughout the month and stuff, so that they're not competing, as opposed to a parent who's got one child at one elementary school and another child at another elementary school and is trying to be engaged in both.
Are you making a motion?
I am moving that we add the alternative language that was presented for consideration.
Is there a second?
What is the language?
It's this paper right here. Ms. Silvestri, what would you like
Are you
to say?
saying to add high school as well?
Well, I mean, originally I just was saying I didn't think it should matter which school it was in, but because it's included for elementary school students only, unless somebody else wants to recommend that be removed, I'm okay with it being there for now, just because it doesn't seem like there are quite as many of the others. But I just wasn't sure what, I don't necessarily think it needs to be in there that's for only elementary schools, but since it is.
As written is so that
Correct.
older siblings can apply to
When
go
an
to
older
the
sibling
elementary.
attends.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of the alternative language?
Well, basically, the sibling could apply on a
Ms.
case-by-case
Wolf,
basis.
Dr. Ms. Wolf, Ms. Silvestri, Mrs. O'Neill, Mrs. Smodrowski, Ms. Dixon, Mr. Tinbite, all opposed. Dr. Daka, Mrs. Evans. It passes.
Okay, and also on the same set of materials that you have, Ms. Smodrowski asked for clarification regarding the reason for requiring a student who wishes to return to their base school to wait until the choice process for the next school year, rather than permitting them to turn to their base school mid-year if they were dissatisfied with their assigned school. And so we have provided data that's attached to the same set of materials that we just referred to show you the number of appeals over the 2018-19 as well as so far the 2019-20 school year, the number of appeals to go back to their base school, and the number of those that are at both the 8th grade level as well as those submitted during 9th through 12th grades, and the number of those approved rather, and denied.
Mrs. Smodrowski.
Well, I didn't see any change in language, suggested change of language, so I wasn't sure how that, but I just, for my colleagues to better understand what I'm referring to is, when kids do in any of the consortiums, when they do their choice pickings, they, get assigned, but if they, first choice is their home school, they automatically get it. We have kids who occasionally will apply for a different school, they get it, but then for whatever reason, they're like, no, I really would just want to go back to my home school. And the bottom line is we tell them that it has to be handled through the second
round of appeals?
Well, no, appeals, but the second round of choice,
that's what
which is, I think, is like in February, and then for the next
So you
year.
want to be able to go back at any time?
Because ultimately, the following year, they can just put down their homeschool and they get to go, because to say that we're gonna hold them there for a couple months or whatever, while they wait to make the change for the following year, I just don't really understand. And again, to me, it's, the only issue is that they can go, it is part of their right to attend their home school on the following year, so if I mean, I just feel like if we, right, I
Mr.
mean, why
Sibbett.
keep them there just for?
Mr. Sibbett and Dr. Daka. Oh, Dr. Daka, go ahead.
Yeah, why not make it sooner? You know, have some compassion for the administrators and teachers in the school that they have to make a change. If a lot of kids want to come in at the mid-year because they're upset about where they were at the beginning of the year, I just think it's disruptive, just like coming late to class is disruptive.
Mr. Sibbett.
One concern here is just about how that would impact the whole structure of the consortia. And I think that would have to be looked at in terms of the structure of that, which is a bigger question to tackle than the questions that were on the table.
Right.
So if there is some interest, I think one approach would be that is future work on the Policy Management Committee's work plan in the future.
Okay. I'm okay with that unless anybody else has anything.
Let me finish.
I think I did.
Okay, all right.
So we move the policy as amended.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I was making sure Dr. Daka had anything to say, so, so we're.
Can I
so-
move that we send this to the,
Dr. Daka.
public comment?
Dr.
Oh,
Daka.
Dr. Okay.
As amended.
Oh, we need to vote on
But you need to move as amended.
Oh, yeah, okay, we'll move the policy as amended. Thank you for letting me out. I never wanted this job.
You're so great at it, so, yes.
I'm not clear what we're moving forward with now.
The policy.
I know, but which policy? Because we took a vote, and then we decided we had to wait until you came back to vote, but it
No.
was voted down. Are we re-voting, or is it
So-
just voted down?
So, no, we didn't, we're not re-voting since Ms. O'Neill was not here. Well, she was. But,
Just a point of procedure.
Yeah, but-
Somebody would have to make a new motion, have to be seconded, and then you'd have to amend it. I just want us to do things
Right.
the right way, because
Absolutely,
we're
yeah.
subject to intense scrutiny when we don't.
Right, right.
So if somebody wants to make a new motion, they can do that. Otherwise, you can vote on the policy as amended one time.
so is there a motion to,
I would like to amend the policy to strike, was it paragraphs, whole thing?
it was 47 through 87?
Line 47
Line 47
through 87.
line 47 through 87. And then are we adding?
That yeah, that's, just go with
Okay.
yours.
Okay.
That did
It
pass.
It passed,
It
yeah.
passed, okay. So we don't, okay. Okay.
Yours passed, yeah.
So if we,
I just want to be clear, Ms. Wood, you're offering a motion.
Yes, I'm offering a motion.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
To do what?
To
To
strike,
strike the language in lines 47 through 87. And then send it out for comment.
we do.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Ms. Fisher, did you want to make a comment? 'Cause you
yeah,
can.
so if I vote against it, then what happens?
Well, you just one vote, so we take the whole
Right,
entire.
Let's say
the
it
board has
fails,
to-
what happens?
Then it's as is.
Stays as it is. Goes out.
And then it gets voted as is to go out for comment.
Yes. Okay.
Just wanted to ask.
Okay, okay. All right. So was there a second? I didn't hear it. Yeah, so it was moved and seconded. All in favor, I'm sorry for the confusion. All in favor of striking line 47 through 87? Raise your hand. Ms. Wolf, Mrs. Evans, Mrs. O'Neill, Mrs. Smodrowski, all opposed? Ms. Silvestri, Dr. Daka, Ms. Dixon, Mr. Tenbite. So it stays as is. So now yeah, I know. So then we will vote on the policy as amended to add Ms. Smodrowski's alternative language. All in favor of the policy?
Oh, we have to.
Wait, yeah. We'll vote on the whole policy. I know, I just made mention that.
So procedurally,
Okay.
Go.
you voted on an amendment,
We
so
did,
now the
we
policy
did.
has been amended, and now
Right.
the last vote needs to be a vote to send it out for public
Yes.
comment as amended.
Yep. So is there a motion, is there a, she made, you moved it, so it's second. Yeah.
She doesn't make a motion, we just.
You don't. So there's there a vote to send the policy? I'm all messed up. Is there a motion to send the policy out for public comment?
She made that motion.
All in favor of sending the policy out for public comment? Ms. Silvestri, Dr. Daka, Mrs. O'Neill, Ms. Dixon, Mr. Tinbite. All opposed? Ms. Wolf, Mrs. Evans, Mrs. Smodrowski. Okay. So now we can move on to the next section.
Okay. I'm just taking over. I think it's good now.
So we are a bit behind schedule.
We're very behind.
We're a bit behind schedule, and we had a recess on the agenda for 1:10 for lunch. So I want us to go ahead at this time and move to go into recess for an hour. So it's been moved and seconded. Yeah, I don't need a vote. Okay, we don't need to vote. So we're going to recess right now.
Okay.
Until 2:40. Thank you. Welcome back to the board's business meeting on this day, Tuesday, November the 12th, 2019. If I can get a motion to approve a change of the agenda, we're going to take section, and I don't even have my paper. We're going to take ESOL before we complete item 10. Oh, so we're going to take item 10 and put it before we finish discussion on the policy on the school calendar and item 8.
Amend the agenda.
So moved and seconded, all in favor? And that is unanimous of those present. Dr. Smith?
Thank you for that change in the agenda. There's a great deal of very important work that the board needs to do today. And one of those bodies of work is here today in front of you, and that is our English for speakers of other languages, our programming for our English learners, our limited English proficient. And I use all those titles because they're all in those acronyms are in use right now. But the key is that this work represents 29,000 students in our school system and another almost 30,000, 29,900, and another 7,000 students who have been exited in the last 2 years. So 37,000 students in our school system are represented by this. And I also think it's imperative when we talk about disparities for students, we have to think about what happens with our students of color in this school system. Many are not ESOL students, have never been, and a large group are. But I just want to start this presentation by reminding the board and especially the community and all of the stakeholders and leaders in the county that we made some commitments on October 15th. And I think those commitments go to the heart of this presentation today. And those commitments were at the Black and Brown Forum for Educational Equity and Excellence. And those commitments were that all students, particularly Black and Brown students, must have access to effective and diverse teachers, and these teachers must be supported to succeed. All students, particularly Black and Brown students, must attend schools led by effective and diverse leaders committed to providing equitable access to opportunities and resources, and these school leaders must be supported to succeed. All students, particularly Black and Brown students, must be engaged in and supported to master rigorous coursework to ensure success in college and/or careers. Those are the first 3 commitments that this school system, the board, I, the county government, the association leaders made on October 15th in front of 800 or 1,000 people. And finally, the last commitment was a broad sweeping commitment, and then I'm going to turn it over to Maria and Nikki Hazel. Beginning with the 1920 school year, we call on all county education leaders, and particularly the Board of Education in its oversight role, to regularly collaborate with the Black and Brown Coalition and other equity advocates to eradicate systemic and institutionalized barriers and more rapidly innovate systemic solutions that result in Black and Brown student success. We call on you to set ambitious but achievable goals, establish intermediate and measurable targets, monitor progress at all levels, and allocate funding necessary to sustainably redress gaps in equitable access to resources, opportunities, coursework, and supports. The board and MCPS will publicly report on progress in achieving those goals at least twice per year. That's a lot of commitment and a lot of information in a very small number of words. And I think no body of work in this school system exemplifies the need for us to maintain what's going well and change where we need to change, then this report you're going to hear today about our ESOL program. So turn it over to Dr. McKnight, Dr. Navarro, Ms. Hazel, and our guest, Dr. Jose Medina. So Dr. McKnight.
All right. Good afternoon, board members. So Dr. Smith just mentioned generally for you the statistics around who we currently serve in our ESOL student population, and he referenced a number of 37,000 presently enrolled in the school system. I also wanted to give you a broader view of, in Montgomery County Public Schools, how we represent that number across the state. So if we think about the two local jurisdictions, Montgomery County and Prince George's County, which are the two that represent the highest enrollment of ELL learners, those two districts, us and Prince George's County, represent 69% of ELLs in the state of Maryland. 69%. Of that 69%, Montgomery County represents 37% of that number. So you'll see we are a little above Prince George's County for that matter. So with that said, with us being the school district that leads in serving our ESOL population, we have to continue to be reflective and think about what our practices are and how we are serving our ESOL students. So with that said, in MCPS, we see language as an asset to our purpose to be responsive to the needs of our students and make sure that we are really developing academic programs that address their needs appropriately. So today you're going to hear a little bit about how our staff here at Central Office, as well as in schools, are going to be really reflecting on shifting our thinking around the ultimate goal of increasing graduation rates and making sure that our students are college and career ready. So to outline our presentation, we're really going to be focused on three strategic goals. The first one being increasing graduation rates of English learners, enrolling and effectively instructing ESOL students in content courses in our schools, and third, provide high-quality English language development instruction that ensures that our English learners develop higher levels of proficiency in academic English aligned to the Maryland College and Career Readiness Standards. And ultimately, we hope that these are things that impact our students and continue to make them college and career ready. So with that said, I want to tell you that Central Office has been very collaborative in the efforts to make sure that we are looking at programming and serving the needs of our students appropriately. So I'll have to say our Office of Curriculum Instruction, along with other offices in Central Office, along with the associations, teacher work groups, to make sure that we have good input from all the partners who have to be a part of doing this work, have been involved in conversations and really looking at what we can do to support secondary schools in how they serve English language learners. So with that information, I want to go ahead and kick it off to our team. Thank you, Dr. Medina, for being here today. And so I will then hand the presentation over to Dr. Navarro and her staff.
So thank you to the board for making this shift. Dr. Medina will actually start the full presentation today. And as I was reflecting on it while we were at break, it actually makes sense. You will hear today from, I think we consider him a very strong colleague. Our principals adore him. I don't know how else to say it. They are very thankful for the work that he has been doing with their staff as we started and expanded our two-way immersion programs. But he has gone beyond that to push on us how we think about really operationalizing and meaning language as an asset. And so today we want him to start, and then Nikki and I will continue the rest of the presentation talking about what does that really mean. He works nationally and internationally with schools, and part of the feedback is for us to think about what we're doing now and what does it mean to really actualize this concept of language as an asset. So with that, I think we'll pass it to Dr. Medina, and I want him the opportunity to speak and then have questions from the board, if that makes sense, and then he will have to leave us for, I don't know if he's getting on a flight or something. I think he's going to be in another country by morning, and then we will continue with the rest of our presentation. So Dr. Medina?
Thanks for allowing me to speak. Did you want to say anything first, Nikki?
The only thing I want to say is that this morning he spoke to our middle school, high school principals, and English RTs and ESOL RTs, and some of our central office staff members. So we were really excited to hear from him this morning. You're just going to get a little piece of what he shared. So thank you for being here.
No, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm so excited to be here. So for those of you that don't know, I actually live in the county. So It's imperative to me that we are doing what is best for our emergent bilingual students. That's a more additive term than English language learners. So I'm trying to really model it. Emergent bilingual students is a more additive kind of term. And so I've loved working with dual language programs, but I'm so excited to actually also converse with people outside of dual language because it's one of my areas of expertise. And so this morning, it went really, really well. I threw a bunch of bombazos. Bombazos is like bombs into the air. And people were shocked by some of the information, but it was very, very well received in terms of the latest research and really our mindset. So one of the things that Nikki charged me with is to really talk about instructional considerations in serving language learners, emergent bilingual students in monolingual settings, which is very different than serving them in dual language programs. And so that really was the charge and what I focused on this morning. If you do need me, this is my contact information. I don't know if the board is active on social media. I always tag MCPS and MCPS en Español. So if you're not following me on Twitter, you really should be because I post tons of research, videos that actually are being used in Montgomery County Public Schools to share information with parents as well as students. If you're an Instagram person, it's Jose Medina 1000. So before we get started, I wanted to share this visual. Are you disrupting the space or becoming the oppressor? So one of the things that's become really clear in serving emergent bilingual students, there are three things that really keep us from doing that well. One, have we provided teachers with the pedagogical tools to actually meet the needs of emergent bilingual students? Two, does the leadership actually understand the latest research in terms of serving language learners? And that leadership includes the board as well. Does the board actually understand how language is added to a student's linguistic repertoire? And then finally, it's a shift in mindset. Do we truly see multilingual students as coming to the playing field with assets, or do we see them as coming with deficits? So those are the three pieces. How do we provide support to teachers? How do leaders understand and guide the work, including the board of directors? And then the third one, that can lead to a shift in actually the way we see our emergent bilingual students. And so these are some reflection questions that I had for you. As a school board, we actively work to understand the latest research in serving language learners. And we don't have time to actually share, but I'm hoping that, you know, as you're driving home, you'll be thinking of the short, sassy man in front of you, ¿verdad? Question number 2, our work in serving language learners is additive in nature and values all that students bring into the classroom. Those are two huge reflection questions. I want you to know that, yes, I am a scientific researcher, but I've actually been a teacher, an ESL teacher. I've served at the elementary, middle school, and high school levels. I've been an assistant principal at the elementary, middle school, and high school levels. I've also been a principal, and I've been a director at the district levels for large public school districts. So yes, I bring research to you, but I also have the practical experience, hopefully, to provide some input on what steps might be taken. And even more importantly, I am the students that we're trying to serve. So this is me in the middle, and that is my full name. Mi nombre es el Dr. José Luis Medina Hernández Franco López Jr. Díaz Cruz. My name is not Jose. My name is José. Practice it because it deserves to be pronounced correctly. And so often when we serve our emergent bilingual students, the first thing that we do is change their names, just like my name was changed to Joe. So I became Joe at school, and junior, because I'm a junior, but my parents can't pronounce the J, so they say junior, which is gorgeous. So I became junior at home and Joe at school. My mom is gorgeous, as you can see. She looks like a model, right? She has a 6th grade education from Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, and to this day only speaks Spanish. My dad, he has a 5th grade education from Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, and he only speaks Spanish. And they're U.S. citizens, and they don't speak English, and they vote in local, state, and national elections. And if you have a problem with that, you might be biased and prejudiced because they're awesome. And they know so much about the US Constitution and our history, they just happen to know it in Spanish. So just wanted to give you a little something to get us started. These are two important definitions, additive versus subtractive bilingualism. This morning I shared this with the participants. Additive bilingualism allows students to add pieces to their linguistic repertoire, but not at the expense of what they bring from home. Subtractive bilingualism actually destroys what comes from the home because we see our students as having to need to transition to English. I hope that one of the things that is removed from our vocabulary, especially as board members, is that we need to transition kids to English. Kids don't need to be transitioned to anything. What our emergent bilingual students need is they need us to maintain and sustain the awesomeness that they bring into the space in Montgomery County classrooms, and then expand their linguistic repertoire. So if your process of thinking about our emergent bilingual students is still grounded in the fact that we need to get them to speak English, you might be biased and prejudiced. Just as an FYI, you're all biased and prejudiced. Just thought I'd let you know. Me too. We're all a big mess. And so it's about what are we going to do with that mess, right? Especially because we serve in a school district that was created and continues to serve those that are white and middle income. That is who we created this system for. And so I was very excited that Dr. Smith talked about Black, Indigenous students of color, because so rarely do we hear superintendents actually talk about that. These are the most subtractive to most additive levels of providing support to our emergent bilingual students. I was physically tied to a gurney as a first grader because I wouldn't stay in school and I didn't speak Spanish, and I didn't speak English, I only spoke Spanish. That's submersion with no support. But we don't have to tie kids to gurneys nowadays to actually have that level of subtractive ideology. The moment that our teachers in Montgomery County Public Schools don't know how to lesson plan for serving emergent bilingual students in a monolingual setting, that's the moment that we're actually tying kids to gurneys. The moment that our principals see our kids that are emergent bilinguals as a detriment to state assessment results and scores is the moment that our kids are tied to gurneys. And the moment that we don't have the staff that is qualified in leadership positions to actually guide the work that impacts over 37,000 students in Montgomery County Public Schools is the moment that we tie kids to gurneys. And so the question becomes, how do we get to this other level where we get to really additive programming? The only additive model of serving English learners, emergent bilingual students, is dual language. And so presently in Montgomery County Public Schools, there are only 5 schools that provide that additive program model. And those 5 schools are Kent Mill, Washington Grove, Brown Station, Oakland Terrace, and Rolling Terrace. They're the only 5 schools that are fully aligned with the research that meets the needs of emergent bilingual students. One of the things that I asked this morning is, how do you all lesson plan to serve emergent bilingual students? And it's so crazy because they were like, PSYOP, PSYOP. And having been a research scientist at the Center for Applied Linguistics, I'm very familiar with PSYOP. It's sheltering instructions that allow teachers to create access to grade level standards regardless of language proficiency. But I wonder if the board members might have an idea of what PSYOP is and what those 8 components are, because it's imperative that we have at least a general understanding of those strategies that are imperative to meet students' needs. Because regardless of whether a student has English proficiency or not, our job is to create access to grade level standards. So very, very important. One of the things that I'm really excited to share with you is that part of the reason why PSYOP isn't used a lot, even though you had a lot of training in Montgomery County Public Schools, is that it's very convoluted. There are 8 components and 32 features, and teachers just don't have time for that. Plus, it was created to transition kids to English. The C6 Biliteracy Lesson Planning Instructional Framework is what we're using in those 5 dual language campuses, but it's actually being used by large urban school districts in monolingual settings as well. And what it allows us to do is to give teachers capacity to lesson plan in monolingual English settings, but to do so through a multilingual and multicultural lens that allows students, even while receiving instruction in English, to maintain and expand their linguistic repertoire. Montgomery County Public Schools is actually going to be a part of the book that's going to be released in November of next year, because we piloted this with the 5 dual language schools last year. It was just conceptualized and piloted last year and is now all over the United States and internationally. So a great way to lesson plan. And then the last thing that Nikki kind of wanted me to touch upon is how language is added, because I want to make sure that the board fully understands how our emergent bilingual students really add to their linguistic repertoire. So this is seminal research. It's the work of Cummins in 1979. And basically what he said is that those of us that are monolingual, we have one iceberg. You see the water there? Above the water is our social language, and that takes 1 to 3 years to develop. Below the surface of the water is our academic language. Academic language takes 5 to 7 years to develop. And the reason that this is important is because below the surface of the water, what we see is that whatever we know in one language, we actually know in every single language. So it's just a matter of making that transfer so that if I know, I don't know, the water cycle, I know the water cycle in Russian, I would just need a teacher to create access so that I would be able to make those connections. So that's why in the dual language schools, we don't reteach content. Why is this important in a monolingual setting? Super important, because students actually come to the classroom with a full linguistic repertoire that includes English, Spanish, or English and French, English and Urdu, English and Arabic. And what we need to understand is that translanguaging, which is the mobilization of those linguistic features within that one repertoire, is the norm. So our emergent bilingual kids are actually making connections all the time. It's only that we as educators stop them from doing that. I gave the participants this morning a visual that I borrowed from Dr. Ofelia Garcia, a colleague of mine. She says that when a monolingual English-speaking student enters a school in the U.S., they are able to access 100% of their linguistic repertoire. But when a student like me comes into MCPS, we actually immediately tie one hand behind their back and we say, now you need to perform in English. And she actually uses this visual of playing the drums. A monolingual student in Montgomery County comes in and they're allowed to play the drums with both hands because they access their entire linguistic repertoire that focuses on English instruction. But when I come in, we tie one hand and we tell Jose, play harder. And Jose keeps playing, but he's not making the same sound because he's only able to access less than 50% of his linguistic repertoire. When we plan through a multilingual and multicultural lens, what we do is we actually untie the second hand and say, use your entire linguistic repertoire. And so if that means that as a teacher, I lesson plan, but I allow my students to practice or to use whatever language they feel most comfortable in, come back and then solidify the learning in English so that we are able to ensure that our kids can manipulate and mobilize academic English, then that would be something that we would do. I wanted to share with you that the United States is famous around the world for identifying English monolingualism as equal to patriotism. Let me say that again. We're the only country in the world that sees English monolingualism speaking as equal to patriotism. And it doesn't make any sense because multilingualism is actually the norm everywhere else in the world. And so I think that our kids that are monolingual in Montgomery County are the ones that are at danger because they're not going to be able to communicate and collaborate and participate in a global economy. So perhaps what we should do is rethink the way that we treat our emergent bilingual students. Perhaps the kids that need to be coded, identified, assessed, and tested are those that are limited multilinguals. LMLs, I think, is the name we should give it, ¿verdad? Some of you are like, that man is crazy. But that's what we've been doing to our emergent bilingual kids forever and ever and ever. I wanted to show a quick video and then I'll pass it over to Nikki or answer questions. But this is Taylor. Taylor is 2 years old. Taylor is a simultaneous bilingual. You'll see that the researchers are asking her questions in both languages. And you're going to notice that she's mobilizing those linguistic features. She's translanguaging because they're switching the languages on her. But yet, we see that as a detriment. When she comes into Montgomery County Public Schools, we'll code her as LEP, and then we'll progress monitor her, and we'll code her in red so that we can intervene, even though she's phenomenal. And this is my friend.
¿Cuál es tu color favorito?
Pink.
¿Cuál es tu película favorita? Let it go. ¿Sí? Taylor, can you sit down? No. Come on, sit down. ¿Qué te gusta comer? Pollo, hamburguesas. Pollo.
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets? Yeah. With ranch? Yeah.
Yeah. What is this? What is this?
Green?
Green?
Yeah.
Can you open it?
Yeah.
Okay. What's there?
A monkey?
What is the monkey doing? ¿Qué está comiendo?
Banana.
¿Qué es esto?
Treasure.
Treasure. Okay. ¿Lo abres?
Sí.
¿Qué hay ahí?
Green.
Green. Okay. ¿Qué hay abajo de esto? ¿Quieres mirar?
Sí.
Oh my God. ¿Qué es?
Turtles.
¿De qué color es la tortuga?
Turtles.
¿De qué color es?
It's a turtles.
Turtle.
Yeah, turtles.
¿De qué color es? What color is this turtle?
Green.
Green. What's there?
Puppy.
A puppy. Yay.
Puppy.
Is he happy, the dog?
Yeah, the bears. It's a bear.
Okay. What is he doing?
Yeah, it's a puppy. That's a different puppy.
That's a different puppy?
Yeah.
Maybe it's the mother.
Yeah, the bear.
So she's the mom. It's not a he, it's a she.
It's a mama.
That's a mama. Yeah.
So if translanguaging is the mobilization of linguistic features within one linguistic repertoire based on the context, and our job is to be additive in the delivery of instruction, I know that not every child can go into a dual language program, but at the very least, if they enter a monolingual program, teachers and leaders have to have the tools to understand that what Taylor just showed us is phenomenal. She is able to translanguage and mobilize linguistic features regardless of the language that was communicated to her. Why is it that we would want to tie Taylor's hand behind her back and force her to be a multilingual when she comes to us with such rich resources that we can leverage? And so those are the things that I hope that Montgomery County continues to talk about, to embrace, because I have to tell you that there is a huge shift in thinking that needs to happen as we serve our emergent bilingual students. When I code switch from Inglés to Español because that's the way my mind trabaja, it isn't that I don't have the language, it's that I have tons of it. And if it makes us feel uncomfortable that I can do that cambio de uno al otro because that's the way que siento, then that's because you're biased and prejudiced. That's not my issue. That would be yours. Questions? You're welcome.
Thank you.
I want you to know that the people this morning, they were like, Dr. Medina, are you going to throw bombazos at the board? I said, I throw bombazos wherever I go.
Well, thank you so much. We will open it up to board members. Dr. Daka, if you have comments, thoughts that you would like to?
Absolutely fascinating. I was a language teacher, so all of this is really interesting, and that was adorable. She was really, it was just fascinating to see that too.
So glad, thank you.
Ms. Silvestre.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
To answer your question, I think that one of our challenges is we don't understand this. I am bilingual. I raise my children bilingual. I have a master's in TESOL, and I still have a hard time following what you're saying. So I think that I have still a lot of learning to do so that I can be an effective board member and guide the work that needs to happen in ESOL. But there's a lot of learning that we must do.
And there's a change in research too. So there are also years and decades and all of the subtractive stuff that we've done to our emergent bilingual students that we have to kind of climb from out under, right? And so all of us continue to learn. I mean, I continue to learn every day from the teachers that I serve. And so absolutely, I agree with you, Ms. Silvestre. There's so much more work to be done. The good news is that it's happening. If you ever get a chance to go to those 5 schools, you will notice and see some of those systems that really need to be in every classroom in Montgomery County, whether in a monolingual setting or in a dual language setting, because it is kind of amazing what kids can do. Just as an FYI, if you go to those schools, you can ask kids, what's translanguaging? And the kids will say, that's when you have your English hand and you have your Spanish hand and you bring them together with a bridge and you stick the bridge in your head, because what you know in English, you know in Spanish, and what you know in Spanish, you know in English. And they'll do it for you in Spanish too, because those 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds are really doing the work that really should be happening pre-K-12.
Thank you.
De nada.
Very good. Ms. Wolf?
I just want to say thank you. And as Ms. Silvestri said, there's a lot to this that I don't understand. But I'm curious about dual language versus immersion. And if you start hearing from me on Twitter and Facebook, I expect an answer.
Within 72 hours, because my grandmother would be mad. She looks at me from up above. I have to answer, so I will answer.
Thank
Juanita
you.
is fierce. The difference between dual language and dual language immersion. So this is one of the interesting things that I've pondered about Montgomery County. The immersion schools that were originally established here in Montgomery County, from my understanding, were set up because parents really wanted to have their kids have access to multilingualism. What's crazy to me is that we actually, with those schools, really have focused on giving those kids that already have privilege more privilege. Whereas the dual language schools, which are the 5 schools that we're now focusing on, the primary goal was to create access for the Black, Indigenous students of color who have continuously been marginalized. And so the big difference between your immersion schools and your dual language schools in Montgomery County specifically is that one serves to create multilingualism and the 3 goals of dual language for mostly kids that already have that privilege. Whereas the 5 dual language schools are reaching the 3 goals of dual language to eradicate years of oppression that have continuously marginalized those student groups.
Thank you.
Yes. That was a big bombazo. I know some of you are feeling really uncomfortable. And I said it this morning, it gives me great joy. Some of you are like, what? That's right, Montgomery County. We created dual immersion to give privilege to those that already had it. And now we're finally doing it for the kids who have been oppressed.
Very good. Mr. Tinbite.
This is amazing. For me, well, I'm obviously down here in Montgomery County in Silver Spring. Most people around me obviously speak a different language. They speak multiple languages, and it's not just Spanish, it's Arabic, it's all these languages around me. And I've always found that when I'm growing up, I haven't seen us leveraging their other language to the maximum extent possible, which is why I admire your presentation. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome. Thank you. You're really young to be a board member, but I remember you. You're the student. I've spoken to y'all before.
Ms. Dixon.
Gracias
De
por la
nada.
presentación.
Muy bien. This is her. This is Miss Dixon translanguaging. She's pulling from her one linguistic repertoire.
When are you coming back?
Cuando me inviten. When you invite me.
Okay. Do you want a job?
We've tried. I love serving in a school district. Somebody like me, I never thought that somebody with my background actually would ever have an opportunity to travel around the country and internationally and hopefully create change, because that's what our job is. And I feel like in our field, even in serving language learners, most people that are the researchers don't look like me. They don't speak like me, and they certainly don't have parents like me. And so although I would love to work in Montgomery County Public Schools because I love this district, I feel like for whatever reason, my journey has taken me in the path of creating disruption in public institutions that have left some kids out of the fold. But I'll be ready like in 5 years, so Ms. Dixon will talk. Because this traveling is killing me, Ms. Dixon. I'm gonna need to go back to a school district soon. I wanna be a high school dual language principal. So
can help.
start creating the pathway, people. I'll even take a middle school dual language principalship because I've been a middle school, high school AP, and I've been an elementary dual language principal. If Montgomery County wants that pre-K-12 dual language articulation, I might be your guy.
Okay. Very good.
Mrs. Smondrowski.
So thank you. I remember the last time you were here, and we actually said the exact same thing. Want a job? Where are you going? And stick around. Thank you so much for the presentation. You know, I think the way you present things is very engaging and really sparks, you know, a lot of thinking on this issue. I will associate myself with Ms. Silvestri in that, you know, there's very clearly a lot to learn. You talk fast, and and I was trying to, you know, grasp it all, but I'm sure that I'm going to need to go back and kind of review everything that you were talking about. My only question would be, what does it mean for our teachers?
Teachers definitely need, they need to know the expectations. In terms of lesson planning for our emergent bilingual students, one of the pieces of research that I shared this morning was that less than 30% of teacher preparation programs require one class on serving language learners. And so a lot of the teachers, especially at the secondary level, are content experts, and that's how they see themselves, but they don't necessarily see themselves as content and language experts for that area, for that subject area. And so teachers really just, they're good people. We're good people. We just want to know what to do. And so we need to have a very clear vision of how we're supposed to lesson plan for our emergent bilingual students in a monolingual setting. And unfortunately, in most large urban school districts, there seems to be a disconnect. I think that if teachers knew these are the expectations in terms of how we're going to lesson plan, that they would be very grateful.
And I appreciate that. I guess to kind of elaborate on that a little bit, how are we going to teach them that? Because if I was a teacher and I was reading this, I would not know what to do next. I would not know where to go with this information and how to best serve my students. So
Absolutely. So usually what we do is we create a 3 to 5 year plan, an implementation plan. It's what we did with the dual language schools, and it's very methodical. It includes professional development, not only for teachers and for leaders, for the administrators on the campus, but then job embedded coaching and technical support. And so the reason that you're seeing some amazing results in those on those 5 campuses is because we were very strategic. If we were to really want to take a look at how to serve emergent bilingual students in a monolingual setting, it would include those 3 pieces: professional development, technical support, and job embedded coaching. Because it's one thing to share information, especially in 15 minutes. I know that Nikki has a jam-packed agenda, so thank you, Nikki, for sharing 15 minutes and time for questions. But it's not going to make a difference. What makes a difference is when teachers get to know you and they go to professional development, and then I get to hang, or somebody on my team gets to hang out with them in class and then coach and have a conversation about what worked and what didn't. And that's what we've been doing on those 5 Montgomery County Public School campuses for 3 years, and thus the results.
And can I add, this morning, one of the things that I think is so powerful about what he shared is this concept of lesson planning being a form of social justice. And he talks about content objectives, which teachers have been planning objectives in schools for years. That's what we were taught to do in college, which is usually not very meaningful for students. But then also language objectives. And he had the teachers today, the teachers and principals today, writing content and language objectives for students. And so it was less about dual language today, but it was more about how to write objectives for students that were meaningful, and really talking about that form of making it a form of social justice. And I think that that's really what they walked away with. And I can tell you that I've actually received 2 emails from high school principals asking me to come back for their cluster meetings to talk more about this. So it really did hit home for them.
That's great.
So,
It sounds very powerful and very awesome. I love our dual language schools. I hope we continue to expand those programs. So thank you for being here.
Mrs. Smardowski asked some really great questions, actually the questions that I was going to ask. And we heard from, during public comments, we heard from people speaking about ESOL and at the secondary level. So this can benefit at the secondary level. Oh, very good. Okay. Mrs. O'Neill.
So as you were talking, and you sort of answered the question that was going in my head, you know, within those schools, not everyone is coming in either just English or Spanish. You know, we may have Vietnamese or Amharic students who have that other third language at home. How does this, I mean, it's just more trans language? Is that?
Yeah, so we have one linguistic repertoire. In terms of dual language, the research shows that it doesn't matter how many languages the student brings into the space, they're going to, because of the additive nature of the program, thrive, even if English and Spanish or English and French or English and Mandarin are not their most comfortable language. But in a monolingual setting, it really doesn't mean that a teacher needs to know all of those languages. What the teacher needs to know is that they're going to value the student's entire linguistic repertoire. And so, for example, this morning I shared an anchor chart that was created by a teacher. The teacher only spoke English, but is a fabulous teacher of students that speak other languages. And so there was a list of words that they learned during that unit, and the students then provided translations for that same list of words in German, in Korean, in Japanese, and there was one other I can't remember, Mandarin, I think. And so it's strategies that teachers can use in a monolingual setting, even if I'm not multilingual, that would allow me to leverage the student's entire linguistic repertoire.
So just as a general personal comment, my daughter is dating a young man whose family immigrated from Italy to England. They don't live in the United States, they're British citizens. But his grandparents never learned English. I mean, it's very similar to experiences of others coming to the United States. And he's totally fluent in Italian, and my daughter is learning Italian so that she can communicate with some of his grandmothers.
Yeah.
And his experiences, the family's experiences in Great Britain are similar to our English language learners here in the U.S. And, you know, to wipe out the other language.
That's usually the way to destroy rather than sustain and expand. Expand.
Dr. Daco?
I don't know, it takes me a while to sift everything down, but the way you talked about how we should look at the students, that they bring assets to us instead of deficits. I was really struck by that, bilingual students, emergent. And talking about us being limited monolingual, and we are. And it is a better way to look at it, and I think we need to start there. And I'm sure that teachers will be very glad to go, because they want to do well with these students.
Yeah.
They really want to do a better job than we've been able to do. Thank you.
I shared with the group this morning, my dad loves that I speak about my family in presentations, and I shared with them that my dad at the age of 9 and 10 was selling lemons and oranges on the bridge from El Paso to Juarez. We live in Texas. My family still lives in Texas. And so he would sell these things. He also would sell the chiclets, the 4 pieces of gum. And so I asked the group, I said, I wonder if my dad had shown up as a 4th or 5th grader to Montgomery County Public Schools, if the teacher receiving him would have been, oh my goodness, I just got another student that only speaks Spanish. What an amazing opportunity for me to create educational access. I really need to leverage his entire linguistic repertoire and find out what he knows in terms of content. Or if the Montgomery County Public School teacher would have been like, damn, I got another one. Where's the ESOL teacher? How is the student going to bring down my scores? And the reason that that's important to me for you to hear is because my dad is awesome. And if you think about it, he was actually selling you chiclets, which after a couple of chews lose their flavor, but he was still able to persuade you to buy them. That's a global citizenship skill. And he was also able to make change with the global fluctuating market from the peso to the dollar and the dollar to the peso. So my dad would have been the most phenomenal 5th grader in Montgomery County. I just wonder if he would have been seen that way.
Well, thank you. So powerful.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask if you ever come back to speak to our administrators, that the board members be invited if it doesn't conflict with the business meeting. I would love to hear your entire presentation because this 15 minutes has been great. So I would love to be able to sit through, and I'm sure my colleagues would as well, if able to sit through.
Can I suggest we start with a board training, maybe right after the holidays, and where we can spend a few hours if that's.
Absolutely.
We
Especially since we heard board members say
we
they
will
don't quite
arrange
understand.
that. I think it would be really worthwhile to do that.
Okay.
Dr. Smith, I wanted to ask, when will we get some data on how our dual language programs are doing?
We're actually beginning to look at that right now. We didn't want to start too soon as we've built up these schools, because we don't want the initial data to cause people to say, oh, we're not succeeding. But now that they've been in place a couple of years, we'll begin to start seeing some data from them. And one of the challenges with the curriculum adoption that we did a year ago, January, is my impatience. I just had this conversation with our folks in front of me to begin more of them, but we also don't want our teachers to feel like they don't know the curriculum well enough to do all the amazing and doable things that Dr. Medina has just been talking about. And as they wrestle with a new curriculum and try to think, how do I use this in this most positive way with students? So we're on the drawing board for more schools. That's clearly in the plan, but we also don't want to set school systems up for failure, or school buildings, or have people say, well, this isn't working. We've been doing it for 8 months. Why aren't we getting better results?
5 to 7 years.
That's right. And that depends on my literacy in that language, what happens there. And so it's just absolutely critical that we look at the long game for thinking about any sort of results, and the short game is how we treat kids, how we make them feel, and how we believe about language as an asset. I cannot tell you how thrilled I am that you said that here and socialized that term in this room, because I've been using it for 3 years here. It's critical that we use language as an asset for every human being, and so thank you so much.
Dr. Smith, I think I've said this to you, but I'll say it again, is I feel that we need this kind of more of this expertise in-house.
Absolutely.
It's great that you can come see us a couple of times a year, but we need to supplement the knowledge and skills that our great staff already have. So, thank you.
Okay. And to be respectful of your time, we have one more question.
Yeah. Sure. That's why we need to hire him. So I'm wondering what your thinking is. Do you think all teachers and counselors should be able to teach and counsel emergent bilingual students?
Absolutely.
Or do you think this is just something for an ESOL teacher or counselor?
No, I think it's a shift in thinking for all teachers. All teachers, regardless of the students in front of them, need to understand that every child comes in with a plethora of gifts. And rather than looking at what they don't bring into the space, we look at how can we leverage what they do. Building background is research that has been quoted and cited forever and ever. And I said this morning that building background research is kind of racist, because what building background research states is that if I don't bring the things that are needed in a monocultural, monolingual world, then somehow I'm less than. And so I say no. I say let's dismantle the systems that continue to oppress our kids that have been left behind. So I think this is for all teachers and parents and district leaders, because there might be district leaders that actually don't have that additive mindset, not because they're not good people, but because you know what you know when you know it. So I think everyone needs this.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Mrs. Modrowski.
I'll try to be quick. I'm not 100% sure how to put this together. So in listening to what you're talking about and everything, and I happen to agree, I think that all of our teachers, benefit from better understanding this and being able to know how to make it work for them in their classrooms. Regardless of whether it's a regular English classroom but frequently I hear concerns about students who come with interrupted education from where they're coming from and all that, and not having the proficiency in their own original language. So trying not to complicate things too much. How does that fit into the work that we need to do in terms of making sure that we can all bring out the best in all of our students. And, you know, how does that filter into kids mainstreaming into some of our classrooms if it's more challenging for them?
Sure, so definitely a very specific and targeted student community, students that have that interrupted or limited formal education. There are specific strategies to serve those students. Usually the recommendation is that those students receive instruction in the language they feel most comfortable in, but many schools in the United States cannot offer instruction in Tagalog or in Vietnamese or in Spanish. And so what that means then is that our ESOL teachers, but more importantly, our general ed teachers are well equipped to provide robust Tier 1 instruction that actually creates that access. Sometimes what happens is that teachers see the ESOL partner as the one that's going to save or fix the student. What I say is, remember, the gen ed teacher, that's the parent. The ESOL teacher is just the godparent. So it's that Tier 1 instruction that actually needs to happen, but that won't happen if those students don't have teachers that know how to write strong content and language objectives, that don't know how to create linguistic frames to provide support. So it's difficult. If we could provide support in the language they feel most comfortable, that's the best. But if not, then we need additive teachers that have the tools to help fill in some of those pieces that limited or interrupted formal education has left.
Yeah, I love that. I think when last time you were here, I mentioned this, but you know, I really respect and appreciate what you're talking about in terms of better understanding our students and being able to work with them in however they work best, and bringing that, you know, taking that to the next level, because we had a principal who was struggling with some math numbers, I guess, and said, you know, I don't know if it's that they're not understanding math or they're not understanding how we're saying math. And so she made some switches and did a pilot class of math in Spanish, and everybody did so much better because all of a sudden they were removing that extra added pressure of trying to learn complicated things like math, at least as far as I'm concerned, and language all at the same time. So that's.
I love that you mentioned that, and just so that you know, I've shared a resource with Montgomery County Public Schools. There's a research report that came out of the Center for Applied Linguistics that actually has all of the Spanish assessments that are available. Unfortunately, they're not available in every language, but Spanish is the most common additional language, so that you would be able to assess at any grade level whether a student knows concepts in Spanish and math, science, language arts, reading, social studies, so that you would have a baseline of what is the content understanding versus this kid just doesn't know it because they might not be able to communicate it. So that already exists. Yeah.
Okay. So then that concludes this portion on our agenda. We just want to thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Navarro.
Thank you, and thank you all for letting me partner with you all.
Yes.
Enjoy your evening. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Adios. Nos
Gracias.
vemos. Nos
Muchas
vemos.
gracias, Dr. Medina. So Nikki's evaluation this year is to make sure she is equally as engaging as Dr. Medina as we go through the rest of this presentation.
Really hard to do.
So,
Tú puedes, Nikki, tú puedes.
I just want to remind the board, so framing is very important. This is not just around courses and stuff. It's about how we approach the work, what's the professional development work ahead of us. And so it's also a great reminder for us and our team that it's all around this room today, around the work that we have to do. We want to come to you specifically around an update around our secondary work. So you heard a lot about our two-way immersion programs, what's happening, how we're thinking about professional development. Dr. Medina and some of his folks is actually here quite often, and the principals get a lot of support, the staff gets a lot of support from them. But we want to talk today a little bit about secondary, and so Nikki and Sanja are going to talk a little bit about where we are in terms of the performance of our emergent bilingual learners. We've also brought to the table one of our middle schools. Nikki will introduce everybody, teachers, to talk about what the experience feels like and looks like, also as we align the instructional materials that teachers have as resources for how they approach teaching. So with that, I'll pass it over to Nikki. No pressure.
Okay, no pressure. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and get started. I just want to again introduce, this is Sandra Blattner, who is the secondary ESOL supervisor. And then to her left is Miss Michelle Hunsberger, who is the ESOL teacher at Gaithersburg Middle School. And we'll go ahead and get started with who our secondary, well, all of our ESOL learners are. You can see again, we talked about the just under 30,000 ESOL students in MCPS, and we have about 10,000 middle and high school students, ESOL students. All of our ESOL students, again, come to us with varying levels of English language proficiency. And when our students enroll in MCPS and parents indicate that their children speak a different language in the home, their children are assessed, and we give them an assessment called the WIDA Access Assessment. It assesses reading, writing, speaking, and listening. And if they score anywhere between a 1.0 and a 4.4, they do have access to ESOL services. And so you can see here that this is just a very, very small sample of a reading, what students who receive ESOL services can do with reading levels 1 through 4. It has and beyond, because in MCPS we actually still recognize a level 5. We will go to level 4 next year to align with the state, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. But you can see here with the level 1, a student in reading matches media with point of view words, all the way to the level 4, recognizing multiple perspectives. One of the things we want to call to your attention is that with the WIDA assessment, we're not just assessing reading and writing, but WIDA also assesses all of the content areas. So it is assessing language, always assessing language in science, math, and also in social studies. And if you can take a look at that text, it's pretty rigorous when you look at what a level 4 ESOL student is being assessed on.
Can I ask you a question about that, though? What if a student has a learning disability?
So we do have students who would be considered double-coded, so they would be receiving services in both ESOL and special education, and they would.
I don't know if you.
I just wanted to add, we have what we call the bilingual assessment team. And so the bilingual assessment team is the team that goes out there when we have identified or there's a concern that there may be other issues besides just language acquisition as a process, but there could be other issues in terms of learning. And so that team is the one that goes and really does the assessments and the following for that.
I would add one other thing that just keep in mind, there's also an ALT, WIDA Access, that's used for students with severe cognitive disabilities, and that also helps us to monitor their language progress as well.
I appreciate that. I've heard parents talk of situations where they felt that their child was being considered more of an English learner as opposed to recognizing that they actually just had a learning disability, and so they were kind of.
And I understand that might be the case because you want to make sure that you're taking care of the language, that you're not asking.
Exactly.
I don't know, you can explain it.
And honestly, we have a lot of work that still needs to be done to help us just, really get to the bottom of, is it language or is it really a disability? So that's the work that we're taking on right now.
Here you can see our middle and high school students broken out by level. At our middle school, you can see that almost half of our middle school students are ESOL levels 4 and 5. And then you see the ESOL 10. Those are our parent refusals. And so those students still take the WIDA Access Assessment. They don't receive ESOL services, but they are still counted in our numbers and take the assessment until they pass the assessment. And then you can see our high school numbers are a little more evenly distributed, with higher numbers at 1 and ESOL level 1 and 4. take a look at our graduation rates at 88.4% for all MCPS students. And then you can see our ESOL graduation rate at 46%, but you can see the number of students is very small in comparison, 527 students. And I think it should be noted here that all of the ESOL students that were in that senior class, so it was 1,132 students that were in the senior class. 75% of these students came to MCPS in high school. Okay, so when you look at all of the students all of the ESOL students that were seniors, whether they graduated or not, 75% of them came to MCPS in high school. So, our teachers are doing a lot of work to make sure that they're meeting the needs of students who are learning English and meeting their needs in a very short amount of time.
This is 4-year graduation rate.
And I'll show you 5-year in just a few minutes. Next are ever ESOL exits. So if you take a look at, these are our students who graduated from MCPS and were ESOL students at some point, but exited. And they were ESOL students sometime between kindergarten and 10th grade. So these students graduated and exited 2 or more years out. And then our recent ESOL exits, 83% graduated and recently exited within 2-year period. And then you see your 5-year ESOL graduates at 53% and 366 students.
If I can also just point out, we wanted to show you the ends because the number of students, this is all around the percentage of graduates, but also the ends have increased. And so with the large number of students that we even have this year, we are looking at how do we unpack the number of students that are graduating and able to graduate. And so our ends, if you see every single year, continue to go up. The ESOL graduates overall is a large number, almost double than it was 2 years prior when it was at 47.8%. And so the question is also how do we program support, find more options and opportunities for students that are coming to us in high school as I'm going to use my correct terminology, emergent bilingual learners,
Right.
To provide them things like Algebra 1 in Spanish, if that's what we can do, and different classes that we can support where we are thinking in an additive way of maximizing what they already know and come with, and the language that they come with to expand their knowledge of content.
Dr. Smith.
So I just want to add another line to your way of thinking about this as board members. Language is an asset. We heard that over and over. I heard people here quickly associate themselves with it. Since language is an asset, if a student comes to us at 17 or 18 and they can stay with us until their 21st birthday before the first day of school of that year, which is how the law in Maryland and most places works, the next line is, how do we add value to their life? That's how we ought to think of this every single time. How do we add value to the student's life? So if you're 18, you have no credits in the American system, you're an emergent bilingual learner who has an interrupted education, it's likely you're not going to be up there represented as a graduate. So then the question is not, oh no, a dropout. It's how do we add value to your life as a student so you can both contribute to the community and benefit from it. And that's the conversations we have all the time with the staff in how we rethink this idea of what it means to be a school system that adds value to everyone's experience, as opposed to, well, you're 18, you can't graduate, you're a dropout, so it's not my deal. It is our deal. It's our deal until they age out. And so just wanted to leave you with that thought. Ms. Evans and I are going to have to excuse ourselves right now and go to Annapolis, but This is very, very exciting work, and we're not sick, and you don't have to be sick to get better. We have a strong program. We can do a lot to enhance it, change it, and improve it for all kids. So,
Thank you. We're happy to hand it over to Mrs. O'Neill and Dr. McKnight. Thank you.
Dr. McKnight, I'm going to leave my public comments right here for you for when it's that time, okay?
So, continue.
Okay. Now we just want to share with you our MCAP data. Remember, MCAP replaced the PARCC assessment, and this is by number. ESOL students who earned a 4 or 5 on MCAP math, and we have middle school data here and algebra assessment data here. And so if you look on your left-hand side, you can see middle school and algebra on the left, and next to that you have your total number of ESOL test takers, and then all the way across you have your levels, your ESOL levels. And so I'm going to go actually all the way to the bottom and just read a row for you. Your high school algebra data, you had 925 ESOL students who took the Algebra 1 assessment. There were 0 level 1 students who earned a 4 or 5. You had 4 level 2 students who earned a 4 or 5. You had 17 level 3 students who earned a 4 or 5, 22 level 4 students who earned a 4 or 5, and 37 level 4 students who earned a 4 or 5, making a total of 52. And so here you can see we clearly don't want to, we want to be careful not to label our students. We have level 2 students who are earning 4s and 5s, but we also know we have a lot of work to do. Now we're in a place where Algebra 1 is a high school requirement, and it is also a state expectation that students are earning 4s and 5s to graduate. So we know we have a lot of work to do in terms of making sure our students have access to the grade level content, and we want to make sure that we are working to provide our students that access in those rigorous courses. The same thing with our English. You can see the data there for how the students are doing with the middle school courses in 6 through 8, and also middle school, high school, grade 10. You can see that 92 of the 2,697 students earned a 4 or 5 in the high school 10 course.
Ms.
So
Silvestri, did
again,
you
we
have
have
a
a lot of
question?
work.
So, level 1 student is expected to take the algebra exam and the English language arts. Is that
You want
fair?
So, I mean, I think that's a good question. You need to know that the Algebra 1 assessment is available in Spanish and English. And so this kind of goes back to what Dr. Navarro was saying, that if in fact we know we're being additive for students, what if we were to give more students access in that native language? Would they be able to score and show us what they know in that native language on the assessment?
Are we
And
using
so those
the
are some
Spanish?
things we have. And we have had students that have taken it. We've seen similar, probably a little bit higher rates for those that are taking the Algebra 1 in Spanish. However, we still can't say we have a 1-to-1 where we have the instruction in Spanish that's then followed by the assessment. So that's something we'd have to look at. Okay, so you heard Dr. Medina, we have 10,000, and you heard Nikki Hazel share the fact that we have 10,000 emergent bilingual learners at the middle school and high school level. So that's significant, and you just saw in the data that we have a lot of work to do. And this is something that I think that myself, my team, I know many of our principals, and many of us probably sitting in this room, we lose sleep at night over thinking about what are we doing so that we can get better results for this group of students. So I wanted to kind of share a couple of bright spots for you, just so you're aware. You know that we adopted the StudySync curriculum resource last year, and now we are implementing it this year. in cohort 1 schools for grade 6 students, and for ESOL students, ESOL levels 1 through 5 are using the StudySync resources for 6 through 8. We thought it was a good idea to give our English language learners or emergent bilingual learners a jump start in 7 and 8 so that they had an opportunity. The teachers didn't have to work between 3 different resources, and they were able to really focus. So we've been out there providing supports to our teachers and working with PLCs, observing instruction. We've also been working with the vendor because we knew that if we put ESOL level 1 and 2 students in the resource, they needed additional support. So we worked with the vendor to create differentiated pathways for the students. And that's been, it's been working well. They've told us, teachers have told us they like it, but there's still a little bit more work that we need to do. So we're working with the vendor to revise it. We also have heard from teachers about pacing and that being a challenge for some of our students. So we're working closely with English to look at doing some additional pacing guides both for grade 6 going into the second semester and also for grades 7 and 8. So that's going to be ongoing work for us as we move forward. Another bright spot for us as we think about the work we've been doing has been the work we're doing with high schools. A memo went out at the end of, well, the beginning of this year in August, just talking about the need to look and explore different models. When we look at our data, we know there's some work that we need to do. So there are several high schools that have been looking at piloting collaborative models, both in their English 9, 10, 11, and 12, having English language learners in those courses, either with a co-teacher or sheltered English course. And we've been seeing some results with that. We're providing supports, we're planning with PLCs, we're doing that shoulder-to-shoulder job embedded support and coaching for teachers. We've also seen some schools that are also doing some of that work in math and science. So it is ongoing work. We know that we're looking at exploring some more collaborative models across more high schools for next year. And so that's going to mean that we need to look at the research. Some folks like Honningsveld and Dove, who have done a lot of work around collaboration and the co-planning that's needed, the collaboration that's needed between content and ESOL teachers to make sure that we're really effectively implementing the curriculum to best meet the needs of students. So that's going to be ongoing work both for the spring and for the summer. In addition to that, we've been doing a lot of work collaborating with specialists in OSIP, both in science, social studies, math, and English, as well as our colleagues in OSSI. We work together and do professional development for schools, for leadership teams, in PLCs. We work with them and we do collaborative planning together. So this is just some of the ongoing work, and there's still so much work that needs to be done, but we know that we are making sure that we stay current on the research so that we're able to keep working on what our students need to be effective. We know that our teachers want to be able to support our students. I think you heard Dr. Jose Medina talk about the fact that we need to look at some better collaborative models, some strategies that teachers use consistently so that we get to those consistent practices and structures across our buildings. And I know that many of our principals are committed to doing that work. So as we move forward, I wanted us to just kind of highlight, this is under the leadership of Nikki Hazel, we've been really highlighting and tying all of our work to these 4 strategic goals. And I know you can read them, but I thought it would be really helpful if I just think about the goals and how it relates to the lives of some of our students. So we went into Performance Matters, we talked to some resource teachers and CSs, and had some conversations about students. And I just wanted to kind of highlight each of these goals related to some students. So when I think about a student like Monica, who came to us from Venezuela as a brand new student, she was brand new when she entered in middle school, and then later was able to earn some AP courses. She was actually enrolled in the dual enrollment program, was at Montgomery College as well as MCPS, and successfully completed college courses and is now in a 4-year college. We have ESOL students that are able to do that. We need more students that can do that. I'm thinking about Luis, who took classes in his home school, but then he also took some career, was involved in the CTE programs at Edison, and was able to get his certification in construction. When he leaves us, he leaves with a trade, and he has a high school diploma, and he's able to be successful out in the workforce. That's another ESOL student. I think about Abdul, who came to us from Iran and was enrolled in honors courses and AP courses, and at the end of his senior year was able to take the STAMP assessment and get the seal of biliteracy. He represents over 400 ESOL students that were able to do that, and some of them not taking AP courses. So we have students that, if we can provide those opportunities for them, can get that seal of biliteracy. I think about Eunyoung, who is from Korea, who is a brand new student, brand new to middle school, and she's learning English and at the same time is in a grade level math, science, social studies, and an ELD course aligned to grade level standards in English. So when I think about these goals for our students, I think about how can we make sure that we have more students like this. We saw that we looked at the data for our students in the MCAP assessments in English and math, and we don't have enough students scoring 4 and 5. We need to get more students there, so how do we add to their experiences so that they can be more successful in schools? And in some cases, it might be building on that first language for them in their content classes. So we think about the goals. We also know that we have some mandates that we need to be thinking about, like the ESSA requirements, to make sure that our ESOL students or English learners are receiving all of the credits they need to be successful, to graduate, to meet the measures such as well-rounded, the MSDE based on ESSA, as well as on track for graduation. And so based on guidelines from the state, we've been exploring what that needs to look like for our ESOL students, because we know that according to those guidelines, 2 of the ESOL courses can count for English credit. Right now, 5 or 6 of them do. And so we're looking at narrowing that so that we can make sure that every single student in MCPS touches and is enrolled in a mainstream English course and at least 2 courses before they leave us, and how important that is for our students. That has implications for us around making sure that our teachers are able to teach grade level standards. You heard Dr. Medina talk about the fact that many of our programs don't require that extra coursework, right? And so how do we make sure that we provide that? We need to explore ways to provide the professional development for content teachers as well as our ESOL teachers so that they're able to teach a grade level standard. And then we need to also explore certification. And while not mandatory, how can we make sure that more of our content teachers feel equipped to effectively work with our English learners in the content classroom? So that's going to be critical for us. And in addition to that, with this guideline, we would need to make sure the curriculum is being vetted by MSDE to ensure it's aligned to grade level standard. So that being said, those are some of the mandates, some of the things that you need to be aware of, as well as you think about the levels. You know that we have 5 ESOL levels right now in Montgomery County. That is historical based on the IPT and Last Links. We had these levels put in place. It really guided a lot of the reporting that we did to the state. But things have changed. And we have been doing the WIDA assessment now since, I think, 2014. At the time when we began to implement the WIDA assessment every year, we didn't make changes because we said all of our reporting documentation is all aligned to the 5 levels. But I think it's time, considering that we exit our students at 4.5 when they reach that level on the WIDA Access Assessment, and we know that we really need a tighter alignment to understand what the levels mean. So when a student is 1.0 to 1.9, for instance, that's at ELP level 1, English Language Proficiency level 1, versus 2, versus 3, and then 4. So one of the things that I think we have an opportunity to do as we shift to a new student information system is to make sure that we also align our levels so that all of our reporting, evidence of learning, the equity accountability models, all of that mean the same thing. It also will be very helpful for our teachers as they're collaborating when they look at the assessment data for listening, speaking, reading, and writing on the WIDA Access Assessment, when they're looking at tools like the WIDA Candos that talk about what students can do at different proficiency levels. They need to be able to use the same tool and know exactly what it means so that we can get better traction and get to better results for our students. So that's something that I think we're looking to make sure we put in place. That being said, you know, as we've discussed, and I've shared these updates with you, there are multiple implications for our work. It means that we really need to make sure that we have more of our upper-level English language learners accessing content courses. Now, we know many of them are accessing math, science, and social studies, but we need more of them to access English. And when we look at our lower proficiency levels, English Language Proficiency 1 and 2, we know not enough of them are in the right content courses courses across all of our buildings. And that's something that I know that all of our principals, our resource teachers, our content specialists are working on to make sure that we can increase the number of students in content courses. In addition to that, there are implications for collaboration. And so that's with our ESOL and our content teachers, how can we ensure that they're really collaborating more closely around the curriculum? Because we know from the work of Honingsfeld and Dove that that's really, really important if we want to get to success. Dr. Medina talked about the dual language program and looking at language options. We know that that's important for our students. We also know that the other model that's very effective for our students, especially at upper proficiency levels, is around collaboration and co-teaching. And so that's going to be really critical for us to look at exploring how do we expand that in the district. And then in addition to that, it means that we've got to be more intentional in the way we schedule our students, ensuring that they have access to programs. And when I say intentional, I also mean that when we think about some of our content courses like biology or Algebra 1, do some of our students who may be taking those courses when they're ESOL level 1, do they have access to that course in a native language? Can we explore what that would look like? And even if we don't have the staff to be able to fund that because they're not fully bilingual and they're not fully biliterate, that's the other piece too, can we look at some resources that can support and supplement? So let's say, for instance, some of our students are learning in the first language, in the target language in English. Are there resources, like for instance, I know Khan Academy, which is free, has physics, chemistry, biology, Algebra 1, all the way through calculus in Spanish, and how do we make sure our students have access to that in Spanish and French and explore other languages? So that being said, you've heard a lot from me. I want to make sure that you hear from someone from a school. So Michelle Hunsberger is with us today from Gaithersburg Middle School. She has been implementing the Study Sync curriculum. She's also been doing a lot of collaboration with her English teams. And I just have another plug for Michelle. She's also done a lot of work nationally with the Standards Institute with Unbound Ed. And so she's got a lot under her belt, understanding the standards and then how to apply that when she's working with our English language learners. So Michelle.
Hi. Thank you for letting me speak and share my perspective, a different perspective as in the trenches with the students. So I currently teach 6th grade students that are English language levels 2.5 to 4.4 in an ESOL ELA Study Sync curriculum. So it is standards aligned and it is 6th grade level. So a little bit of background from my perspective on English learners is, for a variety of reasons, they feel like they're not as capable as their non-ESOL peers. And as we have been sharing, bilingualism is an asset. But unfortunately, that's not the way they feel. A lot of times they feel that they're just not capable, and we know they are. When a student is looked solely by their language levels, then the grade level content sometimes does seem inaccessible. But then that's where we need to come in as educators, and we need to have the strong first teaching, and all teachers in all content areas that we have been talking about really need to consider the whole child when they're planning their instructional supports. And if we do that appropriately, then our English learners at any level can successfully access the grade level content. I think that our new focus on the Maryland College and Career Ready Standards for English Language Arts has a huge impact on equity in education, because if we are asked to teach the same standards to all children, regardless of what we think they come to us with, then that's equitable. And that takes away a lot of our implicit biases. And so we can't decide, okay, well, they're ESOL 2, so they cannot access this. So we need to make sure that all teachers are attending to the standards and really knowing the standards and kind of owning them in their work. I have done some work, some collaboration, as Sanja said, with the English department, but I think that needs to expand, and I think we need to collaborate well beyond the English department. And all the content area teachers who do have our ESOL students need to understand what the different language level means, and how can we look at the whole child, and how can we best provide them instructional supports. I think the biggest takeaway from me, from the work that I've done, as Sanja was sharing, is that when we tell students what we think about them by the work we put in front of them, and by very, very well-intentioned teachers. A lot of times the content is very watered down because they don't want to upset the child, or they don't want the child to feel like they can't do it. But then we're showing them that we don't really believe in them because here's work that's not on grade level. But when we put the aligned resources, that I do use the StudySync, like I said, and other grade level content in front of them with the appropriate instructional supports, then they can learn the rigorous and grade level appropriate content material. I do think, like I shared, the biggest need in the schools is the collaboration piece, and I just to emphasize it, the collaboration, like beyond just collaborating with English, but how can we as ESOL teachers, help everybody in the school? I think Dr. Medina said, like, we can't fix it all. We can't wave our magic wand and fix the ESOL emergent language learners in our 45-minute class period. So it's so important that we have that, time to collaborate and effective collaboration, across the day.
Thank you.
And I just want to state, I certainly agree that we need to work with all of our teachers. I think we are starting mainly with English in terms of professional development as a district, just so that we have a place to start and we have the curriculum and a plan in place. So we're starting with English in terms of the StudySync and the professional development as our focal point.
All right, so we have some next steps when we think about where we need to go. I haven't turned my mic on. We have some next steps, and that means, in light of the fact that our ESOL courses right now do not have the right codes they need to be able to account for well-rounded and other ESSA requirements, we're going to need to examine our courses. So that's the one thing that we're doing, to look at new English course codes. In addition to that, we are exploring some opportunities around dual certification with some of the local universities in the area, to say, what can we put in place for our teachers? Again, we said it's not mandatory, but what opportunities can we make sure that we support our teachers as they move in this direction? We also are looking at staffing, so that's something that in our office we're looking at. What are the implications for staffing as we move to more collaborative models and co-teaching? What will that look like? And so we're exploring it and kind of doing a staffing simulator to figure out what that's going to look like and how it will impact schools. We also know that we've got to look at instructional materials. We've got to make sure that the materials are aligned to standard in every single course that is focusing on developing language for our students. So even though that is that focus for students, we've got to make sure that we're aligned to standards. So, as Nikki just mentioned, it's going to then be that we've got to look at alignment to the ELA standards, and eventually as we expand out to other content areas, we'll need to look at those standards as well. And it really is a lot of ongoing professional development. I'm anticipating training that will happen in the spring, beginning the conversations as we look at new schedules and new courses and adapting the program to better serve the needs of our ELs. And I'm also looking at additional professional learning into the summer, and then probably all next year kind of looking at how we coaching and providing supports for teachers. So we have been working with a work group. It's a good size work group, about 70-something folks, but maybe 45 to 30 come on a regular basis. And this work group has been helping to inform some of the conversations we've been having around the research. They're acting as a system advisory for us. We've looked at research together. We've looked at data. We've been having discussions about, what might models look like. So all of that work has been ongoing. And it actually began in June of this year. Will continue through till the end of the year, based on our associates' vision, so that we can make sure that we continue to have them as partners with us as we move forward. And that being said, just so that you know the stakeholders that are part of and discussing this topic with us are middle school principals, high school principals, we have resource counselors, we have parent community coordinators, and we have all of these different groups because each of them touch our students in various ways. So we need to really be thinking about how are we looking at integrating the work around supporting our English language learners so they can be more successful. And that takes multiple heads to get this work done. And we know that the answers to this question that we're all seeking an answer to is in multiple heads across the system. And so that's what we're committed to do, to continue this work so we can get to the best possible solution for our students.
I think we'll end there and see if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for the update and your ongoing efforts on behalf of our emergent language learners. We'll have to re-educate ourselves. I'm going to start with Mr. Timbite for any comments or questions.
No questions or comments for me. Thank you for the presentation.
Ms. Dixon?
I'll second what Mr. Tinbite said. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Third. Thank you for your time on this. It's really nice.
Dr. Daka?
Yeah, you said that, Sonia, you were starting training for ESOL teachers. How many would you be able to do in the spring and the summer?
So we were planning to focus on middle and high. We have around 120 ESOL teachers at the high school level and about 80 or so at the middle school level. So we're looking at that group of teachers, but we need to go beyond ESOL. So we're looking at our English teachers as well. We need to look at those numbers. And so we really need to do this in a collaborative way.
And will you be doing any trainer of trainers?
We'll be
Because
probably
I know
looking at
it's
a
just a
couple
few
of
of you.
different models. In the spring, we know that we need to start with our leaders, so that will be one piece. Actually, let's back it up. We're going to actually start in the fall with our leaders because we've got to make sure that if we're looking at different models, different courses, implications for scheduling, we probably need to do something in December, and that would involve our resource counselors, our RTs, our CSs, our principals, assistant principals. So I know Nikki, myself, Jennifer Kraft, we're working on planning that, and then the next step we'll then be looking at in the spring to go deeper with our resource teachers and CSs, and then in the summer to go deeper with the teachers.
Ms. Silvestri?
There's so much here. We need a whole other follow-up to really process what you've presented, but I appreciate your work. I wanted to start out with curriculum. So you spoke about one called
Study Sync?
Study Sync. That's middle school only? Or is that high school as well?
So you'll remember we adopted 4 products this summer, well, actually in January, right? We had Benchmark Advanced for elementary, we have Eureka Math for elementary math, we have Study Sync for middle school, and we have LearnZillion for middle school. So the way we did is we started with a cohort of schools. So we have cohort 1 schools that are beginning grade 6. For ESOL, it's 6, 7, and 8, and I believe for LearnZillion, it's 6, 7, and 8 math.
So Study Sync is the literacy curriculum for middle school.
And it has good support for English language
Excellent
learners.
supports. It has ELD embedded, and I don't know if you want to speak to that. Yeah.
It does have great supports. You have 2 different components to it. It's online, and then there's a book to it. But the teacher can assign, according to the student's language level, very specific supports that Study Sync has created that are in there. And the supports, for example, for the maybe ESOL 1 or ESOL 2 students is a picture glossary. So then they're understanding the very important content vocabulary. They also have, we can set an introduction for whatever they're going to read in their native language. I think there's 8 different languages that we can set that up for. There's embedded vocabulary instruction. There's the scaffold that I like the most is at the end of a lot of the skill lessons, they'll have a very comprehensive writing question, and they have already created scaffolding questions, like text-dependent scaffolding questions, so that students can very easily get up to the much higher level thinking questions. So they have like very purposefully written the questions. So maybe it's even starting as, well, who's the main character? Okay, well, what does she like to do? And maybe the overarching question is, how does the character change throughout the story? And so it just kind of builds up their knowledge so they are able to access that. I mean, I could go on. It does have a lot of scaffolds available. And then just from professional knowledge, teachers can bring their own different kind of learning.
So I'm happy to hear that. What about the high school level and the METS curriculum?
Okay, so I'll speak to that. So for high school, we know that we need to shift to new courses, and so that's something we're working on. We're in the process of figuring out what that new curriculum is going to be. And if we are going to purchase something for high school, we would have to go through an RFP process. So that's something that I know we're working internally in our office on. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Right, so I met with the state of Maryland last week, and they are in the process of vetting our English curriculum. And if it's fine, then we will continue to use our English curriculum. If there are concerns with it and they don't feel that it is aligned to the Common Core standards, then we would submit a request for proposal to look at new curriculum, and a curriculum that would have English language development supports. So we've already started that process. So that's where we are with the high school curriculum. Our ESOL teachers did suggest through the work group that we needed to take a look at our curriculum. So that's the process that we're going through based on their recommendation.
And when you say curriculum, you mean English curriculum with
ELD supports.
ELD supports.
Mm-hmm.
So what is Systems 44? It was mentioned during the
So
testimony.
you asked about, that was the ESOL piece. For METS, we have System 44 and we have Math 180. Those are those additional resources that we're using to support our English learners at the middle and high school levels. Now, these are Title III funded. And I know that you probably had a concern that came up because of the fact that schools did not have everything in place on day one, because we had a lag time with our Title III funding. What we did do in the meantime, schools had resources that we've given them in previous years. They were to use those until the System 44 and Math 180 became available. We have placed our order, and we're hoping that they will be in the schools by next week, but there is that time. And once those resources do go to schools, we have trained everyone, so they were all trained in the summer or in the fall, so everyone's trained. As soon as they have the resources, we'll be going out and providing supports. We'll be getting things set up for them so they're able to move to the System 44 resources. But that I know was a concern that came up because of the lag time between the beginning of the year and now.
Okay. Just want to, emphasize and express my support for adopting a curriculum that is standards-based for the high school level.
Thank you.
I have like 10 questions here.
And just to add one other thing, Carla, as you're about to share your other questions, one of the reasons we switched to System 44 and Math 180 is because there has been research done on its effectiveness with English language learners, and it's evidence-based. And I know in the time when we think about the new requirements with ESSA, all of our interventions need to be evidence-based. So that's our rationale for making this switch to a new resource.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
I also teach the METS students, and I do use System 44, and the best thing about it is that it's personalized to each specific child. So they do take the assessment, and whatever phonics they need to work on, that child goes on the app for about 20 minutes and then rotates into a small group. So it's a very personalized, effective program.
In the memo that was on board docs, there was a chart that had like a 3-year implementation plan. I wanted to kind of emphasize what we heard during the testimony. Urgency, urgency, urgency. There's children that are coming through our system every day that are not getting what they need. So I'm sure there's a rationale for that 3-year plan, but as much as we can expedite that process to get what we need sooner, it'd be greatly appreciated.
I think we've already decided that the METS plan has to be, we need to move that plan up for middle and high school, certainly.
I'm just going to ask these questions for follow-up so that I can get them in writing and we don't have to spend all the time here. But I'm very interested to learn about ESOL students and access to CTE. What's the term released ESOL? The recently exited-
RELs, so recently exited ESOL students.
And there's another term.
Ever ESOL?
Ever ESOL.
Okay, yeah, just their access to CTE. I'm also very curious to learn about their access to AP. How many are participating in AP?
We have that data.
And how many participate in athletics? So the reclassified and the ever ELs. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wolf?
I just want to thank you for your presentation. And I wanted to see if I could get additional data on the two charts that you supplied. The Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program in math. I'd like to get these numbers, like the 125, broken down so that I know how many are in each level. The same for all the categories. Likewise, I'd like to get the same information for the language arts chart that you did too. I also wanted to thank you for your presentation from Gaithersburg Elementary, because I went there early on in my...
She's Gaithersburg Middle.
Oh, I thought she was the element. That's right. She said 6th grade, because I was thinking, you know, it was that your presentation was fabulous, but the work that they had been doing was fabulous also. And I guess the point I was going to try to tie to it is that the one thing that Dr. Medina said was that sometimes we have to take the students and start teaching them in their own language, because they come with a deficit in their own language. And that's the one thing I learned. And I think you were with me at Gaithersburg Elementary School, so thank you.
Ms. Wolf, just for clarification, in the charts that we have, you wanted the information that we provided broken down how? Can I just?
Okay, see that middle school, you got 3,369 test takers.
Yes.
But only 112 earned like 4 or 5, and you broke them down by their access level.
Yes.
I'd like to know how many took the test from each level.
Okay, so that's how many took the test in general.
That's
There
how
were
many
3,369 students that
She
sat
wants
for
to
the
know how many
test.
in each
I don't know
level,
how many
by
were
level.
at
Oh, by
one,
level.
How
Okay.
many were at level 2, because, you know, math is a pretty universal language, and these numbers are very low for math also.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. McKnight, do you have anything to wrap it up?
Sure. I could spend all day talking about this because we started out with so much energy around this conversation. First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Unberger, because whenever we have a teacher come to the board table, I think it's always a value for us to be able to hear the practicality of what you do in the classroom with students every day. So thank you so much for being here at the table. And Ms. Navarro and her staff, because we have been talking about this and talking about the data and planning for the future. I just want to emphasize, as we continue to think about the rollout of all of the work that Dr. Medina started the discussion with today, we won't see the change just in the curriculum that we get, but we'll see the change in what we said earlier, the mindset shifts around people really looking at the value that every student brings, every emergent bilingual student brings when they walk into our classroom, and really working with our teachers and supporting them as they begin to make that shift in the classroom. So I look forward to us continuing to plan out what that looks like, and we will follow up quickly to schedule that session for the board members at the beginning of the year.
And I think the major takeaway from the board is there is a sense of urgency. Students are moving through the system, and we need to do the best for every student that's here today. So thank you all very much, and now we will transition back to our agenda that we had before our break, and we are on to item 7.4, discussion policy IDA, school year calendar. Ms. Williams, and then Ms. McGuire will be coming up to give us an update on the calendar. Dr. Daka, do you have anything to kick it off? Put your mic on.
And Ms. Williams will be sharing at least three kinds of calendars, and of course we'll see the focus calendars, the year-long ones as well. These will be available for the public to make comments on.
So first, we'll take up the policy.
Yes, I'll start with the policy. So, because it is kind of a shared effort here. On October 8th, the board took tentative action on policy IDA, school year calendar, and sent it out for public comment. That public comment period closed just this Friday, November 8th. And so to support the potential need for the board to take action on the policy prior to final adoption of the school year calendar, which we'll be doing next month, we're presenting the public comments for you here today rather than waiting for a regularly scheduled policy management committee meeting in January. And we will come back in December for you to take final action so that we can kind of keep everything on schedule. So I'm going to share with you in just a few moments a quick overview of the comments that we received. I'm also going to be sharing with you benchmark data from other districts that are adjacent to the District of Columbia and what they do for Inauguration Day. I just do want to, for the board members and the public, make a point of clarification. The comments and discussion that I will be presenting will be regarding the modification of the policy, which gives the board the ability to consider whether to open or close schools on Inauguration Day every 4 years based on the district's instructional and operational needs. I wanted to distinguish that from Ms. McGuire, who will speak following me, who is going to talk about comments and all that she's going to talk about with respect to the board's upcoming decision-making process for opening or closing specifically during the 2020-21 school year. So it's just a little fine distinction between the two, but I wanted to point that out. So you do have in your materials a packet that includes a summary of the comments that we received, and you will see, and then you have all of the comments themselves. And you will see that we received a total of 33 comments. The two largest categories of commenters are those who identified as parents and guardians for MCPS students or MCPS staff members. We had a few people who are both staff and parents and guardians, and we had one student and one member of the community who evidently is neither a parent, guardian, staff, or student. Of the comments, 15 of the 33 indicated that they believe that schools should be open on inauguration days and or that the system has the option of open and closing, basically in the proposed language, consistent with the language that has been proposed. 10 of those who commented indicated that they believe schools should be affirmatively closed on inauguration day. And then we had a handful that really weren't speaking directly to the question presented about the language that we're proposing for changing in policy IDA. Also on this same document you have some highlights of the comments. Some said that, for example, with those that thought the school should be open, indicated that there were already multiple days off in January, that students can learn about this peaceful event even better in a school setting, or that students should have an excused absence if they choose to attend inauguration events or inauguration activities could be incorporated into the classroom activities for the day. Some of the comments that supported the idea of closing schools on inauguration day. They indicated it was a unique day that happens only once every 4 years and is very important to our country. There's also a reference to the region being congested with visitors and traffic and the impact that removing the students from the school mix for the day, if you will, would have on the flexibility of first responders. So that's kind of a quick overview of the comments that we have received. I also want to share with you, as promised, you have in your packet with this great map of the region, our research on what other school districts are doing. So we reached out to 5 other districts that are adjacent to the District of Columbia. You'll note that only 2 of the districts we benchmarked with, and that being the District of Columbia and Arlington Public Schools, have an affirmative policy statement about whether or not schools should be closed. And so that's those 2 districts. While all of the schools closed during the 2012-13 inauguration, which also happened to coincide with MLK Day. So at least in the state of Maryland, it's a mandated holiday. All of the districts that we queried closed for the 16-17 school year inauguration day in 2017. However, we're not anticipating that across-the-board consistency as of yet for the 2020-2021 school year. The 2 districts that I already referenced that have policy guidance in place, the district and Arlington, will be closed because at this point their policy said that it must be closed. Prince George's County and Fairfax County, well, let me start with Fairfax County. Fairfax County has already voted on their calendar, and they will not be closing for the 21 inauguration day. Prince George's County has not yet voted on their calendar, but they are not proposing, their calendar options do not include an option to close on inauguration day. While Alexandria City Schools has not yet taken a vote, at the time that we developed this document for you, since the time that we initially prepared this document for you, they have added an option for closing on inauguration day to their calendars that are under consideration. So that one is pretty open at this point. That is an overview, includes an overview of the comments as well as the benchmarking.
Okay. So I just want to say, I think that this language gives us the option. We can decide at a later date. But I also happen to think if we are open, for years we were always open on Inauguration Day, just as we did yesterday, asking Dr. Smith to develop a lesson plan related to Veterans Day. I would hope that, or the expectation would be that we would encourage schools to have the inauguration on TV, on the smart boards, and to develop a lesson connected with it, and also I know it, in the DC proper, the federal government is closed because of the logistics connected with the inauguration, but many private closed, and we're creating other day, and also I do believe I would encourage kids. I think they are more likely to watch it in school with a lesson than being at home playing video games or going to the mall. So that's just me.
True story.
So I guess I will start with Dr. Daka.
No, I have no comments right now.
Ms. Silvestri?
No comments.
Ms. Wolf?
No comment.
Mr. Timbite?
No questions, but I did want to comment saying that I do agree that there should be flexibility, and especially that language change that we have right now in this proposed policy, or in this policy, is one that would satisfy that.
Ms. Dixon?
No comments at this time.
Ms. Smondrowski?
Yeah, I just want to kind of reiterate the things that we've talked about, some of which Ms. O'Neill just mentioned, but, this does give us the flexibility, but it doesn't limit it, it offers us flexibility in either direction. And I do know, for a lot of children, they will get a much better appreciation of the event by watching it and having the conversations at and in school versus just staying home, which as much as we'd like to think it would encourage everybody to go attend the event, I'm not sure that that would actually happen. So I'm supportive of this.
So Dr. Daka, will you move the resolution with the amended language?
I'll be glad to move that, resolution for the amended language.
And that's on behalf of the committee, so it doesn't require a second. All those in favor? It's unanimous of those present. Okay, so we are moving on to the update on the calendar.
I'd like to welcome to the table Dr. Zuckerman and Essie. I know the board has had much discussion recently on the calendar, and so they are coming back just to share some updates with us today. So at this point, you can begin.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight, and good afternoon, board members. We are providing a brief update today about where we are in the process in light of the policy decisions that the board had to make. As you know, the final action on the school calendar will occur at the December board meeting, but we can provide some update today about the feedback we've received so far, as well as the context, and just a reminder of some of the communication and engagement that's already existed to this point that has generated the initial recommendations to the board. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. McGuire, who can just walk us through briefly, and then we'll be able to answer questions as you have.
Thank you, and I will be brief. Really, again, as Dr. Zuckerman said, just want to provide you with an update at this point in the process. And just very briefly, want to highlight a couple of aspects of our process. Our process has, by necessity, evolved and adapted a little bit over the last couple of years as we've been dealing with changing conditions in terms of the calendar mandates. And this is the first year, of course, in a number of years that we have not had any mandates related to the start and end date of the calendar. So that also has impacted our process this year. One of the things that we do is work very closely with the county's Interfaith Advisory Group and their Interfaith Advisory Council. And we work very closely with them, both in terms of participation with our stakeholder discussions, as well as looking to them to help give us that information about what dates do we need to be cognizant of and what are the dates of importance in the upcoming calendar. So, of course, that's the process that we have been working through this fall and that began over the summer. And of course, we've continued that engagement process in addition to having everything available on our website, and we've gotten a lot of feedback that I'm looking forward to sharing with you in a few moments. But we've also tried that direct outreach as well through emails and ConnectEd, direct outreach to students through our social media, and we've really worked with our stakeholders to continue that conversation, again, through the interfaith group as well as our advocacy groups, our PTA Community Council, and again, a number of our stakeholder advocates to really just continue to share that information and receive and solicit that feedback for people to communicate back their views. I won't go through all the parameters again. This is just a brief listing again of the days that we are required to be closed by the state. We did include here Inauguration Day just as a flag of a day of interest. Again, the board obviously just took action on that policy. All of the draft scenarios that we put forward for public comment, I just want to reiterate a couple things about those. They all have 182 instructional days. They all include what we've been used to as a full spring break, which is 6 non-instructional days that encompass 2 weekends. All of the scenarios do return to the practice of having a full professional day for planning and grading at the end of each quarter. And of course, they include the possibility of makeup days for inclement weather, both during the school year as well as extending the school year.
This table that summarizes the major differences among the scenarios is one that we also shared with stakeholders and have available on our website, just as a way to help crystallize some of the differences. I know when we look at the graphics that they can be a little confusing, but this really summarizes the first and last day of school differences. We do have one scenario that starts after Labor Day and two that begin before Labor Day. That, of course, impacts the last day of school. And then we do have scenarios that reflect different configurations around Inauguration Day, both having it open, having the school system closed, and then how we address that day on the 19th in between. Each of the scenarios reflects a different approach to that. Won't spend the time to go through the graphics, just wanted to have them here for reference in our conversation. And again, these are posted on the website. So we received over 12,327 responses on our website as of last Friday. Now this vehicle, as Ms. Williams mentioned, the specific policy comment period for the policy has closed, but we will continue to receive feedback through November and up until the board's action in December. So we'll continue to update this information for you. But we were very happy to have this level of response. And again, in addition to the survey responses, we are, again, collecting that more qualitative feedback from our stakeholders and our discussions with our advocates. We also do have responses in languages other than English, and I just wanted to highlight that as well, that we are providing the survey in other languages as well. By and large, the option to begin after Labor Day is not the preferred option. Folks do, in terms of the respondents, generally are preferring to start before Labor Day, and a slight preference for being closed on Inauguration Day, with definitely a split there in terms of how we address Inauguration Day. The comments that we've received really, it's interesting to read through the comments. They do vary widely and of course reflect the very broad range of perspectives that we have in our communities. People definitely experience the calendar personally and reflect that. Most of the comments in favor of option 2 sort of represent that it's the best compromise, and we had sort of variations on that language. I think people felt that it accommodated starting earlier than Labor Day, wasn't too early, again sort of in quotes, and really reflected a good mix of elements. There was a lot of advocacy around the need for long breaks. Some folks were interested in that Inauguration Day break just as another way to have a long break. People, of course, are interested in the long spring break and also have mentioned the need for breaks in the fall as well. We did receive, and the board received, a petition to start even earlier in mid-August, which of course was closer to the practice a number of years ago. But we also had a number of comments that did request that we not start too early in August, sort of acknowledging the benefits of starting before Labor Day when it's so late, and its alignment with camps and other summer child care schedules. In general, I think if we had to pick one thing people agree on, they want to get out as early in June as possible. Certainly the board has received extensive testimony and correspondence around 2 specific dates, and we did have some conversation on this earlier. Both Friday, February 12th, which would be the observance of Lunar New Year, and of course Thursday, May 13th, which would be the observance of Eid al-Fitr. As was discussed again earlier, the superintendent and board president did send a letter to the college board requesting clarification. While we haven't received that response to date, we also have been in touch with our neighboring jurisdictions, as I mentioned briefly earlier, and really understand from them that they're working through the issues very similar as we are as well. They have also requested clarification from the College Board in terms of what practices the College Board may decide to exercise in 2021, and I think that their ultimate decision of how to address that day is going to, as likely ours will, depend on what the College Board says and how all the jurisdictions are able to work with the College Board's direction. I would just note also related to Lunar New Year, Howard County has closed schools on Lunar New Year, but Baltimore County has not. The other, sorry about that. The other, of course, track that we have for our calendar that's important is the Innovative School Year Calendar as well. And we are, again, carrying both of those calendar processes forward together on parallel but aligned tracks. And the Innovative Calendar process is following a little bit of a different engagement process because it really is localized in those two school communities very deeply. The scenarios here reflect 210 instructional days, and we will continue the practice of aligning the calendars during the period that the traditional school year is in session. Whether the school system is open or closed for an instructional or a non-instructional day will be the same for the system across both calendars. Other educational and instructional priorities will differ for the for the Innovative School Year Calendar, and that's part of the process that they're working through in terms of developing those other educational aspects. Again, I won't go through all of the scenarios, but just wanted to point out that there are 3 scenarios for the Innovative School Year Calendar that do align with the 3 board scenarios for the traditional calendar. And again, the Innovative School Year communities are really delving deeply into that. We did provide a similar opportunity for those school communities to have that online presence and survey engagement. I have the responses here, but I do want to emphasize this is really just part of the engagement for them. A lot of that feedback is taking place at a much more personal level with meetings in the schools. And so again, this represents part of that feedback, but by no means is it all of it. And again, we really do see a range of responses from the Innovative Calendar folks the same way we do from the other calendar feedback. In general, people want to get out earlier in June. I think, again, that's a common theme. And again, we do see a slight preference for being closed on Inauguration Day. I do think that if there's one element that's probably more pervasive in the Innovative Calendar feedback, it's that need for longer breaks. I think, again, because they have that extended schedule, they're really feeling that the longer breaks are beneficial to their school community. One of the ways that they can build that in is through early release days, and that's part of what, again, they're working through in their more granular discussions of their calendar, is how to space that out so that they can build in that additional time for themselves. So our next steps really are to continue that work for the Arcola and Roscoe Nix Elementary School communities. As I said, we will continue to receive feedback on both Innovative and the traditional calendars, and our intent is to bring those back to you on December 3rd for action. That's really the update we wanted to provide today.
Okay, I'll start with Ms. Silvestri. Ms. Wolf?
I have one question. When we last met, Howard County had not voted on their calendar. Have they voted on it already now?
They have.
Okay. Thank you.
In Baltimore as well, yeah.
Mr. Timbite? Ms. Dixon?
Just want to say thank you for your work on this. It's been really good. I think, it's helped to provide clarity, and just having the 3 options is a good thing. So I'll wait to make my position known on this and see if we get more input from the community. Thank you.
Ms. Mondrowski?
Yeah, I just have one question. Where are we in terms of collecting feedback from our union folks? I know last year the teachers, kind of met with people and weighed in on what their membership was expressing. So I was just curious. I haven't heard anything from anybody about that this year.
So we certainly have included the employee associations in our initial outreach, and we'll continue that direct outreach with them as well. They were included in our initial conversations over the summer, as well as some of the more specific meetings that we have with our employee associations, and we'll be continuing that again through the next few weeks.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I've heard from a couple of teachers in reference to some flex time stuff, or, switching some things to half day so that they could have a full day of professional development. So I just was wondering where we were with all that.
We will be formally sending, after today, as a next step, formally sending the calendar scenarios to each of the 3 associations for their opportunity for formal comment prior to the December meeting. In our structures, in our collaborative structures that we have in MCPS, we have taken the calendar and had discussions in a variety of formats, as Ms. McGuire said, that have helped us develop what you see beforehand. But consistent with what we've done over the last couple of years, we will be now, we wanted to come here first, but just to see if there's any adjustments or questions or comments, but we'll be putting it out for essentially formal comment,
Great.
which is what we do.
I appreciate it. So you mentioned outreach at the outset of the process, and I had had a contact from someone from the interfaith community. Were there representatives from the Muslim community that were invited to this?
So we do generally work with the Interfaith Advisory Council, and so that council then sends. We have sort of a two-way dialogue with them in terms of them sending a representative to our meetings, and how they choose that is sort of, I think, probably based on availability. And then of course we also have that dialogue. I've been in touch with Reverend Caseman a number of times over sharing information with with his members and with the groups that he works with. So it's sort of been a two-way street that way.
And so because of the constraints of the executive order, we were only doing a half day at the end of marking periods. And so this will go back to the full day at the end of the marking periods.
Correct.
If the board chose to add professional days, is there a cost to more professional days? I mean, I know the teachers, their work year is 190.
It's a maximum of 195 days. So we
195.
cannot exceed 195. The calendar that we've put before you has 195 work days.
There are professional days in the calendar that we had put in that, again, as you're saying, we weren't able to in the last few years. But as a response to what's been definitely a consistent request for more professional development and planning time, in addition to the returning to the full professional day practice at the end of each quarter, we put we were able to place one professional day in each semester, which again was just a way to sort of recognize that ongoing conversation that we've had. We tried to place it in a couple of different, each of those days in a couple of different locations in each scenario, but those would be days that the board could decide the placement of.
Okay, well, so the public should keep the cards and letters coming, and because we'll continue to gather feedback on the calendar, and we look forward to final decision in December.
No repeats.
Keep the comments coming. No repeats. Right. Okay, thank you. So now we are to board and superintendent comments, and Ms. Evans.
I have to read a declaration. It has to do with the calendar, if that's okay.
That should be, now?
I think,
or is
doesn't
it-
everybody have it, or you want it later?
Yeah, it's new business.
Hmm?
It's new business
New
at
business,
the end
okay.
of the meeting. We are now to board superintendent comments, and Ms. Evans left me the instruction that I should begin with Ms. Dixon.
Thank you very much. I will keep my comments brief. We've been here since, 8:30 this morning and worked through lunch as well. So I see us coming up on about 8 hours. I just really wanted to thank the students from Gaithersburg High School for presenting the colors today. That is very significant, and they do a great job. I also wanted to mention that we do have NJROTC programs at 5 high schools in Montgomery County. In addition to Gaithersburg, they are John F. Kennedy, Magruder, Paint Branch, and Seneca Valley. These programs really are great in the sense that they give students leadership opportunities, opportunities for service, scholarships, and also opportunities to go places, to travel. And since I've been on the board, I think we've had Gaithersburg present every year because they're close by. But I do think it would be nice to maybe try to rotate that, to ask the different high schools to come and present at Veterans Day, which is very meaningful. So thank you very much.
Ms. Spondrowski?
Sure. Get a little thrown doing this so late in the game. I want to wish everyone, or hope that everyone had a happy Veterans Day. I, for one, I'm sure I speak for all, are very appreciative of their service, and I had not that, okay. Just two other things. Oh, and I will second Ms. Dixon's comments in reference to trying to reach out and get a better feel, because I mean, Gaithersburg does an amazing. Right, exactly. I was just gonna say, seeing what all of our programs are like. Two things that I'm going to mention from my time. Career Day at Parkland Middle School was yesterday. One of my favorite activities to participate in. Mr. Timvite came and made a cameo appearance and had a little couple of words with the students, which was fabulous. Just talking to them a little bit about the importance of them understanding how much what they were doing there that day would really was similar to what they would be experiencing as they continue to go out into the world of work and whatnot. It's always a phenomenally well put together program. Frankly, I think every middle school should do it. It's always hard to go, though, and then walk away, because I always feel like I want to follow up with every kid that I interviewed with and be like, did you, are you taking this? Or are you doing that? I was shocked at how many kids said that they wanted to be computer programmers. So obviously that's a popular field right now. And I have to say that I think that my favorite career objective was one student wrote that their career objective was to wake up every day, put on a suit, go to an office and maybe drink some coffee and be very professional. I was like, that's great. So there's always a lot of fun at that day. The only other thing that I was going to mention is mental health awareness fair was on Saturday. I want to thank all of our staff who put in so much time and effort in putting a program like that together. I want to thank all of our partners who were there, and I just wanted to reiterate that it was a great way to kick off this week as the Mental Health Awareness Week. So I want to thank all of our schools for participating in activities, spotlighting mental health awareness, and the idea being that the more we talk about it, the less there's stigma around anyone who does want to talk about it. So I am very, very appreciative of that. One thing that did come up through the keynote speaker was the real importance of having mental health supports in our schools, particularly because we do have so many families that cannot afford the services or are reluctant to look into services, or insurances don't take things like that. So many different things. So I just wanted to comment, the county executive was there. I do hope that we can, as a system, continue to work with the county on maybe getting some extra supports, even if it's through, whether it's social workers, school psychologists, whatever the needs might be, but working with them so that maybe similarly to the way they staff our nurses, they could potentially help increase the number of mental health supports that we have in our schools throughout the county. That said, the last thing I was just going to mention is we celebrated National Inclusive Schools Week, which I'm very proud to say we are celebrating. I also just wanted to throw out there that I hope we will remain very committed to providing services for those with whom mainstreaming is just not the right solution. And for some reason, I don't know if it's people saw our agenda or what, but I've been hearing from parents who have that concern as to whether or not it's for everybody. So just thought I'd throw that out there. Thanks.
Okay. Dr. Daca?
I'm going to pass, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Silvestri?
I just wanted to reiterate Mental Health Awareness month. And just encourage everyone to take care of themselves, to make that appointment to go see their therapist if they have one, or just find or get one.
Meditation.
We all need help.
Find a friend to talk to.
That's right.
Different people, different cultures tackle mental health different ways. Prayer is kind of like a meditative practice. So just let's break the stigma. Let's talk about it. Let's get the help that we need to be well. Dr. Medina's presentation just brought up something about our immersion programs, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to ask for some data about our language immersion program, Spanish immersion. The board a couple years ago changed the policy around siblings link in order to try to diversify and make it more equitable of a program at all language immersion, French, Spanish, and Chinese. So I'd like to see some data to see what effect that policy change had. The lottery is now weighted to take into consideration poverty, sibling, etc. So I would like to see that data since the policy changed until today.
We'll see also if all students have been grandfathered out of the old system yet, because there was. Well, it wasn't. I think it was tied to your family. So if you had a student in, and anyway, so we'll make sure that piece is also.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wolf?
Over the last week, Mrs. Evans and I had the opportunity to tour Central Services here in this building, and it was amazing to me because I met people that I'd never met, but they're the sort of on-the-ground people, the people that are actually doing the work. And a lot of that work we hear about here at the board table, but they never come to the board table. And one thing that was particularly moving is that one office said this was the first time, and she's been here, I believe she said over 20 years, that anybody from the board had ever visited their office. So I would like to encourage all of you to, if you can, take an opportunity, if you don't already know the staff here, to schedule it, because it was very interesting to hear about the work that they're doing to support our students. Thank you.
Mr. Timbite?
Last Wednesday and Thursday, I had the opportunity to visit Seneca Valley High School and Northwest High School and talk to kids during lunch. And also last week on Wednesday, I had my first town hall, which was up county, and I had the pleasure of having Dr. Zuckerman come over and talk to kids about everything from the superintendent's recommendation to the CIP to just simply answering their questions. And it was over 120 kids, which is good because it was up county on a Wednesday night, and I believe it was it was clear skies that night. So it was a great event. And yesterday, as Mrs. Mondrasky mentioned, we did have the pleasure of going to the Career Day event at Parkland Middle School, which was really good. Just as you mentioned, trying to let those kids know that even if they want to run for SMOB sometime in the future, that those skills translate over to this work as well. So pretty productive few weeks, and I appreciate the comment.
Ms. Dixon?
Yeah. No, I'd just be curious to know which office that was that said that was the first time a board member who had ever come up there, because I wander around here all the time. And I do understand that those that Ms. Evans and Ms. Wolf got some black mugs for taking the tour. So I would like to have a black mug as well. Thank you very much.
I'm excited now for my tour day.
Okay.
I think they spent some time at shared accountability.
Well, I've been in shared accountability because I was. Yeah. I mean.
I
anyway.
also wanted to say
It was transportation. No, I'm just kidding.
I also wanted to say thank you to those folks that from Gaithersburg High School who came out here and did color guard today. Oddly enough, I don't think I shared this with any of you guys, but back when I was a freshman, I did ROTC at Kennedy High School, and I had some hair on my head, and I put the cap on, and it was hard, but it was a great experience, which is why I do second Ms. Dixon's comments when she said that we should have more schools, because all of these programs are really rigorous, are really good, and you have a lot of students, and I was surprised to see this when I first joined ROTC, that want to go straight into the Army, straight into military, and serve their country, which is really great. So I hope we do give them opportunities like these to really get engaged.
Okay, Dr. McKnight?
Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill. So I will also make my comments brief. But recently, on Wednesday, October 30th, we had the grand opening ceremony for Emory Grove Early Childhood Center, which was a great success. 80 3- and 4-year-olds are receiving high-quality kindergarten education and are acquiring literacy, mathematics, and social-emotional skills for success in school and later learning in life. So our plan is to expand our early childhood programming throughout the district so that we can enable more of our earliest learners to be college and career ready upon high school graduation. My next item, I'd like to announce to all of our stakeholders who are watching, nominations that are open for several awards to honor outstanding teachers, principals, and supporting services employees. They are the Marion Greenblatt Excellence in Education Master Teacher Award, the Marion Greenblatt Excellence in Education Rising Star Teacher Award, the Washington Post Teacher of the Year Award, Shirley J. Lowry Thank You for Teaching Award, Superintendent's Annual Mark Mann Excellence and Harmony Award, and 2020 Supporting Services Employee of the Year Award. We have so many employees who do exceptional work in our system, so I encourage parents, guardians, community members, staff, whomever, to nominate employees for these awards. And I must say, whenever people do win these awards in our school system, it is a big honor and a badge of pride for a school whenever they're able to have a recipient represented. District-wide boundary analysis community engagement, phase 1 of the district-wide boundary analysis is underway. This phase will include data analysis and community engagement activities. The outreach activities, which will begin in mid-November, will aim to increase awareness around key opportunities and challenges within the current boundaries and provide a platform for discussion. The first community engagement activity of this phase will be the board's public hearing on Monday, November 18th. The first regional meeting will be held on Wednesday, December 4th at Gaithersburg High School. Details about the other 5 regional meetings planned through January 2020, as well as an overview of the effort, will be posted on the Montgomery County Public Schools website. And finally, the BeWell 365 Mental Health Fair that Ms. Vondrowski mentioned was a tremendous success, and hundreds of parents, guardians, and students and community members gathered at Gaithersburg High School to hear from professionals about topics impacting their children and learn about resources that support students' physical, social, and psychological well-being. Dr. Celeste Malone, who is an associate professor and coordinator of the school psychology program at Howard University, she delivered the keynote address speaking on the topic, Breaking Barriers to Access Youth Mental Health Care. She did a fantastic job. I know we emailed her right afterwards, and we look forward to following up with her in a meeting, really operationalizing on that specialization area that she has to talk about ways that we can further support that opportunity here in Montgomery County Public Schools. So with that, we're going to quickly view a video highlight from that event.
Gaithersburg High School was the site of this year's MCPS Mental Health Fair. People came out to engage in wellness activities, learn about supports, and to discuss topics of concern affecting their children and their communities.
We're just excited to be here today. We're excited to keep advocating for the need of mental health services in our community and for all of our students and families within our schools. But also, we want people to understand and try to alleviate the stigma around mental health.
I just think that this is a great way of bringing people together and letting them be able to have these conversations in a safe and familiar environment.
The event Gaithersburg High School was the site of this year's MCPS Mental Health Fair. People came out to engage in wellness activities, learn about supports, and to discuss topics of concern affecting their children and their communities.
We're We're just excited to be here today. We're excited to keep advocating for the need of mental health services in our community and for all of our students and families within our schools. But also, we want people to understand and try to alleviate the stigma around mental health.
I just think that this is a great way of bringing people together and letting them be able to have these conversations in a safe and familiar environment.
The event featured county resources and workshops covering many areas, including mindfulness, stress management,
You're going to be having tons of pressure on to you.
food and nutrition, and youth-focused supports.
It's an estimated 13 to 20% of all children under age 17 that are actually diagnosed with a mental health disorder. So think about that. It's fairly common. About
Celeste
1 in
Malone
5
gave the
kids.
keynote speech emphasizing access to support our youth.
And so having more conversations around it, acknowledging that this does exist, helps to break down barriers and makes it more likely that kids will get help when they need it.
And I think a lot of kids in my school, they don't know where to go when they're struggling with mental health. So we're trying to make resources more available to them and inform them on what they really can do when they're struggling.
And the school system alone will not be able to address these very definitive needs of our students. We have to come together as a community. So days like this are important for us to check in, gather, find out important information, and then act.
I absolutely love it that the school system is involved and really taking this head on and doing this whole fair and getting a lot of people involved and getting the word out about how important mental health is.
Example of an event that was incredible. It was a great experience, and to see so many community members coming out and seeking help in this area really spoke loudly to us in terms of what we can do moving forward, and the staff did an excellent job. So we will continue to do that work, some of what you've seen this evening, and that concludes my comments.
Okay, board committee updates, Ms. Dixon?
Right.
Put your mic on.
Turn your light on.
Thank you. Getting tired here. Okay, so I'd like to just mention that the October 30th, 2019 Fiscal Management Committee meeting was rescheduled or has been rescheduled to December 12th, 2019 at 10 a.m. And that was due to the fact that I was sick that day. So the agenda also has been amended to include a presentation regarding the actual valuation for the MCPS pension and other post-employment benefits.
Okay, Ms. Mondrowski?
I'm good.
Dr. Daka?
No.
Ms. Silvestri? Ms. Wolf? Okay, moving on. We are now to approval of pilot courses.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I think you all are familiar with the pilot course process at the high school level. This is the opportunity each year for our schools and our teachers, and in many cases our students, to come up with new ideas and innovate and try new things at their schools. And this is the process that we have to really allow for that innovation, allow for teachers and students and schools to respond to a changing world and respond to the interests that students are saying are of importance to them. We have a lot going on in the system as it relates to curriculum. As you know, we're rolling out a new curriculum in literacy and math. We're expanding programs in career and technology education, the International Baccalaureate. We're expanding in dual enrollment. But even with all of that system work, we still have teachers and students and schools who are putting things forward to try new things and pilot new courses. So in your memo, you have 3 new pilot courses for consideration, which would mean that these would be developed in partnership with the schools, teachers, and my office and the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs over the next several months to pilot next school year. These are American History through Film at Northwest High School, a Jazz Lab Band at Blake High School, and Political Psychology and Behavior at Montgomery Blair. Your memo also has courses that are being piloted currently that were approved last year and have been successful, one of which is Hip Hop History and Culture at Blair, Introduction to Neuroscience at Blair, as well as the continuation of the new aviation courses at Magruder High School, and completion of the full sequence for the fire and rescue courses taking place at the Public Safety Training Academy.
Yay.
So these are for your consideration, and I think you have a resolution in your memo.
Yep. May I have a motion?
I'll move the green sheet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions, comments? Don't see any lights? Okay, all those in favor? Sorry.
That's okay. So it's not really specifically a question about this particular resolution. It's more of a question about my attention had been drawn to the fact that I guess had been working on a course, the potential for a course pilot in reference to better understanding the LGBTQ community and history. I'm not 100% sure, obviously, because I wasn't on the committee for it, but I was just curious if we could get some information about where we are with that, or in terms of just updating our curriculum overall, and start with that.
Yes, Ms. Wondrowski. So I was made aware last week that at our LGBTQ forum last spring, one of the work group sessions that was held was to get some feedback from students around what they would like to see in multiple areas in the curriculum. A lot of the feedback and the meeting minutes from that meeting reflected wanting to see a more comprehensive health course. We've been working with Dr. Cara Grant on expanding the health curriculum to be very inclusive in how we approach that health curriculum. But one of the things that came up there was want for students to collaborate with staff to maybe perhaps develop either as a social studies class, as a social studies elective, a course that would look at the historical movement, contributions and supports for the LGBTQ plus community. And we, I went back and checked, and we had not followed through with the students that wanted to develop this course. So I've asked my staff to contact the students and take a look at what are the opportunities to be able to develop such a course. And I'm looking at the timeline because we could look at developing a course and looking at a pilot and maybe thinking about how maybe we could pilot it in different settings. I know we traditionally come to you once a year and we follow a process, but we may be evolving that process so that we come to you multiple times a year as students are doing that. So more than that, I would say that I have it on my radar to follow up, and I will be following up with staff to make sure that we look at those options. It was a great idea, and some of those follow-ups were followed through from last spring. That was one that wasn't fully followed up, but we are now going to.
Great. I really appreciate that. And if you're putting something together and you want to forward us like the timeline or whatever, just a little paragraph thing, great. But if not, if it's just something you're going to work on at some point, you can just
and I will
us.
have to come back to the board to get approval for it to be piloted, so I can give you an update then.
Okay, thank you. Last thing I was just going to say is, I loved the last one. Very creative, some of these
You're welcome
things.
to visit the courses in action as we develop.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of approving the pilot courses? It's unanimous. Okay, we are now on to consent items. Are there any that people want to pull out?
Yeah, I had two.
I move the rest in block.
Give me the two.
So 13.4 and 13.8.
Okay, Ms. Dixon moved the rest in block. Is there a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor of the rest of the consent items? It's unanimous. Okay, 13.4.
Yeah, it's not really so much, well, I wasn't really sure, the data wiring and cable television design extension. I didn't know if someone could just very briefly explain. I wasn't sure. I know our TV folks are, I think, if I understand it right, they are sort of, we get money from the county separate from our budget. Is that correct?
It's from federal.
Or federal funding.
Funding.
And I
That's
just-
a
I knew
separate
that-
issue from this.
Okay, well,
It's-
like I
I
said,
mean,
yeah,
we
okay.
can have Dr. Smith provide us an update about the
Okay.
television
Great.
grant
I just want to
money.
make sure, yeah, I was going to
But
say, just
that's
wanted to make
not
sure that that
this
wasn't,
one.
I knew it wasn't this, but I figured while it was here. So you don't have to speak to it. The only other one that I had was 13.8, which was the school securities system.
Sure.
And
Yeah, I just was digging it up. I'm sorry. So
No, that's
12.
okay.
So I believe it's 12. Is it 12 or 13?
13.
13. Okay. I apologize. I have an
No, it's okay.
old agenda. So just on the data wiring, that is for facilities management. That's for just engineering services that we need on call to do the wiring for facility and construction projects that we have. So that's what that is there. With respect to the school security systems, so this is the Maryland Interagency Commission on School Construction, their grant as a part of the Maryland Safe to Learn Act, which I believe totals 1.462. Last year's grant allocation was 1.8. And this allows us to construct security vestibules. We put in a grant application under the Safe to Learn Act year 2 for security vestibules, so it enables us to do several. Obviously not the full complement, but it augments our local program.
Okay, so I guess really my question was, would this then be on top of what we just, we've been hearing a lot about it at at our public hearings.
Yep.
So I was just curious, would this be in addition to what we are currently doing, or is this
It's a part of it
already?
It's a part of it. Yep.
So it wouldn't expedite any of our projects on the waiting list.
It does help. Every money
Obviously, yeah.
helps accelerate it.
Yeah.
But no, this is a part of the sequence that we are doing.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we moved 13.4 and 13.8. So you, okay, is there a second? Second. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Okay, so we have items of information, the construction progress report, legal fees, minority, female, disabled-owned businesses. We are now to Board of Education items. I need a motion for 15.1 through 15.3. May I have a motion?
I move.
Second.
All those in favor? And we have a previous new business item, Ms. Dixon.
So I just wanted to mention, I'm not going to read the text of it again because I read the entire thing the last time, but I offered this on behalf of the entire board, which is related to grade 3 literacy. And the idea is to, regardless of who is on the Board of Ed or who is superintendent of schools, that the board be given the information every year in terms of the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, English Language Arts, because of the importance of reading. And so as we move forward and work in the fall, and work on the budget, we would be able to give input in terms of, what resources might need to be, given to various schools, whether it's at the 3rd grade or the 4th grade level. I do agree with Dr. Smith that we do need to obviously teach that 4th grade curriculum, but that there are children who need help as well. And I think this would go a long way if we can have kids coming out of 3rd grade, 4th grade to help close the achievement gap, because I do think that reading is the key to student achievement, and we want that, being able to read and student comprehension to be something that all of our students have. So we did modify, the resolve based on the information that, Dr. Smith gave us last year. So I'd like to read the resolve now. That the Board of Education direct the superintendent of schools to provide the Board of Education with grade 3 disaggregated literacy data by school annually and no later than September 1 or within 1 month after release of the data by the state each year, so that they can continue to support Montgomery County Public Schools' efforts toward its goal of having all students read on or above grade level by the end of grade 3, which is an essential component of closing the achievement gap. It is further requested that this data be published in a format that will allow the comparison of progress year by year, beginning with the 2019-2020 data. Additionally, if the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program English Language Arts literacy performance is ever discarded, Montgomery County Public Schools shall create or procure an assessment for this purpose. So, we leave that open to the superintendent and his staff. At this point, the data that we received, we had 50.3% meet or exceed, the performance on this assessment. So, we do have some work to go for all of our students, but we would leave that obviously to the teachers and the superintendent and his staff, in terms of, how we get there and how we make that progress year after year. So
I can second that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, questions, comments? All those in favor? It's unanimous. So next we have a proposal from Mr. Timbite.
So I have a memorandum that I'd like to introduce on behalf of the board. First, I wanted to definitely mention how this is something that I brought up between many of you all, something that I was hoping to at least take this step towards, accomplishing a bigger vision and goal into what I've listed out into this memorandum. And this is out of recognition for both my own financial struggles and my peers' financial struggles who go to Kennedy High School and the district, recognizing that there are certain things that this district has done in the past many years ago that we aren't doing anymore, but we hopefully can see get done. And so the subject of this memorandum is increased availability and discounted rates for driver's education programs offered at Montgomery County Public School locations. So the background, Maryland Code 16-105 requires that individuals under 18 years of age successfully complete a state-approved driver's education program before receiving a provisional driver's license. Students and families spend several $100s in order to meet the state driver's education requirement. A 2013 study conducted by the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety found racial and economic disparities in teens who are able to obtain their driver's license by age 18. Whereas costs, convenience, and competing academic priorities often act as barriers to teens who might otherwise become licensed drivers, and whereas students are increasingly overwhelmed with academic and extracurricular activities, and offering driver's education at school sites would offer a convenient option for students, and whereas earning a driver's license would lead to increased opportunities for students such as a part-time employment and increased access to goods, services, and experiences, whereas local driver's education programs are currently offered at full price at various Montgomery County public high schools, after school, and on weekends. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Education directs the Superintendent of Schools to explore partnership options with local public and private driver's education programs that would increase the availability and reduce the cost of the state-required driver's education programs, specifically in communities impacted by poverty, and provide a report of findings to the Board of Education no later than March 2020.
Second. Okay, so this will lie on the table until next meeting. Dr. Daka?
Okay, respect for diverse religious observances, and I'll read this. The Board of Education strives to foster a diverse and welcoming learning environment for all students in Montgomery County Public Schools, and whereas the Board of Education has adopted respect as a core value and recognizes that diversity of culture, interests, skills, and backgrounds is an asset that makes the school district stronger. Whereas the Montgomery County Public Schools student body and workforce is comprised of individuals of various faiths, whereas the students of Montgomery County Public Schools observe a panoply of religious holidays, and this rich diversity enhances our students' educational experience, and whereas the Board of Education is committed to ensuring that students have equitable access to educational opportunities regardless of their religious background, and whereas the commitment to a culture of respect and equity that embraces the religious diversity of our community is reflected in Board of Education Policy ACA, non-discrimination, equity, and cultural proficiency. Other board policies, as well as Montgomery County Public Schools regulations and the guidelines for respecting religious diversity in MCPS, which is published annually to provide guidance to staff in making feasible and reasonable accommodations for our students' religious beliefs and practices. Now, be it therefore resolved that the Board of Education celebrate the diversity of faith within our community. The Board of Education supports religious holiday accommodations, excused absences for student, observance of religious holidays, and flexibility in assignments where reasonable and practical, so that students are not inappropriately penalized for choosing to observe religious holidays. The Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools will ensure that respect for and tolerance of diverse religious backgrounds is emphasized in all Montgomery County Public Schools, and that students who observe religious holidays are duly supported and accommodated.
So,
Is there a second?
yeah, I'll second it, but I had a question about adding, if, like a friendly amendment, and I don't know how that works in terms of, all I was going to suggest was that, this is something that we've worked on over the years, as you know, and in terms of it being an excused absence, one of the things that we talked about a few years ago was making sure that it didn't count against a perfect attendance record. So all of this stuff I kind of thought was in, but I think this is like a new aspect of it. So maybe we should include that in there.
So I think that's explicitly laid out in the guidelines for respecting religious diversity. Not only the perfect attendance, but the assignments,
right,
and
that's what
all
I
of
thought
that
as
are
well.
explicitly, that's why we referenced it, because then it kind of brings all of that in.
It wraps it all in.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dixon?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Daka, for offering this resolution. I think it's one of the things that will strengthen brotherhood in Montgomery County Public Schools. And I'll just note that when I was principal at Paint Branch, we had what was called LAP, a lunch activity period. And I'll never forget one of the teachers, Kathy Pettigrew, sponsored it was a forum for students, and we had students from different religious groups who were there and shared information during this forum about their religion, Islam, Catholic students, Jewish students, down the line. And it was one of the most informative programs that we had there. And I think it was a real contribution to the students. So I think anything that our students can learn about different faiths is a good thing. So thank you very much.
Did I have a second?
I did.
Okay. One suggestion is that board members, it would be good to see the copies of the Respecting Religious Diversity, because, I know it's been sometimes since I actually had my
several
hands
years.
on it, but I think it would be good for people to see what's in that document.
And that's great because it's updated every year, so there's a new one.
Okay. Are there any other new business items?
I had a question about this current, just wondered how this would intersect with our calendar discussion.
I think this just is letting the public know and our community know, and our students and staff know that we are concerned about religious observances and that we respect these different groups. I don't think we wanted to speak directly to the calendar as yet, but it would be a part of our negotiations on how to do the calendar.
It sort of undergirds what our calendar, and within the printed MCPS calendar is the interfaith calendar. I think that would also be important for folks to see, because there were a number of holidays listed in there that I was not unaware. I guess I would.
Not only that, it does tell the staff what to do on these religious holidays, not to have major exams or start new topics or penalize the students for not being there.
But
So-
I think it would be good for board members to see it again. I know they've seen it, but
I was just going to say, I think it does stand alone, and it, speaks to what we as board members value. I know today when one of our student speakers was talking about, she had the opportunity to take a harder test, the next day.
Yeah.
I was very offended by that, anybody would, or a teacher would give.
Insensitive.
Yes, right. Or it was really punitive.
I think it
meant to be
actually
punitive.
violates
Yeah.
Exactly.
what's
What we
included
already
in
have
our
in there.
in our regs.
Right.
Exactly.
So-
That's why I said it this morning.
Just wanted to say, I definitely hear you, Ms. Dixon, and we made a note earlier today after the testimony just to make sure we take the measures to remind staff of the things that they want to do around acknowledging religious holidays so that our students don't feel like they're, not being respected in that way.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have an informational summary, and is there anyone who'll move an adjournment? Second?
Second.
All those in favor? It's unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you.